talk about that for a minute.
You could take it a
way
step
you can-
further.
If it's too loud, they just turn it down, right?
It's a male fantasy. I want to say it's chicharrone.
I can't believe
I don't look like Bane anymore when I'm going to be talking.
I swear to God, it felt like I was drinking this beer for 2 hours.
A lot thicker than some people are used to.
it's a scam.
Did it
Stuff.
touch you? Did it touch you?
Yeah, it made me feel things. Perfect sandwich. It's beautiful.
Yo.
Hey, welcome back to the sandwich.
How's everyone doing today?
Doing pretty good. How have you been, John?
I've been great.
What about you, John, over here?
Yeah. Your hair grew a little bit.
Yeah.
Don't feel like talking today? That's okay.
That's cool. That's
okay.
all right. You do you.
You can listen. We're not going to judge you for that.
We'd like to, address that. It's only going to be the two of us in the sandwich today. It's going to be a very thin sandwich.
Yeah, we're going half carbs today.
Yeah. It's not so bad. I mean, we'll just make it enjoyable.
Sometimes all you need is one slice of bread and a bunch of meat.
Yeah. John will be back next week. He's just hanging out with his mother today.
Yeah, he's being a good son and hanging out with his family.
As we all do. I apologize. We were actually off last week. That was my fault. I had an anniversary, which actually went off pretty well. Had a lot of drinks, had a lot of oysters. Sounds like there's going to be another anniversary next year because everything went so good. So that's
nice.
Good.
Well, congratulations on that.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
And currently we are drinking the Pike's Place Kilt Lifter. It is a Scotch ale.
It is delicious.
It is delicious. It is, I would say, a little bit malty. It has like caramel undertones.
Bold flavor. You can definitely taste the Scotch on here.
Yeah. Do we twirl it? I feel like I needed like a round ice cube in this.
What would a chicharrone do? Probably swirl it a little bit. Give it a little bit of taste.
I know if I was a chicharone, it'd already be gone. So I'd be like, oh, wait, hold on. I didn't get the full complexion of flavors.
Mm-hmm.
How are these flavors when you chug?
Pint. Yeah. And we're not sponsored by Pike either, but I will say that they have a great selection of beers. It's also a triple ale that they put out. It's really good.
Yeah.
I think it's called Uncle Monk's or something. Really good.
Yeah, they get their beer is definitely quality.
Yeah. It's like 9% alcohol though, so that you need to take that one a little bit easy.
Yeah, it's kind of like last night, man. I was drinking a couple beers, right?
Yes, go. Let's talk about that.
I think I had like 4 or 5 beers, like throughout the whole night, like a 6-hour period. So about a beer and a half an hour. And at the end of the night, I was like super buzzed, like almost drunk.
Yeah.
And it's because I realized all the beers I were drinking were like 9% alcohol content, and I was just like, oh my god, like how did I get here? I only had like So, you would think a beer an hour, you're not getting drunk off that.
Yeah.
But, when you're drinking 9% alcohol, you're getting drunk off that.
Yeah.
It's good stuff, though. I mean, gotta love the beer. What do you think over there? Yeah, you're just looking at me a little funny.
I don't know. I think freaking John might need to worry about getting this freaking spot back.
I know, right?
We'll see how this goes.
I mean, now we have 2 people with glorious hair.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's true. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. We definitely live in a prime time for beer drinking. That is for sure.
Oh, hell yeah, we do. With all the craft beers out these days.
It's amazing, man.
Delicious.
There's something for everybody. Have you had it's kind of like a Scotch ale. I forgot what it's called, but it's aged in like bourbon barrels and stuff.
I think it sounds familiar.
Yeah, and it actually tastes like bourbon, and it's beer. And of course, it doesn't have the alcohol content, but there's just some crazy stuff people are doing. Gin is one of those weird, crazy craft things right now too. Yeah. So people are really getting into gin, and they are doing some weird stuff with it, like the infusion. Because I guess gin is like really good with infusing flavors. Yeah. Like people will put like clean car parts and all this stuff in their gin, which is weird. Nuts. It's crazy stuff. Like, we went out to Vashon Island one time. We went to a distillery. I forget what it's called, or I'd plug them right now because it's fucking really good. They had a gin there that was like the smoothest gin I've probably ever had in my life. It was like definitely something you could sip. Normally, like, I'm not really like I'll just throw an ice cube. Well, I guess with rum I can. Yeah. But I'll throw an ice cube in there and I can just swirl around and drink it. But like this one, like you could just straight. Like, see, I don't really see gin as like a drink it by itself type drink. Yeah. Well, it's cool that it was like
this one was good. I forget what it was infused with. I think one night I ended up finishing the bottle. I think when Emily went out, and she was so pissed off because it was so good. So now I got to figure out a way to get back out to Vashon and find this place again and pick up another.
Well, that's how I feel about brown sugar bourbon. Have you ever had that?
No, I don't think I have.
Do you like brown sugar?
Yeah.
Do you like bourbon?
Yeah, I do.
All right, don't get that bottle. You will
No.
become full-fledged alcoholic. That's why I do not have any in my house.
It does sound like it'll go for sure.
Oh, and it's great. It's smooth. It's brown sugary. Oh my god, you just drink that shit straight, and all of a sudden you have a bottle down.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah.
Sounds smooth. I wonder if you could just mix that yourself.
Heritage Distillery. Like we'll give them a plug because they make some really good.
Let's give it up to Heritage Distillery, man.
Yeah.
Where are they at? Where are they located at?
They're local.
Are they?
Yeah.
Nice.
They do the batch number 12 vodka too. I don't know if you've had that.
I think we talked about distilleries a couple episodes
Did
ago.
we?
Yeah, you spit out some numbers too, man. I don't know if it was
Oh yeah, that's right. Right. Yeah.
You were like, did you know there's like this many distilleries? And now I'm like, wow.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
But a little tangent. But right now we are drinking Kilt Lifter.
Yeah.
You know, it's great stuff.
Yeah.
You know, thank you, Pike's Place, for making great beer that we're able to enjoy on a Sunday morning.
We're not sponsored by them. But if you want to send us free beer, I mean, we're here. We're here in town.
You know, also viewers out there, you know, give us some suggestions on like your type of favorite beer. We love drinking beer, so if there's something new we haven't tried, we will definitely try it.
Yes.
You
I'm
know?
still in the process of trying to track down the Stone Cold beer, but hopefully next episode I'll have some here for everyone.
You think Stone Cold actually drinks his Stone Cold beer?
I don't know.
I heard he
I
went
was
clean.
actually surprised it was an IPA.
Yeah, he's like a Coors man, right?
Yeah, seems like it would maybe have been a little more something like that, but
No. I heard he doesn't drink anymore.
I wouldn't doubt it. I saw a picture of him when I was Googling for these beers and stuff, and he was like walking out of like a Whole Foods with like health food and stuff, so I was like, oh.
He's just his age is catching up to him. All those years of wrestling.
He didn't really drink beer back in the day either, though. Most of that stuff just got all over the fucking ring.
Yeah, true. True. There's this funny YouTube video of Stone Cold like drinking like cocktails, like mixed drinks. And,
I think I saw that.
Yeah, it was pretty good. He was like, "Oh, I'd rather have a beer than this crap," you know. Stone Cold being Stone Cold.
He's hilarious.
Oh,
Have
yeah.
you ever listened to his podcast?
I've listened to some of it, yeah.
Yeah, it's got some good stuff in there. I like when he interviews like old wrestlers and stuff. I find all that stuff fascinating. Just hearing like all the backstage stories, backstabbings.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of I'm getting into wrestling real quick, I guess. It's a weird business, and it seems like every generation almost pretty much has the same problems in wrestling.
Yeah.
It's too much road time, not enough money, always away from your family,
Yeah.
really hard on the body, and you know, a lot of substance abuse.
It's like being a rock star just for the
Yeah.
music. Yeah.
You know, so it's crazy. I mean, some of these people's life stories are, you know, there's the very few Hulk Hogan's or Ric Flair's or Stone Cold or Dwayne Johnson's that actually make wrestling, you know, profitable for them. You know, a lot of these indie guys and these people that are putting their bodies on the line, they don't make jack shit.
No,
They
it's
just do it
tough.
for the love of the sport.
And it's like a handful of people type situation too. It's just I don't know really what the difference is. I guess for me, yeah, I guess it all comes down to stage presence in your character and stuff that can elevate you to the top.
Yeah, and you know, with like this new emergence of AEW, you know, I think it's gonna because they're pretty much all indie stars. Like they're in their circuit, like a lot of them for New Japan Wrestling and Ring of Honor and you know TNA and a couple WWE guys. You know, it's gonna be a new emergence of wrestling. I think like the indie star power will probably get a little bit more popularity because these guys will definitely be trying to sign new wrestlers, and you know, you have to look on the scene of what's going on right now.
Yeah, I went through their roster and stuff. Seems like it's mostly all new talent. I mean, you have I heard Dustin and Cody Rhodes had a pretty good wrestling match there. Dave Hebner's there, the old referee.
Yeah.
JR's commentating. Jesus Christ. Why aren't we watching this now?
Yeah, no kidding. I don't know when their TNT deal is going to start.
Yeah.
Like, I know it's going to be on Tuesdays or Thursdays, something like that.
So up until now, it's just only been pay-per-views and stuff like that? Like,
yeah.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah. So, and like, they've had, actually, this is their first one with AEW. So, and it's, you know, it did really well. Which for the first time, pay-per-view, new promotion, doing great. It's like, you know, I think people are sick and tired of the WWE product right now.
I heard fucking people, well, I have like a bunch of wrestling fans back in California and stuff. They were just fucking texting me all day when that pay-per-view was out. It's like, shit, I should have been watching this. People went nuts when Ambrose showed up.
Oh, yeah. John Moxley now. Yeah. No, I think it's going to be a good thing for wrestling. Hopefully it'll kind of ignite like that whole Monday Night War type thing, you know?
Oh, it'd be awesome.
It'd be nice to have some creative direction.
TNT getting back in the game.
That's right, man. It's cool stuff. You know, I like competition.
As do I.
Yeah, but, you know, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
You know, they do have a pretty big backer. The like James Caan is
dude, I don't know why I got so excited about that, but yeah, I was like reading up more about it. Fucking badass Billy Gunn is like a producer on there. I was like, what?
Well, he was. Did you see his Hall of Fame speech? And like pretty much the rest of the D-Generation X was just giving him shit for leaving WWE and going to the promotion.
Oh, really?
Like live. I was like, dude, you guys are classless, man.
Yeah, man, that's horrible.
You know, he got inducted into the Hall of Fame, and then he's technically working for AEW.
Yeah,
know.
That's gangster. That's badass, I would say.
Mm-hmm. He needs those cool glasses. The da-da-da-da-da.
Dang, who's giving him shit? They should have choked
Everybody, like Triple H and all that.
They should have choked Triple H out and not left fucking Bret Hart alone. Jeez.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, no shit. Well, you know, I think Triple H has the best intentions right now. You know, I think him and Vince McMahon definitely have a difference in opinions.
Yeah,
when it's coming to the product right now, and I'm just hearing like Vince McMahon is changing scripts at the last minute. Pretty much, you know, the writers are on edge. Everyone's on edge because Vince McMahon just like tears everything up and rewrites it, and it's.
Is there like a Raw and then a SmackDown still?
Yeah,
and then there's an NXT now.
Yeah, NXT is pretty much like their promotional or their development brand, but their development brand's really great, and that's fully and solely ran by Triple H. Okay. Their NXT.
Triple H.
But SmackDown is going to a new network. They're going on Fox Sports.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, and they give them a huge deal. So I'm kind of curious to see how that's going to work out, because obviously with Fox, they're going to want like their superstars on SmackDown, and I'm assuming they're going to want to kind of like differentiate the two brands. You know, because they don't want people like always on USA Network watching Raw. They want to be able to bring a shit ton of viewers to SmackDown. I think it's going to be on Fridays too.
Cool.
Like prime time. Well, kind of prime time. Friday's kind of like a dead slot.
It's nuts like how big things got. I mean, for before and stuff, like I've seen some pictures. Or my brother went to a Raw not too long ago, and he says like I guess what they do is like they crowd the crowds like into a certain area, so it makes it look like it's bigger than it is. But he said like the last couple times he's taken his kid to these things, they've been pretty empty.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you buy the cheapest tickets and they're gonna funnel you down into the good seats, I guess.
But yeah, it's crazy when you think like I don't know how long you've been watching Raw or anything like that, but like fucking they used to put that shit on like in nightclubs and stuff.
Yeah, you know, it used to be a big thing, man. And
then all of a sudden they brought it to arenas, and it's like, and then that's what was cool about Raw. Like at first, because it was like every fucking week, it was like a pay-per-view and stuff.
Yeah, it really was, man. Yeah. It had like the big feel to it. Now it's like, you know, the title's never going to change hands, and it's like stupid regurgitated storylines. It's like, this is boring.
Yeah,
you know?
I remember how mad it used to be when the Westminster Dog Show would come on, and they'd have to cancel Raw that week.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't know if they did that where you were at, but sometimes they didn't have it because there was a Westminster Dog Show that played on the same channel, so they didn't air. They didn't air
like a live dog show or something like that.
And it went on usually for like 4 weeks or something like that. And it was like, if you didn't get Raw,
dude, I think something like that just happened now. So I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'll look it up here in a second. But I guess the spelling bee, like a national spelling bee, was on ESPN. Yeah, I think Friday night or Saturday night. And it went like way over, and it was like taking over like either basketball or like the hockey playoffs. Like people were trying to tune in to watch hockey, but yet the spelling bee is taking over the slot.
It was like it went 3 hours over or something. And it ended like in an 8-way tie. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Each kid got $50,000 for that.
Dang, really?
Yeah. So the top winner was supposed to get $50,000, but they had to pay all of them because it was an 8-way tie.
Oh Jesus!
So they weren't expecting that, I'm sure.
I used to get so mad too when I'm sure it was part of the script too, but I think after Raw where we were at it was on USA, and I think it was like Silk Stockings was the show that came on after it, but there was always like that point where something would happen at the very end of the night, and then like shit would be like going all crazy, but they would have to cut it, and you hear JR, oh man, well now we gotta switch over to to fucking silk stockings, and then you wouldn't get to see him. We're like, what happened?
Oh yeah. That's network television for you, I guess.
Yeah. Always leave them wanting more.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, what'd you think of Game of Thrones? Did that leave you wanting more?
Dude, it left me. All right. So I liked most of the decisions.
Okay.
Right. I just don't like that they all happened in one episode.
Yeah.
I felt like the season finale could have been broken up into 3 separate episodes.
Yes.
At least 2.
I agree.
Like deal with the Daenerys, killing, and like more motivation than just you got to do it.
Yeah.
So he did it, and then 3 weeks later he's still in prison, and they figure out like the whole king and whatever, and then he goes. And I did call that he's gonna be going north because he left the watch and was going north with the Northerners or the
I guess
Wildlings.
that was cool. That's what he always wanted, right?
Yeah.
He's always home in the north.
Yeah, so there was really cool things. Like I liked all the decisions. I just didn't like how rushed it was.
Yeah, didn't really feel earned to me. Yeah, freaking when John stabs Danny and stuff, like I thought I fell asleep somewhere. Like I thought I missed something. Like,
Yeah.
I was like, what, did I drift off or something?
Yeah.
What just happened? So yeah, it just felt like I agree with her turn to the dark side, but I think it could have been handled better and extended a little bit more so it made sense in the story, I guess.
Yeah, it was just so fast, and like every decision, it was like 3 weeks later, and it's like, so half these people all around Westeros, it only took them 3 weeks to travel 1,000 miles, or whatever, and that's why like they've never played time very well in this series. But I just feel like I even feel like season 7 was rushed a bit.
Yeah.
It was season 7, Battle of Winterfell, Fallout, and the end pretty much. It was like, what is going on?
Yeah. I mean, up until then, yeah, I felt like it was building up pretty well for me. So last season ended with everybody like sailing over to King's Landing or whatever, right? Like it seemed like there was gonna like a big divergence of like everybody's gonna hit up and like there's gonna be a big war that was gonna happen, and it seemed like we were like right on the cusp of that, but I don't feel like we ever got there. We never got like the big, well, I guess the Great War with the zombies and stuff, but even that was like what, blue balls, man. Like,
Yeah, that was underwhelming.
yeah,
Like the whole battle scene was cool and everything, but like there was practically no involvement with any of the White Walkers, and all of a sudden Arya just kills one of them, they all dead, and that's it. I was like, okay.
on our website where I work and stuff, there's like there's been a big picture of the Night King sitting on the Iron Throne. It's just like why promote that? Why get everybody's head spinning and like, oh my god, this is gonna be awesome, and then just the end it the way it did. It's crazy. Because like it seemed like from the first episode, right? They've been building up these White Walkers, and like nothing ever.
It's just like that,
Yeah. Nothing ever really came to it. It's weird.
It's like Thanos just came around, snapped his finger, and everything was done.
My theory is that because I heard George R. Martin, he had like a little bit, like I guess like he gave them the notes and stuff and kind of wanted it. I think it was sabotage. That way his book comes out better than the show did.
Oh, really?
So he can, that's what I think. Anyway.
Well, hopefully they explain more about the whole White Walker and Battle of Winterfell. Dude, like, honestly, what pissed me off about season 7 and 8 was 1 through 6, it was always attention to detail.
Mm-hmm.
They would have fucking 10 episodes covering one subject, practically. There was 4 or 5 different arcs going on, but it took a long time to start revealing what was happening within those arcs. Like the whole Arya thing. It took 6 seasons for her to be like this faceless person.
Yeah.
And like a killing machine. And then traveling with the Hound and all this stuff. Like great story development and character development through 6 seasons, and pretty much every single arc was like that. Great. Jaime's transformation from bad guy to good guy, and now all of a sudden he's a bad guy type thing.
Yeah.
And his relationship with Brienne, like everything was so detailed. And then season 7 and 6 comes around, or 7 and 8, and it's just like
kind of shat on it a little
yeah,
bit. Like shat on the legacy, and they're obviously building up to something, and I don't know if they just didn't have enough time to, or if they didn't just give a shit, or they were just too busy thinking about Star Wars and what they're going to do with that. I don't know.
I don't know, man. Well, the thing is, like, I heard that George R. Martin wanted like 10 to 13 seasons.
Yeah.
which I think makes way more sense.
Yeah.
And why would HBO cancel like its greatest show ever?
Yeah. I heard HBO was like on the same, they're on the same board. They wanted the seasons extended. It was the showrunners that wanted out, I guess. I don't know. They said that they could get it done in 8 seasons, or they originally wanted 7 seasons, I think is what I read. And then they were able to come to a deal for an 8th season, but they didn't want to go any longer than that, which I think was a big mistake.
Which, you know, and I feel like with all the seasons, with the book actually being finished, it helped. There was a lot more detail, a lot more source material to look over.
Yeah.
You know,
I think that was also kind of weird, right? Because it was like a 2-year delay from season 7 to season 8.
Yeah.
It seemed like you'd have more than enough time to get your shit together.
Yeah. I mean, but writing a good book, you know, it takes time.
Yeah.
You know, like, shit, I'd delay another year if it was going to be better.
Yeah.
I
would have waited. I would have waited another year.
Everyone would have waited, you know.
Now you have petitions asking them to refilm season 8.
It's like, you know, they're just going to drag this out and they're going to do like some prequels and maybe like a Jon Snow, like wildling story. But like, there's like, what is the purpose of Castle Black and the, you know, them anymore?
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, there's no White Walkers anymore. The wildlings they're allies now. So like, what is the purpose of even having the Night's Watch?
Yeah, what's there to watch anymore?
You know, the grass grow, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. They had that little shot of that little screen of grass at the end, just to let you know winter's over.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking great.
And it's like, I feel like winter never came.
Yeah, it never came.
Did it? You know, like I was expecting like the 1,000-year winter of all this bullshit, and it didn't even hit like King's Landing.
If I was a character in there, I'd have been like,
It's okay.
it wasn't bad.
It's like winter always, you know,
winter.
it's like, shitty winter.
Where did all these Dothraki and fucking Sullied come from too? Like fucking seemed like everybody was killed at the.
I know,
Yeah,
right?
right?
Everyone was killed, and all of a sudden they have like all these,
army. I remember watching the episode. I'm like, well, this is great and all. Like they defeated it, but now like there's nobody left. Like, what are they gonna do? And like, oh, let's pretend like it never happened.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Like, because like when after the battle of Winterfell, like no matter what happened, like and how I felt about it, like there was consequences because there was pretty much practically no army left.
Yeah.
You know, but there was it's a pretty big army left.
Even up till then, I think even up till the second of the last season, I was still hoping that they were gonna stick the landing. I'm like, well, wait, like,
yeah,
they might just like turn this all around. We'll see. But no, I didn't come out of that last episode. I was very underwhelmed.
I agree, man. Yeah, but I
would have rather had Arya kill Cersei than the Night King, too. Like fucking, that would have been better.
That would have been better. It would have been.
Cersei's death was stupid, even up till the end, because like her name was still in the credits of the last episode. I'm like, oh, well, she's gonna show up. Well, maybe she's not dead. Like maybe something happened here. No, it's just like a little cameo of them, just perfectly aligned under the rocks.
Yeah. Well, that would have been a better fitting arc for Arya to be able to kill Cersei, because she had her list and obviously didn't complete.
Yeah. They did have that little moment with the Hound where he's like, don't do revenge, and maybe her arc was not to give up this whole revenge quest. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. But what is west of Westeros? Westeros.
We'll find out next summer.
What
the Arya spinoff.
Yeah.
What's west of Westeros?
I don't know, man. They could have done a better job, but like, you know, I like most of the solutions and endings. I just, you know, I would have liked the finale to be tonight.
Yeah, that would have been great.
You know,
I watched a little bit, we watched a little bit of the that Game of Thrones documentary that they had.
Mm-hmm.
And I just had like my girlfriend talking shit about it the whole time. I was just, it's like, yeah, this is what it's come to. She was like the world's biggest Game of Thrones fan now. Turned a hater into her.
I'm sure she's read all the books and everything too.
Oh, probably.
Yeah.
I think. I don't know if she's read them all, but
probably
has. She's a reader.
I don't know, man. Well, it's over. You know, like winter's come, winter's gone.
Winter's come and gone. I guess it's probably tough to hit the same emotional impact as the Hold the Door episode and other things that like.
Yeah.
Battle of the Bastards. That was a good fight.
That was a good one.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a lot of good memories, man. They did it was a very strong showing of a show. I just don't think it ended as good as it could have, I guess.
Yeah, I agree. But it's one of those. What do you watch next? Like, do you think some of like what people are feeling, or they're just upset that they don't have anything to watch on Sundays
Probably,
anymore?
I would imagine that too. Yeah. Because what do you go to next? Or have you heard any rumblings? Anything out there catching your eye?
No, just the Star Trek Discovery. Like, I finished that. That was great.
Yeah.
They're renewed for season 3.
I'm gonna check that out.
We're pretty much over like fall, really good television right now.
Yeah.
So we just gotta wait for fall to come around and finish that up. I mean, the card series coming out, so I'm excited for that. I heard Data's gonna be in it.
Really?
Yeah. There's some rambling.
Yeah, that's right. You were
Yeah.
texting me about that. That'd be cool.
Yeah, it would be cool, man.
That'd be really cool. I like that trailer and stuff. Yeah, just with the Picard winery. Oh my god, that'd be awesome to get a bottle of that.
Yeah, Chateau de Picard.
I wonder if they'll come out with that, just like as a little. Because I went to Costco the other day. They have a Game of Thrones Giant's Milk beer. It's like a stout. I gotta pick some of that up.
Oh, the Dragon's Milk or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, or whatever it's called. Yeah, I think I had some of that. It's okay.
Yeah, not too bad.
Oh, so what do you think right now? We got a Star Trek fan, Star Wars fan.
Yeah, we do.
What do you think of the states of both franchises? Like right now, like in my opinion, there's obviously one taking over another.
I'd probably agree to that. Yeah. The new trailer for Star Wars looks pretty cool. Obviously, I think there's even petitions for them to like do a sequel to Solo. We also have Star Wars Land that just opened up at Disneyland. Mm-hmm. That looks kind of cool. Galaxy's Edge. I went online and I saw just like some YouTubers do like a walkthrough and stuff. You can see everything, and Millennium Falcon ride looks pretty cool where you can fly it and stuff. I think the most thing I'm excited about though, I understand that the new Star Trek series is pretty good. Picard's coming out. That's awesome. It sounds like there's a whole an onslaught of a universe about to come hit us in the face. I think the thing that I find the most exciting for some reason is the possibility of Quentin Tarantino getting to do his Star Trek movie.
Yeah, that'd be
because
cool.
that sounds like that's still a possibility. And I think even within the same, what is the Kelvin timeline, it'll still be that. Sounds like it'll still have the JJ cast, and he'll get to do his own version of that. I think the possibilities of that sound super exciting.
Yeah, that would be cool. Like, I finally feel like Star Trek is getting a budget it deserves.
Yeah, I mean,
which is awesome.
Yeah, the trailers that I've seen so far, so I obviously haven't seen an episode yet, but yeah, it looks like a little mini movie.
Yeah, and it's great. Like the CGI is great for a television show. Like everything's good, and it's they're doing things the right way, man. Like the characters are all great. Captain Pike is in season 2, and he's awesome.
That's awesome. A young Pike,
young Spock. Like they're hitting the nail on the head, man. Like it's cool.
They're taking care of things. They're taking care of business.
Like I don't know. Like Star Wars to me feels like it's just like a Disney money shoot every year. Yeah. 2 Star Wars films and all that.
Yeah, I would. I mean, in the beginning, I was very excited about the possibilities, but they seem like they're just they want to stick to the familiar. So you figure like, well, I guess it's a whole like universe out there to explore, like different characters and stuff. But they seem to just want to stick to the same timeline, same Skywalker business, and I think that's kind of what they kind of shot themselves in the foot there a little while. And then plus just that and just the oversaturation of just movie after movie. That Mandalorian series looks pretty cool. It's John Favreau.
Oh yeah,
yeah, it's directing it. It's like all about I don't know if it's Boba Fett, but it's a Boba Fett type character. That one looks. I haven't seen a trailer yet, but
is that going to be on like the Disney Plus thing or whatever? Yeah,
which I can't wait for Disney Plus.
Okay. Well, like maybe Star Wars. So this is how I've always felt. Star Wars has always been a movie franchise. Star Trek's always been a TV series.
Yeah,
2 separate entities of like through and through, but
one's definitely more sci-fi. The other one's more fantasy.
Yeah, sci-fi fantasy.
Yeah.
But I think maybe with Star Wars, like diving into like TV, might be good for them to explore new stories.
Yeah.
You know, to boldly go
Or no.
no Skywalker has gone before. You know,
That would be pretty cool.
because you know it just feels like the same old. Like you know, for the last 50 years, it's been
Yeah, they haven't really
the
done
same thing.
Yeah, they haven't really done anything new. So I think in order to survive, I mean, they spent fucking billions of dollars getting this franchise. So, I mean, you're gonna have to figure fucking something out. Do something with it.
Yeah, or they'll just they'll milk that cow until no one gives a shit about Star Wars anymore.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, it's the next fucking I don't know, Batman. You know, DC universe where
Yeah.
they'll come out with a good movie every now and again, but everything else is just shit.
Yeah, they're lucky they got that Marvel money now and stuff with Endgame making all the money in the world. So
They're $100 million away from beating the global box
it's
office.
almost there, man.
No?
Almost.
Do you think it's
there.
going to happen?
I think so. I think probably within, because it's still got a pretty good shelf life. So,
Yeah. So
what I was surprised to actually hear is that Star Wars Force Awakens is actually beaten. It's ahead of both of them domestically. Like freaking, if Star Wars didn't bomb so bad in China, it probably would have overtaken Avatar. But yeah, apparently what I didn't know is Asian people do not like Star Wars, is what I figured out by just looking at the numbers and stuff.
So
Did not do well there.
like what is everyone's fascination of having a franchise like end Avatar's streak, like its global earnings?
I don't know. I think
like, is it a James Cameron thing? Just because
Yes,
like he's
it totally
always on
is.
top and like he's
Yeah.
always like pushing boundaries of like cinema and CGI.
and I don't know what it is about. I think it's just this smug fucking face that I want I want him to be beaten. But at the same time, I fucking love James Cameron movies. I'm not that big of a fan of the Avatar, but like I said, it's probably because I didn't see it in theaters. But fucking T2, like True Lies, Aliens, like the guy's a great director, man. The guy puts out quality. Even Titanic, I love Titanic.
Yeah, it's a great movie, man.
Yeah.
I mean, that like.
So he does good
So
work.
think like that was the highest grossing movie for a long time, actually,
Yeah.
until Avatar overtook it. And think about this, man. That movie, ticket prices then were $4.12.
Yeah. So
average.
if you were to, yes.
You know, and right now, like even with Avatar and Avengers, like dude, I paid $20 to go see Endgame.
Yeah.
A ticket. When I went to see like Avatar, I remember it's like, man, fucking $13 for a movie.
It's highway robbery.
Yeah.
That was my theory on why it made so much money, just like the 3D, the extra price of the 3D. But yeah, no.
For Avatar.
Yeah.
Well, you're getting all that extra.
Also, I think they're counting in the re-release of Avatar too, is like it's mixed into their globe. So they were out, and then I mean with Avatar, and I think even with Titanic too, it's just and I think my theory is that's why Star Wars movies have started coming out in December. It's because like when Avatar came out, there's like really no fucking there wasn't really any competition. Like they don't tend to throw out blockbusters in the wintertime.
Yeah, it's always during the summer.
Yep. And then it had that long fucking run. I don't think it opened that big when it first came out, and just like word of mouth and a long fucking time span that it was in the theater. Fucking somehow.
Yeah.
James Cameron took over the goddamn world.
He's smart, man. He's you know, like that South Park episode, man. He's always raising the bar, pushing boundaries. Yeah, I was like, I think one of the reasons he did Titanic was so he could build himself a submarine.
Yeah.
So he could go view the Titanic. He's like, I want this to be the most realistic fucking thing ever. So in order for me to make this awesome movie, you gotta build me a submarine so I can go look at Titanic.
You hear that they're making a Titanic 2, and not a film Titanic 2, but an actual boat. Like,
yeah, I'm not buying a ticket for that.
Right? And it's like supposed to go in the same path.
Fuck that.
Like, is that a good idea?
I'm pretty sure that the iceberg is probably still out there floating around, man.
Dude, it's waiting, dude.
Yeah. It's like, ooh, tide. It's like Rocky 1 and 2.
Yeah, right.
Who wins, you know?
The son of the iceberg is coming.
Fuck. I will not be buying. Do you think people will actually buy tickets for that?
Oh, I'm sure they will. But it just doesn't seem like a good idea to me.
Do you think they'll have enough lifeboats? Or are they going to have like...
They're probably lifeboated up this time.
Do an overabundance,
Something.
like fucking 4 lifeboats per
Plus
per
these
person.
days, it seems like there's like a big increase in fucking ship sinking lately too. So I don't know, man. Man's hubris, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah. I don't know, dude. I will not be buying a ticket to that.
No, I'd rather do one of these. If I had like a fantastic trip option like that, I'd rather do one of these space flights and stuff that they're talking about. That might be.
Oh, that'd be neat,
soon.
man.
Yeah.
You definitely have to be on the leap to be able to do that.
I'd feel safer doing that than being in the Titanic too. Probably.
Yeah, me too, man.
Yeah.
Me too. All right, who's leading? Isn't Richard Branson still doing, trying to do commercial flights, or did he kind of just? I haven't heard much about it anymore.
Branson now. There's definitely something coming. I don't know if it's through Richard Branson or somebody else, but.
Because I know, like a few years ago, that was his thing. He wanted to make commercial space flights a thing, and ever since then, you haven't really heard much about him.
He's been busy. I don't think there's even a Virgin. Or is there still Virgin planes? Did they get rid of Virgin?
I think they got bought out.
Yeah, they got bought out, which is a shame.
I think they still have like the branding, but so how did he make his billions? Was it just the airplanes, the mobile network? Because he had a mobile network there for a while too, right?
Yeah.
Maybe he just owns a lot of the towers or sold them or whatever.
Probably. And then there's like Virgin Music and all sorts of stuff. Yeah.
Interesting.
Now he owns his own fucking island and
the Virgin Island.
Yeah, the Virgin Island. I don't know. At some point, I probably wouldn't even care about doing anything else. Like fucking, I have my money. I'm just gonna live on my island.
Is that what you do?
That's probably what I'd do.
Yeah.
I'd feel. I don't know. I guess I'm just a scared individual. I'd feel pretty scared about living on an island though. Sometimes, just like
like if you had an abundance of money, like what would you do with it? Like could you really like find enough things to do to like not, because sometimes you hate work, you hate going to work, but like it passes some time. Like there's only so much like sitting on the couch or whatever, before it just becomes mundane.
Yeah, I don't even know. Like, if I won, I thought about this the other day because I played Powerball on Wednesday. I didn't win, obviously, because I'm still here. Yeah. But I thought about stuff I would do if I were to win, and definitely, I think the first thing I'd do is like pay off on my debt, open up a couple of different bank accounts, some IRAs, some savings stuff to throw that stuff away. Would you take the cash up front, or yeah?
I think if you do the 30-year payout, and something happens to you, no one's going to get that money.
Really?
It just pretty much goes back to the state or whatever. But if you take the buyout, it will be obviously less, but you get it all then.
Yeah. I think the last last I checked, it was like at 350 million or something. So, I mean, even half of that you could probably live off of for the rest of your life.
Yeah. I mean, but though, if there was a way to be like, if something happened to me, if I won the Powerball and it just the check started going to Mary, and then like I was able to do like multiple, people that the money would go to. I mean, maybe it would help you not spend it all in 1 year.
For sure. I'd definitely invest. I'd try to make sure it lasted the rest of my life. I don't think I'd even stop working.
Yeah, so I calculated
a different job.
I calculated a few years ago, like what I would need to live comfortably for the rest of my life, and it was like $9 million, and that gets me $150,000 a year, and like that's
not bad. Yeah,
that's enough for me.
That's livable.
It's very livable. And then you could still do like part-time work and do all that stuff.
Yeah, I think maybe So I'd probably try to do something that something enjoyable.
Like I would definitely like buy a few big things, and then I would set like some money aside just to pay myself every year or every month, and then I would do other things with like other money, like investments, and
I'd get a new car and
get a fucking taco truck. Could finally buy a taco truck and make some cheeseburgers.
I would do a John sandwich restaurant and stuff where we would serve craft beers and sandwiches, all different types of sandwiches. And then I think the first floor would be the restaurant, and then top floor would be like a bar, and then I would have a podcasting. I would make sure that it was like close to all of us. That way we just go pod there. Yeah.
With all the fans.
Yeah, with all the fans.
Well, it'd have to be 3 levels. The sandwich is multiple levels, so you'd have to have like the
that's true.
The restaurant on the bottom, the bar on top, and then
the podcasting area,
and maybe like the balcony, like a live music area.
Yeah,
and then podcasting up top.
That's the dream right there. And then we'd like be able to have they'd serve us. We'd be able to go there and drink and eat for free on the dime. Shit. And I would buy all you guys in, so we'd be all equal partners in it.
Yeah.
Especially John here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then fucking that's just what we do. We just own this restaurant. We pod. It'd be so much fun.
Fuck yeah.
We could even have like fucking when like pods come to town or something. We could even house them, then come pod.
Yeah, that'd be cool, man. Like, I know a couple of podcast friends around that I've been thinking about bringing up on the show. You know, just you have some of our peers hang out. Like, I think it'd be cool if like your cousins in California, they would come visit. They
Hell
should be
yeah,
on the John
dude.
Sandwich Show.
Hell yeah.
You know, or if you go down there, you should join one of their podcasts.
Fuck yeah, dude. We need to do like a whole podcasting network. We can get this all going together.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Mm-hmm.
I love podding, man. It's fun stuff, man.
And then we could have the John Sandwich Diner headquarters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Imagine that, just being able to go somewhere like every week and we just have like fucking people service drinks and we just pod.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Wouldn't that be like the dream?
Yeah.
We could talk about our new sandwich menus and stuff. We could have like a featured monthly sandwich where like, we're gonna have, like maybe
upon viewers' request, like, I want you to make this sandwich, and then we'll name that sandwich after
this
them.
month is this sandwich, and
and you sell it for a whole month, like random generate, like.
I'm telling you, man, it's a genius idea.
It is. Someone's gonna steal our idea and make millions.
Yeah.
I'm gonna cut this part out.
Keep it. That way we can sue them when they.
Yeah, no shit, right? Oh man, you were looking lovely over there. What shade of lipstick are you wearing today?
Right, that's a good hair color too.
It is. A very fine hair color.
I'm glad to see that she has been keeping. Yeah, glad to see that she's keeping in such good shape since the Al Snow days.
Yeah, looking good there. Looking good. Yeah. Cheers, my friend.
Yeah, cheers to you. So, Game of Thrones, bad.
Yeah.
Star Trek, good.
Yeah. Star Wars,
We'll see what happens.
Yeah, we will see what happens. I think Disney will. I don't think they'll make a terrible movie.
No.
But, they'll keep the franchise alive. I mean, they have to. Star Wars is one of their biggest properties.
I heard they're going to do like a Knights of the Old Republic type show, so like more Jedi stuff. So we'll see what happens.
That'd be kind of cool. It would be, the thing is about Star Wars, and maybe that's like something I don't like about it, is like there is all this unspoken lore in the show, but you never see it told. Like explore some of that lore that none of us has really seen or heard from before.
Yeah.
There's tons of books with tons of lore and like,
sure.
Explore those.
Why throw all that stuff out? Keep it around.
It's a fantasy, so embrace it. People love fantasies.
You should make like maybe that's what the theory was behind hiring the Game of Thrones people, but do like a Game of Thrones type, but just in the Star Wars universe. That might be fun.
Yeah. Accept that avenue, something needs to happen.
Yeah. A Lord of the Rings type Star Wars movie would be awesome.
Yeah, that would be cool. Or like the series. And, Amazon's doing a Lord of the Rings series.
Oh, yeah.
That'll be interesting.
That would be pretty good. Speaking of the universe and space travel and stuff, so how do you feel about the government finally acknowledging the existence of UFOs? Not aliens, but just UFOs, unidentified flying objects.
So was it the government or one person?
I think it was one person in the government.
In the government. Yeah. There's been a lot of those one people in the government.
That's true.
Doing those. And I find it kind of a coincidence that he has a new History Channel show.
Does he?
Yes.
That's right. You were telling me that.
So that is going to profile his UFOs that he's witnessed. So is it...
So this was probably...
Is it like one of those like...
A publicity grab for his new show, yeah.
Like maybe he'll talk about UFOs and weird things he's seen, but it's more of just like a scripted publicity scene. Like, do you think like that could be something? I mean, because I think,
probably
I would think something to that magnitude he'd be in a lot of trouble for declassified information like that.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. So I don't know. I think he might be a retired person, right?
Well, retired or not, classified as classified. And the FBI or anybody, Homeland Security, because there's a lot of people out there that I think would freak out over the UFOs.
For sure.
It's like a national security thing.
Sorry, I was trying to look up one of the things I was reading about was
No, it's all good, yeah.
something called the Battle of Los Angeles.
Oh yeah, that was in the 40s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seems like that was like the most. I mean, because fucking a bunch of people saw it and shit.
Yeah.
Like just the lights
Yeah.
flying over.
Yeah,
LA.
I'll pull up a picture.
Yeah.
I mean, but that's been well documented and criticized over like the last, fucking 80 years.
Yeah.
So that's like nothing new.
Yeah.
I'd be curious to see like what this guy's say like new. I read some of the stuff about some of this like the Navy pilots and this and that, seeing stuff and going like 5,000 miles an hour and there were spheres and so I read into it a little bit and it's interesting. Like
there's a couple of audio things too from like astronauts and shit seeing things up in space and stuff like like audio transcripts and stuff.
Like, do you think that stuff could actually leak though?
I would think in this day and age it would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like even like super classified information like that. I mean, it's hard.
Yeah, it is hard.
It's a hard judgment because I don't know. Like I feel like sometimes
obviously
things
we're
are false.
believers here on the this
like I would. Yeah, it's also one of those things that I was also reading in correlation with an article that I read about aliens, like even like domestic aliens. Like when we first discovered America, it usually ends in like mass sickness or genocide.
Yeah.
Something bad always happens. So if there is UFOs, like there's one of two things that are going to happen. They're just not here just to observe us.
Yeah.
And if they have been here, they've been observing us for fucking, according to paintings, thousands of years.
Mm-hmm.
Something should have or could have happened by now.
Yeah, you would think.
I think it's more realistic, in my opinion, to the UFOs being more of like a future time travelers than space travelers.
I read that theory too. That's kind of like what the whole space, the gray men and stuff is just kind of like what we'll eventually evolve into.
Yeah. Yeah. It makes more sense because traveling 100 light years or 100,000 light years away, that's, we're not driving Millennium Falcons or Starship Enterprises.
Yeah.
NC 1701. It's kind of a stretch.
Now that I've seen Endgame, I'm a believer in time travel.
Yeah, the quantum realm.
Yeah. I mean, obviously you have Keanu Reeves, who's obviously, there's paintings that you can see them on the internet. Keanu Reeves, when he seems to be like a timeless creature traveling through time, which I heard they're going to have a John Wick 4, by the way.
Are they?
Yeah.
They're doing a Bill and Ted 3.
Yeah, that's going to be fucking awesome.
Yeah, it is.
Missed that Bill and Ted. They don't have too many good duo movies anymore. It's about time they bring that back.
So there's that Battle of Los Angeles picture we were talking about.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, so that's been World War II. It is crazy. I don't know if this has been a doctored video or picture or not. You don't know if anything is real on the internet anymore.
Yeah, I've seen a couple other photos that look pretty real. That one kind of looks a little shifty, but I mean, yeah, that shit's fascinating, man.
It is a good question though. Like, are we alone?
Mm-hmm.
I think those are answers that we are obviously looking for. Everyone.
What's the scarier answer though? Really, are we alone? That we are, or that we're not?
I don't think the answer really matters to me, because if we're not alone and we capture radio signals from a far distant planet, like I don't think we'll ever hear them, or we'll hear them, but we'll never see them, or meet them. But I think the benefits of finding out that we're not alone outweigh the benefits of not, because maybe that will strike new sciences
for sure,
and new ways of trying to explore space a little bit more. I think science would benefit from it, finding out that there are alien cultures out there that are thriving.
It's a big universe. I mean, they've already proven the existence of like other exoplanets and stuff that can house like life, so I'm sure there's some form of life out there.
Oh yeah,
of another.
Like I'm sure, man. Like there's fucking 100 billion galaxies, and like in our galaxy alone, there's like 100 billion stars that could house planets that can have life. It's like the chances are way too high for there not to be life.
Yeah. It doesn't mean that they need to be like, already figured out space travel and all that. Just, some kind of weird creature. It's got to be living out there somewhere.
I would be very curious. Like I would love to like see like what another creature from like, and I honestly like in my opinion, like who's to say that there aren't already like creatures like in our solar system proper? Like I think one of Jupiter's moons or maybe Saturn's moons, it has like methane oceans.
Yeah.
Like super dense, heavy, thick, liquid methane.
Mm-hmm.
Like who's to say creatures couldn't evolve like in that type of situation?
I'm sure.
Like we are all only basing life on how life started here on Earth.
Yeah. I mean, it's
like tardigrades, they can go anywhere, man. They live in space. Like they're pretty much like bulletproof. Well, I mean, so
that's true, actually. Yeah.
What's to say like life hasn't evolved in different ways, other than just the oxygen and water, type ways that we feel like the only life that is known to us.
How many generations do you think we're away from some kind of breakthrough like that? Like whether it be where we become like the space travelers and like, because obviously when we were younger and stuff, like 2000 and whatever seemed like a long time away. Like every depiction of where we're living at now has always been like, flying cars. And
well, if Gene Roddenberry was a real ancient alien sent here from the future, apparently 2063.
Oh, yes.
Zephyr Cochrane drives his first warp drive and then makes first contact with Vulcans.
Maybe that's what, maybe that there is something to that. Maybe that's what they're waiting for. And the next step in our
But there is a World War III before that happens. Decimates the population. But, I don't know. Generation-wise...
that seems more and more likely these days.
Yeah, no kidding. Generation-wise, I think for like serious super... Like, what do you consider super advanced space travel?
I would say travel outside of our own solar system. Maybe.
I think that we will colonize planets before we travel outside our own solar system. I think we will colonize the moon, start colonizing Mars, or colonize Mars and not the moon. I think that is more realistic than us getting out of our... Because the way it's taken...
Well, obviously we have to figure out some kind of light speed type.
It's taken what, like 60 years for our probe just to like barely leave our solar system.
Yeah.
And then for us to what's next?
Yeah, after that.
So generation-wise, like fuck, it could be another 1,000 years before we're even capable of,
for sure,
making that journey in 2 years. But like after that, like you think about this traveling. I think our closest star is Alpha Centauri, which it's very referenced to Star Trek.
Yep.
I think it's only like 10 light years away, right?
Yeah.
But 10 light years away is fucking far away. Like that is 10 years traveling at the speed of light.
That's nuts.
186,000 miles per second, 10 years. That's our closest star.
Not to mention if you're figuring on coming back, like a round trip type situation.
Yeah. So it's, I don't know.
Not to mention space travel is just like rough. I mean, there's like so much shit to figure out. The radiation. You have to constantly be like working out or your fucking muscles atrophy out there.
Yeah, we have to figure out artificial gravity.
Yeah.
There's so much to figure out. Like, honestly, like before that, we will colonize other planets before we start leaving our solar system.
Yeah.
Because shit, in 1,000 years, 2,000 years, when we might have the technology, fucking, are humans even going to exist anymore?
Right. Maybe there's something to the Space Force thing. Don't stop talking about. I mean, that's what we need to do. I mean, fucking, we got no interest in saving our planet right now, so we might got to figure fucking something out.
It's not a uninteresting idea, because like right now, I think the Navy or the Air Force, I think the Air Force handles all of our planes, right? So like the Space Force would just kind of be like NASA, except for they would only handle like space flight and satellites and all this other shit. I don't really know. I guess in an ideal situation, it could be, it could be a good thing.
It could be.
I don't know what his intentions are.
Just as long as if they have like fucking cool Top Gun type jackets, fucking yeah. Imagine going to a bar and saying you work for Space Force.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool.
Laid.
Oh yeah. Top Gun 2's coming out soon, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Hmm?
I haven't read much about it. I don't know what it's about.
The ageless Tom Cruise.
Yep. My God. You seen I guess Val Kilmer, Iceman?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's like he's in pretty bad shape these days. I think he had like a bout with like lung cancer or something.
And did it?
Or throat cancer, I think.
Oh yeah, I remember that throat cancer. Yeah.
Yeah, so like I saw a video of him talking and he was just all like so it's like yeah, it's sad. So but I heard he's gonna be in the new one.
Yeah. That'd be cool. See, I got a new sign right behind you, to your right.
Oh, it looks pretty cool. Bold to go. That's pretty cool.
A Hobby Lobby for like nothing.
Nice.
Like
That's what we'll have at the sandwich diner for the men's and women's room and everything.
Yeah. For sure.
Hell yeah. It's all about the sandwich.
Really is, man. You gotta love the sandwich. Because it's beautiful.
John, Thirsty hasn't been very talkative today. I'd like to apologize for that.
Yeah, you know, he's maybe he doesn't like his haircut.
No. He's mad because we're not letting him have any of the growler.
It is good beer though.
It is.
So what's your favorite kind of beer?
Me?
You know, if you could have a daily drinker, like what would that daily drinker be?
I guess maybe I would go for more of like an amber, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if I could only have one beer for the rest of my life, probably be that. Yeah.
Yeah, amber are good. Those are my favorite types of beers as well.
Yeah.
Like Mac and Jack's is great. This is Scotch Ale's kind of an amber.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think
the Alaskan amber's okay.
I'll definitely go with that. I've never been that big of an IPA fan.
No, you know, I don't mind the IPA every now and again. Some of the flavors, they're really good. You know, but it's like sometimes the hop, man, like it's like
it'd just be nice to have more options. That's all.
Yeah.
Most places, I've been to some places where they only have IPA.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing going on right now with IPAs, man. It's like if you're not drinking an IPA, you're not drinking beer. You know, like it's not a craft beer unless it's an IPA. It's like, you know, there's plenty of other flavors out there except for extreme bitterness.
Yeah, live your life. Come on now.
Yeah. But, you know, an IPA every now and again is not bad. Yeah, no, you know, I had a few IPAs.
I'll drink it.
You know, yeah.
I'll choose it over like a Miller Lite or anything.
Oh yeah, fuck. Dude, I haven't had cheap beer in so long.
Yeah.
Like,
I guess it's been a while for me too.
Like, I think the cheapest beer and lightest beer that I'll drink every now and again is a Sessions.
Yeah.
And Sessions is pretty good.
Yeah, Sessions pretty good.
Yeah.
I think I had a Miller Lite last time my mom came out.
How was it?
It was all right.
You know, like, have you ever noticed, like, going to, like,
piss beer, right?
Bud Light or Miller Light or Coors Light, like, how sweet they are?
Mm-hmm. Plus, they're, like, so, like, watered down, too, at the same time.
Yeah. You know, we should do a domestic, like, lager taste test.
Dude,
Like,
that'd be sweet.
You know, maybe next episode,
time.
maybe we'll do, like, a lager taste test of, like, just cheap, you know, like, I wish you could buy singles.
You can the Cave. I'll stop at the Cave. It's like another plug for you. It's a little beer dispensary that's kind of next to my house. You can go buy singles and different types of beers. You just want to do like all domestic?
Yeah, just domestic light, like Miller Lite, Bud Light, maybe even just like Budweiser, like just your typical lager.
Should we pour them like in like glasses and like mystery glasses maybe?
That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, and then I'll just have like a little.
And we'll taste test them and see which ones we like better.
I'll put a sticker underneath each one to say what it is.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds like a fun episode.
It does. That's what we got. Bud Light. We got to do the classics like Bud, Miller Lite, Coors.
And maybe some Keystone.
Maybe some Keystone. You got to throw in the Natty Ice.
Yeah. Maybe some Old English. Ooh.
Oh my God. Now
some
we're
Mickeys.
Mickeys.
Thing about thing about Keystone Light is the mountains are always blue.
Yeah, they are.
Their advertising is great though, man. Always smooth. Like they're funny, man.
Mm-hmm. Didn't we always do Coors in the band days? Was that what it was?
I think so. Coors.
Yeah.
No, I also did a lot of Miller Lights because they sold the 16-ounce cans.
Yeah.
And they were the same price, like a 6-pack, like 12-pack, $11.99 for 16-ounce cans.
Those are the days. I just remember peeing a lot.
Yeah, man. I mean, the good thing about that type of beer is you're always hydrated.
Yeah, that's true.
You're just drinking water.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we'll even throw in some more fancy lagers.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like
a lot of beer out there.
yeah,
Sure.
like I think Sessions is a lager.
I think it is too.
You know, so maybe we'll get some fine lagers in there.
See the other one, Red Stripe. I think that's.
Oh yeah, Red
lager
Stripe.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not too much of a lager fan. I think it's like we were talking about earlier, the golden age of beer drinking.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not your daddy's beer anymore.
No.
And I know like Budweiser's kind of struggling right now because a lot of their sales they're dipping down pretty good.
I hope they are, man. Fucking, it's ridiculous. I think last time I went into that aisle, I think they're selling like 6-packs for $9. You got no business for $10 beer for a 6-pack of Bud.
No,
Sorry.
dude, I could get a 6-pack of craft beer for $10.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. You can't play with the boys like that.
Yeah.
It's just you need to start fucking cutting your shit down. Well, I guess somebody's buying them.
Anheuser does do some really good stuff though. Like in all the disasters, like the hurricanes and tornadoes and all this stuff, they'll halt all beer production and just produce water. And,
really?
and do canned water and send them to the communities that have been affected and stuff.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
if Anheuser wants to send us any beers, like we're open to that.
Well,
too.
the thing is, like, they're
I'll whore anything.
yeah. Well, Anheuser, they of course they have their own beers, but they distribute a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Like they are the distributor for Elysian,
Yeah.
so they distribute all Elysian stuff.
Is Busch beer Anheuser Busch?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah.
Mm.
Fucking Busch beer. Ugh.
We'll get some Busch beer.
Well, do you like Rainier?
Last time I had it, I didn't mind it.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like in the same vein, right? And I know it's really popular up here.
It's cheap too. It's like
Yeah.
really cheap.
I'm not the biggest fan, but everyone seems to like it. It's like their go-to beer up here
Yeah.
for a lot of people.
I haven't had it that often, but I mean, on rare occasions, yeah. I drove by the brewery on my way to West Seattle last weekend.
Yeah.
That was kind of cool.
Oh yeah. The brewery's right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I ended up in West Seattle just because the fucking tunnel sucks, and then I drove past it.
Yeah.
Just
Got the big R.
drove past it today because I went to the airport too at like 4:30 in the morning.
Yeah. It's fucking early, man.
It is.
I've been pretty lucky these last couple times. My girlfriend's flying out. She hasn't asked me to. She's Ubered down, so.
Oh, nice. How cheap or expensive is that? How much is the Uber now?
An Uber down to the airport, I think was $60. I think it was. Which I guess when you think about convenience and stuff, it's not too bad.
No.
Unless you get one of those talkative drivers.
I think they have
They have a button now, I think, yeah.
in
Where you can request that they don't talk to you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I don't know if that's good or bad.
Yeah, I don't know. I think doesn't the U District have a train that goes all the way down to the airport?
Yeah, they do.
But you still have to drive halfway there.
Yeah. I've taken that one time. Wasn't too bad.
No?
Yeah, shuttle down there.
I've taken a train a couple times to like football games and stuff. It's not bad.
No.
I kind of wish like it was more readily available.
Yeah.
Like, I don't feel like the trains run that often.
No. I forget what the stops are too. It's like only really 2 stops. One you go to Everett and then
Well, they have Mukilteo or
Yes.
Everett, Mukilteo, Edmonds,
Yeah, there you go.
and then Seattle.
And then Seattle.
I mean, so it's like
And it's
few
just
and
as long
far
as you're
between.
close to one of those things. I mean, when I was working in Seattle, I took the train all the time.
Did you
Yeah,
the
I probably
Everett train?
Yeah, I probably still would if I was.
Did you bus
Close.
it from Lake Stevens to Everett and
Busted
then?
to Lake Stevens. All right, busted from Lake Stevens to Everett, and then train down to Seattle.
Yeah, you were a bus whore, man. Like you were always riding
I
those
was always
buses,
riding
man.
the bus. The freaking people always waiting for me to get off the bus. I was lucky when we had the band space right there, like right next to the
Oh yeah.
the train depot. That was pretty convenient until a meth person burnt the place down.
Oh shit. You almost kind of forget about those days, huh?
Yeah, right. That's a pretty interesting story.
Yeah.
One time, I think it was around Christmas time.
It was like Christmas Eve,
Yeah,
man.
it was like Christmas Eve, perfect Christmas present. I forget who called who, but I was in my kitchen and somebody called me and said that the band space is on fire.
Yep.
We had and we've seen this guy before too. Like it was like a whole hoarding situation. Like we've seen him through that door.
Yeah, he was practically living there.
Yeah, there was like a bunch of shit back there. Cause up here in Washington, which I don't know, I don't think we ever did this in California, but like they rent out storage sheds like to bands and stuff to practice. Like a lot of these places are set up pretty nice. The last place we went to, the Vortex, like we went from, what was it called? The old place?
The storehouse.
The storehouse, yeah. So we were at storehouse, just like nice big sheds and stuff. We ended up going to another place after that. It was like a little bit nicer.
Yeah, it was a bit nicer. Yeah.
They had a foosball table.
We played a lot of foosball.
But yeah,
It got really good.
I digress. I got a call that the band space is on fire. Somebody was like cooking up meth in their place and it exploded. Place was burning down. I think it was John Storms told me. My damage was actually, I didn't have any fire damage, but my damage was from the water from them putting out the fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went to pick up my bass, and I swear to God, it was like so waterlogged, it weighed like 60 pounds. So this is like, wow.
And everything was just black because of the smoke. So a lot of smoke and water damage.
Yeah. Merry fucking Christmas, Eros.
Yeah. I think most of us got out okay out of that situation.
Yeah, totally. I got a new bass out of it, for sure.
Yeah. New bass setup. I mean, not to trash talk anybody on the podcast, but it kind of, like the whole situation was kind of, it was just a bummer. Let's just say that. Yeah, it was just a bummer. That's for sure. But when you wake up Christmas morning and your whole band space, and at the time, we all thought we were gonna be rock stars, is on fire. Like it's pretty crazy times, man.
It's like, this is a good story. We'll be able to tell one day when we're backstage at the forum, man.
What's crazy is like that's happened more than once. That wasn't the first time that place is caught on fire.
No.
People are like, oh yeah, this happens all the time. It's like, fucking happens all the time. What?
Yeah, man.
I think we moved out didn't we move out like right after that?
Yeah, I don't think we ever went back there.
Yeah.
We were bumming around there for a while, and then that was like the last straw, I think.
Yeah. There was some crazy days, man. Like we had some good band days and some bad ones.
Yeah, that was a bad one.
That was a bad one.
That ended up all right in the long run.
It did. It ended up all right.
But we had some cool stuff in there, like posters, and like we had it decorated. All that stuff was ruined, so
Yeah.
a lot of stuff that we didn't get back.
What's crazy is like our last band space, it was so big and we hardly ever used it. And it just had like a couch and like beer fridge and fucking, it was completely decked out, like awesome style.
It looked great, but we hardly ever got to use it.
I think we only used it like twice once we moved into like the big space.
Because we went from...
I have this picture, dude. Okay. I don't know if you were there. Like, who took this picture?
We were across from...
How long ago was that?
Saros. And then we took over their old space, right?
No, we didn't. We were right next door to them.
Yeah, but then we end up getting the one.
Yeah.
After they moved out to the other one,
that's right.
We took over that one.
How long ago was that, man? 2000.
Had to be 5-6 years ago, maybe. A long time.
A long time ago. Let's see if I could get this picture. At least to show you.
It looked really fancy.
Maybe 14? Oh, yep. Here it is.
I could still see it in my head. Wait, we were in 3 places there, weren't we?
Yeah, we were.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Yeah. I was the last one out of the band shed.
Dang. Was that us moving in or us moving out?
It's us moving out.
Yeah, that's very sad looking.
I don't remember who took the picture. Maybe Mary did.
It's a very honest looking picture.
Yeah. Let's see if there's another one. Or this one.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Just an empty chair.
crazy, man.
We had, I think in that place, we had probably more good times drinking than anything else.
Yeah, you know, like sometimes I look back and it's like, man, we did more drinking and more foosball than we did actually banding.
Yeah.
Which is fine. I mean, we had a great time.
Mm-hmm.
But think about like how much we would have got done if we like maybe slowed down a little bit.
Yeah. That's true.
Practiced a little bit.
We just needed that. We just needed another member, really, and that would have completed.
Yeah, you know, like we never had that like solid guitar player.
No.
Even like the last one we had, like we'd go outside and talk for like everyone's smoke break, and all of a sudden 4 hours fucking later we're still outside.
Yeah.
It's like, why are we even renting this space? Like we could do this at my house if you wanted to just bullshit all night, you know?
Yeah. Some people like to smoke weed. We were never one of those two people, but
No.
they did and got really talkative, and then it kind of just ended
All of
up.
a sudden it was Xerxes on the microphone. And
Yeah. And we just ended up hanging out and talking more about being in a band than actually being in a band.
That's when you know your band is failing, when you're talking about being in a band.
Yeah.
I remember this one time I was in a
Maybe we should
band.
play some music. Then,
Yeah.
huh?
You know, it'd be so cool if we did this type of thing. We should try this sometime.
Yeah.
As we're all sitting at our fucking instruments, it's like, all right, this is fucking working out properly.
We still managed to play some shows though.
Yeah, we did. Actually, so I was hanging out with my buddy John Austin yesterday, and he brought up the Wenatchee story about the like how someone
we
asked.
were talking about last time.
Yeah. Well, it was crazy. I was like, dude, I was just talking about that with Eric. Yeah. I love that fucking guy, man. John Austin is a genuine good dude, man.
He's a good guy. Good artist too, man. Yeah. Does he still play?
Yeah, I guess he hits up open mics every now and again, and still
cool.
plays and everything, which is cool, man. You know, I'm glad to see that guy still playing some music.
Mm-hmm.
He's you know, he's made some really great tunes. Like he's a good songwriter. That's
His
for
album's still on Napster if anybody wants to check it out. It's called
Miles.
Miles, by John Austin. It's a really good acoustic album. I like it.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it could have been recorded better
Could have been.
by the man to my left over here.
Yeah, it could have been a lot better. But we'll talk about that on a different day.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in another podcast. It's a sore spot.
I actually talked about that with him too. It's like, dude, like I am so pissed off that like John stole my thunder on recording, because it would have sounded so much better if I would have just fucking did it.
Would you have had the clapping? Would you have added that?
I mean, some of the stuff was cool, like, but the sound quality was just kind of junk. It was almost like recording, not junk. I don't want to say junk, but it wasn't great. You know, like
it was very early in this certain person's recording career, I think.
Yeah. Well, he was a know-it-all that could do anything and everything.
Mm-hmm. It was no
like I recorded John Austin one time, and I didn't set up the mic properly, so I was recording off the computer, and that sounded better than fucking you know. So I was using a computer mic. But you know, like you know, maybe one of these days, you know, 5-10 years from now, you know, he'll come up and be like, dude, let's do an awesome fucking acoustic track, and do it, and it will sound amazing.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
You know, record him. It'll be great.
Maybe one day we can have him in this room here and just set up the mic, just have him play a song.
Yeah, dude, it'd be cool to have him on the podcast.
Yeah, let's ask him to do. Let's ask him to make us a jingle.
That would be
song
cool.
jingle.
He played for my wedding.
Did he?
Like at my wedding, he was the one that did our first dance song.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
What did he play?
Here's I Need You.
Oh, cool.
By, I think Toby Keith and Carrie Underwood. No, not Carrie Underwood. What the fuck is his wife's name?
I forget. Is there any special? Is there anything special about that song for you guys?
It is now.
No, cool.
No, it was kind of cool because we've known John for a long time, right? So I'll tell a story. Oh shit! I need to know who the wife is. You're more welcome to. Sorry, not Tim McGraw and Faith Hill.
Oh yes, that's right. I was like, Faith Hill's married to Toby Keith? No,
Tim McGraw. Yeah, so we trust John fully with anything that we would ask him to do, and we're just like, hey, dude, do you want to play at our wedding or our first dance song? And he's like, yeah, he's super honored, and he's like, well, what should I play? I was like, what would be really cool is if you pick the song, like something that you think, represents me and Mary and I. And he picked that song. It was awesome, man.
That's
great.
cool.
Yeah, it was a perfect scenario for sure. Like, I wouldn't have my first dance any other way. It's really cool.
All the folks are by the pool right now.
Are they? Are they sending you some Instagrams?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Do you have
Southern California?
Where's that pool at? Is it like close by? Is it like the public pool or?
Yeah,
is it...
it's like so we have like a neighborhood pool and stuff, and you have to like sign up to like. We've been on the. I don't know if we ever got on the waiting list, but I think we've been in that house for. I think we're going on our 3rd year now.
Yeah, it's been a bit. I remember helping you move in.
Yeah, you did. Yeah. So we always heard about this pool, and then we kind of sought it out this year. Ended up being like I think like $500 or something to actually
a month
get on
or
the
just
list,
like a year
for the whole year and stuff. Well, for the when it's open during the summer.
Yeah.
Which so far, I mean, it's nice because the kids can just walk down. It's so close, the kids can just walk down on their own and go swimming.
So they have a lifeguard on duty and stuff too.
Lifeguards on duty.
Cool. So it's pretty much like a public pool community public pool.
Yeah, but it's good. It's like
so you're pretty much paying for upkeep, the lifeguard, and everything. That's cool.
It's big. I think it gets up to 10 feet deep. And the best part about it is what we want to do one of these nights is you can rent it out at the end of the night. So like I think from like so we can like invite people over.
Oh really?
Yeah, and just have it like the place to ourselves.
Oh, just like a little party time. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. I'm sure you have to get on like probably rent it out a lot, so you have to like really pick and choose your days.
Yeah, I'm sure. We'll figure it out.
You're more than welcome to.
Oh, thank you. We're gonna do a pool party one day. You're totally invited when we do our pool party.
Yeah, I had a friend.
From 8 to 10 or something. I don't know.
I had a friend that had a pool in his backyard, and before he sold his house, dude, it was fucking awesome. Just like getting off work and be like, we're going to the pool, just like have like pool on demand. It's a pretty cool thing to have.
Yeah, we have like a doughboy, but it's like 4 feet or something.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not the same.
No, it's really not.
No, I didn't even end up putting it up this year. I'm just thinking I'm just gonna leave it out because fucking then you spend like the rest of the year trying to grow fucking that grass back from that big.
Well, plus you have a pool so close, that has lifeguard on duty and all that stuff.
It's worth it.
It is.
They even sell snacks there, like $1. Get some ice cream. Yeah, it's fun.
I remember the public pool where I grew up. It was I think it's called the Ross Park swimming pool. I remember going there all the time, man. It was so much fun. Like I don't really
Is that spearmint?
It's a candy cane.
Nice. That's nice.
It's pretty good flavor, huh? Actually tastes like candy cane.
I'm on the prowl for this is so off topic, but I'm on the prowl for this gum that I used to buy. I used to buy this special gum. It was like in a black package. I totally fucking forget what the name is. Like I can't figure it out. I think it was 5, but it's the black one. Mm-hmm. And like when you first pop it in your mouth, it's like somebody fucking punched you in the face with like spearmint. It's
really?
It's like a kick.
Nice.
Like I gave it to my kid one time and she was like crying because it was like so.
Oh really?
Yeah. But I like it because like, I put it in my mouth and then fucking I'm the kind of guy that gets stuffy noses a lot. So it's like all of a sudden I can like
breathe. Yeah,
it gives me that breath. Like I just breathe clearly for a minute.
Oh, nice.
And it feels so good. Now I can't find that fucking gum anywhere.
You should just try all the blacks and just buy them all. The spearmint version.
I think
it has like the 5 on it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I discontinued it because it was just so intense.
Oh yeah. The cubes are pretty good. Have you ever had the cubes?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I like it. I'm a big
Dinty nice.
I'm a big gum chewer these days.
I think. Yeah, I can't chew gum.
No?
No. I have bad TMJ problems.
Yeah.
So it just hurts like a motherfucker.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So like I have a hard time like eating any type of like tough meat.
Oh really?
Mm-hmm.
I can't chew for more than probably 10 minutes, maybe tops. Then my jaw does start to hurt. Well, I'm just chasing that dragon, that initial pop.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
That's why I like gum, or that particular type of gum.
You need to boil some vinegar or some cooking wine. Have you ever like when you're cooking and you use like wine, and then like that initial alcohol burn off, you smell that shit, and you're just like it clears all your sinuses, and Yeah.
Another good thing too is Afrin, but it's like horribly addictive. Like my girlfriend was like legit addicted to Afrin for a while. And then I've never been big on nasal spray, but my family always has. Like my family always had like fucking, like almost like on a holster. Yeah, ready to go. And I was like, I never liked it, and it never like really worked for me. But then I tried this Afrin that my girlfriend was like,
Then is it nasal spray?
Yeah,
Is
so
it like
it's
Flonase or?
Yeah, I think it's
called Afrin though.
It's called Afrin.
And is it really Is it really addictive?
I heard it is. Like she got to the point where she was like doing it every day, and it almost seems like the product maybe makes you more stuff. I don't know. It seems like it's
I switched to nasal spray.
Yeah,
like the Flonase off brand.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still stuffy, but I feel like I could breathe at least a little bit better. It's not curing my allergies.
Yeah,
but it's definitely making them more manageable, and I do it every single day.
Nice. That's kind of where I'm at right now too, because like I get horrible allergies. Like they've kicked in really heavy this week. Especially every time I do yard work, I'm just like, ugh. So the Afrin stuff, like a little shot, like fucking one in each nose, like right before bed, just clears you right out.
Does it really?
Yeah.
All right, maybe I'll have to try that. Is that over the counter?
Yeah, it's over the counter.
Maybe I'll have to try that, because mine is just like it's a manageable, it makes it so I can breathe and I'm not so nasally, but it doesn't clear it out completely.
Yeah, this one does. I always wake up stuffy the next morning, but for that night, like when
so what do you do in the morning? Is it a 24-hour thing, or is it just like a 12-hour, 8-hour, or just an instant relief?
I think it's like an instant relief type thing. I think it's supposed to be up to 12 hours, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
That typically doesn't apply to me, because like a little while later, like it'll come back for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is fucking. It's pretty goddamn instant. I mean, it's great. It's instant relief.
I'm gonna have to try that, man.
I would do a tug on it all the time. I could see how it'd be horribly addicting.
Well, especially if it's you're clear, like the addiction part
like
for me is the breathing part.
Yes.
Like fuck yeah, can I breathe? And like maybe you should just do a morning and the night. That way you're clear out through the whole day. 12 hours later, you're clear through the night.
I did it today for sure. Like I did it last night, and then when I woke up, I was like stuffed in both nostrils. Like I just couldn't fucking breathe. And
I fucking hate that, man.
I did it this morning, and especially like not to get all graphic, but fucking I woke up, I couldn't breathe in both noses. Plus it was like all dried out, and like freaking, so I had like like fucking hard shit sticking to like nose hair and stuff. So I was so stuffed that I couldn't inhale to do the Afrin.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I had to. I took a shower first, and I was like blowing my nostrils out, and then when I got out, fucking did the Afrin. I was like,
that's the hard part for me, man. Is because I always feel like one nostril is like more stuff than the other.
Yeah.
I feel like one nostril is actually getting the medicine, the other one's just like fucking dripping out, because I can never get it. I can never get my nose clear enough. It's like, But I guess right now it's like really bad allergy season, because we have all those cottonwoods.
Yeah.
A lot of tree
everywhere.
seeds, grass seed is about ready to come up. And it's just a bad time of year for allergies, man. Plus, what really fucking gets me is, and it's starting to become more common, which is sad, is all the wildfires.
Yeah.
Like last year, we spent practically our whole summer in a haze.
Mm-hmm.
And it was
dude, it was bad last year. Yeah.
Bad.
I think there were like there were advisories and stuff about
practically every day. It's like you should probably stay inside.
Stay indoors.
And my allergies were just terrible. I couldn't fucking breathe for a fucking month.
I think
2
it
months,
was like I read a statistic, I think last year and stuff, where it's like hanging out for 20 minutes was like the equivalent of smoking a pack of cigarettes.
Yeah, our air quality here was worse than China's.
Yeah.
Like you couldn't see the Space Needle. If you were in town, you couldn't see the fucking Space Needle.
It was crazy, man. Where were they coming from too at that time?
Everywhere. So we had Northern California, Eastern Washington, Canada.
Yeah.
So and it's like the way our weather pattern is, it just kind of circles.
Yeah.
And it just sucked in all that smoke, and we're just circling around fucking.
Some people just want to watch the world burn, man.
Yeah. It's crazy, man. I fucking hate that shit though, man. It's like, and the wildfires have been really bad the last few years too.
Yeah.
I remember. So it's been like 3 straight years. I don't know how they're predicting another bad one this year, just because a little bit of a drought.
Mm-hmm.
So for 3 straight years, like it's been bad everywhere. It sucks.
Yeah, I remember that, dude. That's crazy.
All right, I wonder what's obviously it's the dryness everywhere.
Yeah.
That's causing all these fires. But like before then, like how come there hasn't been like so fire like that much fires before? You know, how come like every single year it's like record-breaking year fires?
I think this past time, yeah, we were like just surrounded by fire. I mean, there's always been like a big California fire for sure. I remember one time when I was living in California and stuff like that, we had to be evacuated from we got stuck on the freeway. Because my parents, they live in the high desert area, and then we were like driving up from LA up to visit them, and they stopped at there's like the Cajon Pass there that caught on fire, so like you could see on the side of the freeway like the fire, and like they had to evacuate people from their cars and shit.
Really?
Yeah, everything ended up being all right, but it was still kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean California, they
seem to have fires every year. So it's like old hat.
That and like for them being it's such an agriculture state, right?
Yeah.
They have no water.
No.
Like how come they like
whose plan was it to steal water from Washington?
William fucking Shatner, man.
What the fuck, dude?
He wanted to build like fucking
so
like
what we do is we get a pipe
and steal Washington's water.
I mean, that's pretty that's maniacal right there.
But why does California, is it just the surplus of people, like the surplus of farmers? Like why is California so bone dry with water?
I don't know.
I mean, they have to regulate your fucking showers.
Yeah.
Like why is it that way? You're from there.
Yeah. I don't know what's attributing to this drought. I mean, I just kind of remember it always being that way, really. So you can't even like water your grass. Like that's why like a lot of places you'll go to in California, it's just like, it'll just be like dirt or rocks or something.
Or
like
artificial
that.
turf.
You can't have like a lawn there because you can't maintain it. There was one point where my dad put up a pool. This is already after I moved out, but I went to go visit him, and he was taking down the pool, so like all the water was like running into the he's like draining it.
Yeah,
the water's like running into the street, into the like the sewers or whatever. That an actual police officer came back and stuff just to and like was almost going to give him like a ticket for water runoff, I guess.
Yeah.
But he didn't realize it was coming from a pool.
Yeah.
He just kind of thought, like had like a leak or something. I don't know.
Really?
But it's like,
so it was okay drain from the pool, but if you had like if you were fucking overusing your hose, then you're getting a ticket.
You're gonna get a ticket. So they're pretty serious about that kind of shit there.
That's so crazy, man. Like their water management, like it must just be they have too much people,
right? I would imagine so. I mean, yeah, for sure it's overpopulated. You'd feel like it was like that here though too, but I guess we get more water.
Well, like the thing is about California,
like this and just dancing, spray water.
The thing about California is it's always sunny, and they have no snowpack. Yeah. Like we get a lot of snowpack. Like New York has a lot more people, but they get a lot of snow, and snow actually attributes to like pretty much all of our water. Like right now we're in a drought, but come October they'll be like, oh, we were just kidding about that drought. And like snowpack is,
we're just trying to scare people.
Yeah, I mean Northern California gets a lot of snowpack in the Sierras. Yeah, but there's only that's the only part of California that really snows.
There's some mountain ranges there. Like we have in our part of California there was Big Bear Mountain, and that typically I'd like to check though to see what the difference is, because of course like temperatures are like rising everywhere, so I wonder if they get as much snow as they used to.
Because I know our snowpack was down pretty good this year.
Yeah,
it was only like it's 75 to 80% in most of the mountain range, most of the Cascades. So
crazy. Like
we're already in drought because we got a lot less rain too.
We did have that whole week of like Snowmageddon too.
Well, the Snowmageddon, yes, we did have that, but that doesn't really give us water. Yeah, it doesn't really affect our water. But we'll be fine. It will rain again.
Yeah. I'm sure of it. I'm sure it's going to rain again. Sure.
Yeah. What's crazy is every time I see like a doomsday scenario map or like a climate change map or any type of like extreme weather map, Washington always stays the same.
Right.
It's like this little tiny area of where like the weather is never really too affected. Like we're in like this perfect zone.
Almost like in this bubble.
Exactly, man. It's like this little climate bubble because like we get like the perfect, the way the sound is and the way the ocean of like the jet streams and stuff kind of affect us. It's like we're always in this like really like we never have too much high pressure or too much low pressure. We're like this perfect little zone.
I've been a couple places. I mean, I haven't seen the world or anything, but I'm pretty satisfied with where we are living now. I think we're in a pretty goddamn good spot. Because, like, Washington has, like, a little bit of everything. Like, you like the city life? Bam. You got it. You like the outdoors? Bam. Like, you got it. We got, like, everything here.
You want to see an ocean? Bam, you
bam,
got it.
We got it. Like,
You know?
yeah. We don't really want for much here.
Yeah. You know, it is crazy. There's everything here. I fucking love it up here. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I haven't watered my grass since I've moved here.
Yeah, you don't really
You
need
know?
to.
Like right now, my grass I fucking haven't mowed it in 2 weeks and it's a foot fucking long.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh my God. In the summertime, dude, you really have to stay on top of that. Like I got so bad. This past time I did it, I had to fucking do it twice because fucking it kept clogging up the mower.
Yeah, dude.
So I had to like go to, I think I hit it like at a 4. So I went over it with a 4 first, and then I went back over it with like a 2. Shit. What?
No.
My girlfriend brought up a good point. I think she was talking to her other girlfriends about it. Turns out all their men do this too. Putting lines in your lawn.
Uh-huh.
Like what is the deal? Like freaking, I love doing that. And like put it like freaking.
Well, yeah, I think
even
it's
so much. Yeah, I even did it last time I did it. I did it at 2 different fucking. So every time I would do like one line like that, and then I would change the setting. That way they were more prominent, like the lines in my yard.
All right, so I got a really cool tip for you then.
Yeah.
So of course I live in lines too, and I think it's just the sign of neatness and everything.
Yeah. Right.
But do you know how they get those baseball style lines?
Tell
All
me
right, I'm gonna tell you how.
Lay some knowledge on me right
I
now.
will. So do you mind if I use the restroom? Can you handle this for a second?
Yes, I got.
I really got to pee.
Oh no, go.
And then you can pee, and then we'll lay knowledge.
Okay.
Sorry, this is the ultimate hype. Lay knowledge.
Yes.
I'm gonna
Lay
be right
knowledge
back
on lawn. So before he comes
after
back
these messages.
and explains how it's really done, let me tell you how I do it. So first, obviously, this last time that I did my lawn, it was kind of it was an emergency type situation. I hadn't mowed my lawn in 2 weeks either. So my stuff was like out of control. Like first in the wintertime out here, you never have to cut your grass. I mean, you can cut it once in the fall and that will seriously ride you till about spring. Something happens around here in the summertime where if you're not on top of it, that shit will like grow to like Amazon levels. Like it's huge. That's the funny part too. I don't know if you've ever seen, well, you probably have, but like on all these zombie movies, it's such bullshit because who's out there cutting the grass? Freaking, if it was a real zombie apocalypse, fucking grass would be fucking mounds everywhere. Anyway, my lawn was so bad. Actually considered getting a goat. I heard that's like really good for lawn care. So they keep the grass at a decent manageable level. But so what I do, or what I started doing anyway, is I will do like a 3 on one side, take that all the way up, a nice big line, and then I'll freaking move that mower back down to like a 2, and then I'll do the other side, and that seems to make like really good prominent lines. And my girlfriend was asking me about that, like what is like the passion behind that? Like otherwise, I don't know, like freaking, I don't know if it's like the Mexican in me that I take so much pride in the lawn or what, but I definitely have like some kind of weird obsession with my lawn. I don't know, and getting those lines perfect. So, I mean, that's the way I do it. So we can find out from this guy how it's actually done. Other than just calling it good and just getting AstroTurf. My girlfriend went out to California not too long ago, speaking of all this, and I think both of her friends both had all the grass ripped out and put in AstroTurf, and like they had all fake grass, and that'll just keep all your shit nice, I guess, all year round.
Well, dude, yeah. Well, AstroTurf, it does look good. So there's 2 things baseball stadiums do. One is they don't use a traditional push mower. So the traditional motorized push mowers, what they do is they suck up the grass and then pretty much blunt force trauma fucking cut the grass.
Really?
Right? Yeah. So it sucks and cuts. What they use is the old school...
It sucks while it cuts.
The old school push mowers.
Uh-huh.
Of course, they have like a toe behind, but those act more like scissors and give it like a nice crisp cut.
Ooh.
And then afterwards, they use
this guy.
They use one of these.
The roller boy,
Which is a-
roller pulley.
Yeah. So the reason it looks like that, the lines, is how the sun is reflecting off the grass.
Okay.
So they use one of these. They roll it like every other section. They roll it one way, and then they roll it the other way, one way, and then the other way.
So that's all it is. It's just pushing it.
That's all it is.
It's all. Oh, that's a genius, actually. I didn't even actually notice that because this past winter, Safeway does like this. Or is it? What's it called now? It's not Safeco Field anymore, is it?
T-Mobile Park.
T-Mobile Park, yeah. We went to. They do like a lights of Christmas thing where like you can actually go down onto the field and like walk through all these Christmas lights. We did that last year, and you're actually on the baseball field. And I remember looking down at the grass and admiring it and like, oh my God, this is like beautiful. Like you don't get to, I think I even got down on the floor and touched it.
It's all about using the rollers. See, like it's just the way how the light reflects off the
Son
rollers.
of a bitch. How much do those cost then?
The one I just showed you is like $95.
Oh, really? It's not that bad. Wow.
So that's how they do it in the big leagues, man. It's real, but they also use. I mean, you can use a regular lawnmower because obviously convenience. No one wants to push one of those fucking old school push mower, like scissor style.
Oh, for sure.
But you know, like getting that lawn roller, man, you'll have your fucking perfect lines, and you just go up and down, and then the light will refract differently off of it.
I'll hit it with my electric mower and then just go across it because I don't have that much of a lawn out front, but like the backyard's pretty big. That would look beautiful.
It would. It would. I thought about getting one, but I was like, oh man, aren't you gonna text somebody like, we need a fucking lawn roller?
I'm gonna look it up on Amazon and then send her the link to it.
Yeah. John just shared knowledge.
Yeah, like you were thinking about what to give me for my birthday, and there you go.
When is your birthday? It's coming up soon, right? No, it just passed. Yeah, we had a podcast about that. Yeah. June 4th? Mm-hmm. May the 4th? No. Is it June 4th or no? May 4th.
May 4th. We were talking about it because she bought me a guitar and stuff, which is nice. Yeah, but
acoustic or bass or
acoustic.
Nice.
So that's nice. Yeah, just have that thing to play whenever I want.
How often do you play these days? So sorry. Let's get back to your story.
Where was I going with this? I forget.
About the lawn roller. She bought you a guitar.
Oh yeah. She was like struggling because my birthday is so close to our anniversary. Mm-hmm. So she's like, "Well, I got you this stuff for your birthday. Like now, I have no idea what to get you." And I'm like, "Well, I get that. Like, what do you get for the man that has everything? Really? A fucking a lawn roller, apparently."
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I want to get one. Dude, I'm gonna totally get one. I'll send you guys pictures.
Yeah, you should, man.
Yeah.
Like, and then I'll probably get one.
Mm-hmm. That looks great.
What do you think, Thirsty?
How do you feel about that? You like the lawnmower blowers? Yeah. Rollers?
I think so. Well, let's get that hair out of your eyes.
Mm-hmm. Thirsty's actually in La Pouche. He's doing the whole tourist thing.
Yeah. You know,
how'd you feel doing the tourist thing yesterday? I guess you guys only went to Fremont, right?
Yeah, we didn't do any tourist stuff. We just hung out, went to a couple breweries, had some food.
That's legit. And nothing worse than having a friend come out and visit, and you gotta fucking take him to the Troll and fucking Gasworks Park and do the whole.
Yeah,
I've never seen this before.
Yeah. It was a great time. They did all the tourist stuff by themselves, which was awesome, man. Nice. And like, you know, it was cool because. I know John's always, he knows I've seen everything, you know, but like, it wasn't like a trip for, like, he didn't come just to see me. Like his girlfriend has never been here. So of course she wanted to sightsee, and he did a classy way. He's like, okay, I'm here for a few days. I'm going to see my friends. And then we have our own agenda.
Yeah.
You know, so we're not staying at one person's house bound by what they have to do and what they have going on and bound by their car. They got a pretty central located Airbnb, you know, walking distance from, it was like a Queen Anne area.
Yeah.
I love Queen Anne, by the way.
Oh yeah, it's nice.
You know, like everything aside of like the Seattle stigmas, but Queen Anne has some beautiful houses.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it's
yeah. So we walked to like downtown Queen Anne, got some food and some beers, and then we walked back to his Airbnb, and then walked down to Fremont Brewery, and then took an Uber back because it was about 10 blocks.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Ubered it.
Yeah, we Ubered back because
it's the only way to do it, man.
Well, I was gonna race him, those Lime bikes. I was gonna race them back to
Oh, really?
to his place, but I couldn't get the app loaded fast enough before the
Funny.
Uber get there. You know, but that didn't work out.
I love Ubering, man. What a convenience.
It is, man. Like I just got this Apple Watch, and
That's nice.
there's the Uber app where I could just like fucking order an Uber from my watch.
Yeah.
You know?
Never know. We don't believe in drinking and driving around here. So
Yeah,
Uber
dude.
it.
That is, I love Uber because of that reason.
Yeah.
Because it's like, you know how many times back in like my early 20s I was drinking and driving all the fucking time?
Yeah.
More than I would like to admit.
No, for sure.
You know? And Uber is like a godsend, man. Like fucking.
It's genius.
It is, man. Like I bet you since they came out and them and Lyft, like drinking and driving has gone down significantly.
We have like the wineries right next to our house, like right in the Woodinville area. You know, you can go down there and do it. Fucking, it's like $4 to Uber from my house from there. Like, why wouldn't you?
Yeah. Why risk it, man?
Yeah.
Like there's so many lives at stake when you're drink and drive.
Plus, like everything down, once you get down to like the winery, everything's like in walking distance. You just walk around and fucking Uber home. It's beautiful.
Yeah. No, it is beautiful, man. I fucking like I said, I used to be a big drinker and driver, and I used to drink while I drove.
Yeah.
You know,
Especially if you're going from Seattle to, that's a long way.
well, I
It's a long
didn't
way
do it in
back
Seattle.
home.
I did it in Idaho. Like roads are pretty empty in Idaho, but you know, you could still kill somebody.
For sure.
And like I was very reckless in my 20s, you know, which I'm sure a lot of people were. But Uber, I fucking love it, man. Like it's changed the world.
Do it. Do that Uber.
Yeah, man. I'm after my years of debauchery, I'm totally, you know.
So you hit up the Fremont Brewery, eh?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I don't typically go down to Seattle anymore. I guess only when family comes around. Like,
Yeah, I'm not
I used to work there. Like, I've seen it enough. Seen everything.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Well, dude, I was telling John if he ever moved up here, he needs to move to Kirkland because Kirkland has everything.
Right? It does.
Dude, it has
It's got everything you need.
it has the perfect pub crawl, man. Like Flat Stick Pub. Have you been there?
Yes, I have.
Fucking love this place, man.
It's awesome, dude. I think I was just there with Zuger a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, it's fucking awesome. How is Zuger doing?
Oh, he's doing pretty good. He's engaged.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. He's been hitting me up lately. I've been such a bad friend. I gotta get back to him.
Speaking of bad friends, wait, hold on. Do we need another growler? Like, what do you think?
I would do one. What time is it? 2? Yeah, I can do one.
One more?
Yeah.
All right. Let me fill this up, and then.
Back to me. I'll tell you about the last time I was in Seattle. Right now.
All right. Yeah. You did that.
Up. Fucking, this is the reason why I don't go back. Like, freaking, my mom and my brother and his wife and kids came out. So we took them all around Seattle and stuff and gave them, the whole touristy thing. I fucking park in a parking garage, and then like we're going to leave, and fucking as soon as I step out of this parking garage, I step in shit. And human fucking shit, man. Like somebody shit just so somebody could step in this. Like freaking, oh my God. And it stunk so goddamn bad. And that's the reason why I don't do Seattle anymore. Hate it. Other than that, though, it was a lot of fun until that occasion. Like we took him down to the pier. I believe we ate at the Crab Pot because fucking come down to Seattle, you got to eat at the Crab Pot and stuff, which is really good. They just, you order like the seafood dish, they just come and they just dump a bunch of fucking crab meat and everything all over your table here, and then you just take fucking a nutcracker to it and start eating. It's really good. Took him there. We kind of just went walking around I believe we went to Pioneer Square as well, which I don't know, it's always been kind of a shithole. My brother had a hotel at the West End, which is a pretty nice it's a pretty nice hotel, right? They got the 2 towers there at the West End, and that's the parking garage where I stepped in shit. You think they would keep their their areas a little bit more clean? Definite human shit, man. I have a lot of experience with shit in Seattle because, like, back when I used to work there and stuff, I used to get off on 4th and I think it was 4th and Pike, and then I had to walk down to. I worked right next to like the Pier 66, I believe, area there, so it's a little bit of a walk to and front. I've seen so much freaking human shit in alleys, but But I've always managed to sidestep it. Just this time, something fucking, it just wasn't in the cards. Just walked right out, stepped in shit. Awful. Anyway, that's my Seattle story and why I don't go back.
Yeah, Seattle definitely has a problem right now. And apparently human shit everywhere is one of them.
Human shit's probably at the top of my list on Seattle problems right now. I'll use the bathroom too. You can keep these people busy.
Yeah, you know, like some of my Seattle experiences is just like maybe it was just like nostalgia goggles or like fresh goggles that when I first moved up here, I used to think Seattle was clean. Like we drove everywhere and the freeways were clean. Like there was always homeless around, but it wasn't like that big of a problem, you know, and just through the years and maybe like I see reality a little bit differently in Seattle now because I've lived here, you know, close to 10 years now, and now I see everything and the newness is worn off. But man, I remember Seattle being such a clean place, a clean city. It used to be a place where, you know, it was almost like a small big city. And now I just think right now Seattle's just outgrown itself. You know, the tech industries up here are just blowing everything up, you know, 50,000 jobs here, 50,000 jobs there. And like the people are working and it's great. And there's a lot of money around, but there's also consequences of people, you know, a lot more people, and a lot more people equals a lot more problems.
More people, more problems.
Yeah. So I do got a couple of subjects that I want to touch on.
Let's do it.
All right. Now that Eric's
It's about
back.
time to get this podcast back on track
Yep.
again.
We just need a couple beers, man.
Yeah,
like
that's all.
coffee to kick in, a couple beers.
God, you have such good coffee here.
Thank you, man.
Yeah. What do you brew it with? Love? Is
Love
that what it is?
and a little bit of water. Good beer and good coffee, man. That makes for a good day.
What kind of grounds do you guys use? Do you do like professionally grounded stuff or just like store bought?
We go to Costco and get their did I count it too tight?
This is embarrassing.
Do you want me to open that for you?
Man, I'm right on national television. Damn
Yeah,
it.
fucking these man hands right here. John Man hands. Dude, I have muscles in my thumb. Dude, I'm gonna have you poke my thumb muscle.
I'm probably just a little sore from pumping iron yesterday. That's probably what it is.
Yeah, it looks like you've been pumping a lot. Like those 24-inch pythons.
That's right.
Yeah, feel this, man. Feel that. That is like, if you could eat me, wouldn't you want to eat that? Just like
I would. Oh my god, that's a tasty morsel right there. I wish the viewers at home could feel
Do you have
this.
that? Yeah, like
I don't think I do. Probably definitely not as prominent. Like you've always had like hands of steel. I think. Yeah.
instead of Man of Steel, Hands of Steel.
Hands of steel.
Fuck, what was I talking about?
This guy's
Oh yeah, coffee. So go to Costco and we get the whole bean and we just grind it there. It's usually like,
wish I had my afro here.
it's kind of expensive. You know, like we don't buy like the most expensive coffee there, but you know, like the Kirkland brand, I think it's like $11.99 a pound. I guess that could be considered expensive. It's definitely not Folgers.
Yeah.
It's not like the pre.
So it's a little step up from Folgers.
Oh, it's more than a little,
Yeah.
in my opinion. What
Yeah,
do you-
because they have like stands at like at Fred Meyer and stuff like that where you can go, you know, just have the beans there and you bring them down and get them grinded and stuff.
What kind of coffee do you get?
We don't even have a coffee maker, believe it or not. I've asked Emily about it before, and just because she's not much of a coffee, because I was talking about doing like maybe like a Keurig or something.
Yeah, you should, like the single use coffees, you know.
Just something, you know, like on the go, like when I need it.
Yeah.
Emily's kind of like me too, yeah. Where so here's my problem with coffee, and probably why it's not good for me to have coffee. Is if I get going on coffee, like freaking, I'll just keep fucking drinking it.
Dude, that's how I am, man.
Yeah. And then fucking,
You notice that pot only had a little bit left, right?
Was that all you?
Yeah.
And then my problem though is like when I do that, is I get really like I'll get the jitters and stuff.
Oh yeah,
for sure. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Sometimes you see it's almost kind of addicting. Like I almost, and this is bad, you know, to do this, but I do. Like I almost like purposely put myself in that situation
Do you
of
really?
like the jitters. It's like almost like you know, like before work, I'll chug like a whole fucking thing of coffee, and just, and just get the jitters and just, you know.
We have the Keurigs at work too, like so it's all there and stuff. Plus, but I actually prefer just the regular fucking coffee.
I don't really care for Keurig. Keurig is good for on the go.
Yeah.
You know, if you just need a cup of coffee and you're not a serious coffee drinker.
Yeah. I just like the regular black coffee, and then just I put like a little bit of creamer and a little bit of sugar in there, and I'm on my way.
Yeah. You know, Keurig, you should get a Keurig.
Yeah. Just something.
Yeah.
Like I don't go in the office that often anymore, but when I do, I'm just fucking pounding coffee the whole time.
Yeah.
And that's like dangerous for me. Fucking then it gets my nerves all going. I can't stop myself. Some people tell me self-control.
Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah. I don't know.
So I wanted to touch up a little bit of conversation I had yesterday. Little conversation, more of like a text conversation I had.
Text conversation.
About some toxic friends.
Oh yeah, I don't know. I was just mad, and I think I might have had a little bit too much to drink.
You don't want to touch on that anymore?
Maybe not. I don't know. But yeah, I will. I guess in a roundabout way. I think we've talked about this on the podcast too. It's kind of like being able to isolate the friends that have your best, or just people in general, even family. Shit, people that have your best interest in hand, and people who don't. I'm kind of I guess I'm a trusting person, really. Like I'll just let, and usually like, I end up getting walked all over, but like for the most part, I wholeheartedly believe that people have the best intentions.
Yeah.
It's not always true at all.
No.
Yeah.
It's usually not.
No. So I was invited to do something, and I couldn't do it.
Wait, so this person, like, do they listen to podcasts?
Yeah, I don't know. He might. I've talked about it with him before, but
All right, well, we don't have to touch on it.
I'll keep it broad. In a situation kind of like where I was invited to do something, and I said I would do it. Work got in the way. I wasn't able to do it, and then I kind of got like a little bit of a snooty text the next day, and it made me feel bad. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, it's like
I already felt guilty, but I just feel like that little extra jab wasn't needed. That's all.
You know, and I think sometimes people revert to like what they've known or don't know, you know, and in some situations, you know, like people need to understand that, like, we all work.
Yeah.
Like, and we're not always going to be able to commit to every single thing people want us to do.
Yeah, I'm in a situation sometimes where I'm working at night, so it's like it's hard. Like even sometimes work's got in the way of doing this podcast. Like I've had to work on the weekend.
Yeah, I had to work a couple Saturdays ago, and we only had like an hour window to be able to talk. You know, and it's like, you know, sometimes it's tough.
I hate it though. I am trying to do this as more of a priority. I think we all are, because that's why every week, in and out, you're always going to see John, me, and John at this table. Yeah.
This is good. I
don't think anybody would cancel at this point. I mean, we all really have this. I think we all put this podcast first over family, work,
and everything.
Everything, really.
Yeah. Put it over everything. I am thinking about getting a new table though.
Are you?
Like
right here?
Yeah, a round table.
That'd be cool.
And then drilling like holes for all the wires to go through and stuff.
Oh yeah, that would be tight.
Yeah. I mean, something less flimsy.
Like a round table. Maybe and like we can actually start like doing games and stuff here too. That'd be cool. Yeah. I like this room. It's good.
No, it's a good room. It turned out pretty good, man. It's definitely a different stretch of like what this podcast used to be. Yeah. You know, I went back to our very first episode.
And we're back when we were in the garage?
No, back to when we were chasers in this room. Remember?
Oh, that's right.
Like,
we did.
Yeti
Our first
mic.
episode was here.
Yeah. We had the Blue Yeti mic, and we didn't know what we were doing. Could hardly hear anybody. It was a good it was a good episode though. Like like a good pilot. You know, it was crazy as everyone, John included, has really opened up to this podcast and like able to really express themselves. You know, like what you probably wouldn't hear like normally. You know, from people. I
think. I think we all feel pretty comfortable, and I think things have gotten a little bit more natural. I almost felt like, because John came over to my house not too long ago. He had this John. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he he had to get his. I don't know. Well, why don't you tell the story, John? Well, I'll take it.
Okay.
I'll take it. He had to have his, he had to have his bathroom refinished, and so he came over to my house, and it was almost weird having him there. I didn't talk to him about this yet. I was gonna bring it up this podcast, but it almost felt weird that it was just us two there and that you weren't there. It felt like it's almost easier to talk here than it is in person now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you've been doing this with like your other friends or other people, but this podcast has got me. So anytime I go anywhere, like all of a sudden I'm a podcast host and I ask questions to keep the conversation going. And like I almost treat the conversation like a podcast. And like I'm thinking in my head, like, man, this would be really great content for a podcast. Do you ever do that when you're in like a social setting? Like all of a sudden you're the host and you're keeping this conversation going. Like you're very neutral in your opinions and you just want to hear it out and have.
I'm actually at the point where I'm considering buying a wire. That way I can just get all my content ready to go.
Yeah, shit, right? Unauthorized content.
Yes. That'll be its own episode and stuff. The unauthorized content with Erik Renteria.
That's a good.
Careful what you tell me.
Dude, that's a good subject.
Yeah, right.
It's a good little like sub channel to our channel.
Yeah.
Unauthorized content.
Mm-hmm. I'll get everybody's signatures before uploading, of course. But.
I mean, if there's not a face to the name.
Yeah, that's true.
There's just a conversation.
I'm gonna have to look at the legal implications of this, but
well, I think
as long as I'm not taking any monetary cut out of it, right?
Well, eventually we might though.
Oh, that's true.
But the thing is, in journalism, can't you? There's a right to journalism.
There is.
And free speech.
I'm gonna call it Secrets with Erik Renteria.
Secrets.
Yeah. Secrets.
No, it's crazy. Like how we're only like 20 episodes in or something like that, and just how you interact differently with people.
Yeah.
And I honestly,
second season's been pretty strong. I would say.
Yeah, I agree, man. The only problem with talking in normal life is I feel like I should always have headphones on when I'm talking to people.
Right? I wish a normal life, the quality was as good as this.
It's like, why are we talking like this?
Right?
Like, well, let's go to my house and put on some headphones and let's have a real conversation.
That's right. I wonder if it'd be weird if I were walking around with a boom mic and headphones at all times.
Maybe.
I'm just trying to improve my quality of life. That's all.
And then, people improve their quality of life through their phones or through their media, like why not get a good headset and just hear everything in perfect clarity. I did want to talk a little bit about, and this is a little bit off subject from the podcast talk.
Keep coming.
Like college degrees versus trade jobs.
That's right. Yeah. We've been talking about this for a while. We've been talking about it outside the podcast. We're talking it in the podcast. Yeah.
It's definitely especially in this city and around the country right now. Like I feel like trade jobs are getting a back seat, like in a hardcore way. Like
you feel like as far as like on the decline.
Yeah, well, the people doing trade jobs are on a decline, and now it's more of like these specialty college degrees.
Yeah.
Or just the stigma of you have to go to your university to make anything of yourself. When
I mean that's all a big scam, right? Like you have to get in debt.
Yeah, with like I'm sure half the population of college degrees are getting fine arts degrees and not using that degree in any form.
Yes.
Outside of college.
I believe that's true. I mean,
so you're getting $80,000 to $150,000 in debt and can't even use a degree that you went to school for.
I mean, obviously it's good to have. It looks good on paper, but yeah, if you're not using it, then what's really the point? Especially like out here, what I find is it's really not what you know. It's who you know, really. Like it really is like a leg up game. It's like freaking whoever your buddies with, it could pretty much get you in anywhere around here. It seems like that's kind of the norm.
Well, I almost feel like
maybe it's like that everywhere. I don't know.
Well, from my experience, it's almost like your experience in other jobs is almost starting to outweigh college degrees.
It is. I would agree with that.
Like say in any field, you've been doing this type of work for 3 years, uneducated.
Mm-hmm.
That's 3 years experience.
Yeah, experience goes a long way. I mean, the real trick really is just getting your foot in the door. I mean, and that's really more having to do with luck than anything else, I think.
I mean, I think maybe a college degree could help you get that foot in the door.
For sure.
But I don't think it's necessarily going to get you any further than, let's just say, me. So I never went to college. And I
barely went.
And I would consider myself, like, I'm not raking in like fucking millions of dollars, but I would consider myself semi-successful, at least, especially with me and my wife.
For sure.
My wife did go to, but hers is a trade. You know, and my experience though, as owning my own business and managing that type of thing, it gets me a leg up because now I have 7 years of managerial experience and ownership experience that benefits other companies. Versus just coming out of school and maybe being book smart, but you really don't know how the world works around you. Yeah. And I know a lot of book smart people that went to college and followed that college degree to the book. And it's just like, dude, that doesn't work in real life. You know, like some of those, your philosophies of book smart do not work in this life anymore. No. Like, you're getting taught old school philosophies that do not work in this type of business scenario anymore.
It's tough to justify it when you can just pick up your phone and Google any information you need.
Yeah. You know?
Yeah. So it's really, it's kind of, the way the world's been progressing has kind of left all that stuff a little bit obsolete, I would say.
Well, and it's crazy to me, you know, these people that are going out and getting their master's degrees in this, you know, fine arts or whatever type of degree they're getting. I mean, there are degrees that will get you a straight shot job, you know, but a lot of those people aren't doing it. But
if you're going to be like a CEO one day and fucking raking in the big dough, yeah, you're going to need some fucking degrees behind you, man.
You are, but you also have to have experience with those degrees. You know, there's, you know, sometimes the experience with like maybe an associate's in business or whatever goes a long way.
You keep talking. I'm going to Google something.
Yeah. But, so, back to the back seat of the trade jobs. Like in my personal opinion, I feel like trade jobs are getting the shit end of the deal because kids are getting told to go to college, get their 4-year degree and, you know, get into debt. And then all of a sudden you're going to make this really super happy life.
It's a scam.
It is a scam. But in return, those trade jobs are starting to become like super in demand right now, like plumbers, electricians, linemen. Like there's a need for those jobs because people aren't doing them anymore. They're not going to those journeyman classes to try to become an electrician anymore. They want that, you know, that super specialized IT job.
Vince McMahon did graduate with a business degree from East Carolina University. I was just curious about how he started out. He started as a traveling salesman, then he took over his father's company downtown. So you know.
You know, so like it's like one of those things. Do you start as an electrician and just work your way up and then just be as successful and just as happy as someone that went to 4 or 5 years of school, $180,000 in debt? And you know, like for like my wife example, she has a trade job and she took that trade job and made she took trade job classes and then she obviously extended her education. She's now like can teach anywhere in the United States.
Nice.
With her education. But her trade job with the cost of her trade and getting into the trade super early, you know, she was like out of school at like 19, you know, so now she has like 13, 14 years experience.
Yeah.
Versus, you know, maybe 10 years experience. Okay. And she's doing just as well as other people that went to school and, you know, like did the whole, and she's not in debt.
Yeah. I mean, that's, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, why aren't we pushing more trade jobs in the United States?
I think there is a certain stigma behind it too. We were kind of getting into this a little bit. That kind of falls back into like with the whole social media thing and like fucking Instagram like stuff, and where it's not stuff like that. I don't feel like is as well respected as it used to be. Yeah. Maybe so. Like, you know, kids are always they're gravitating more towards the bigger and the better. You know, they want the fancier job that a lot of these other jobs that I'm not going to call them bullshit jobs, but just like maybe are seemingly coming off as bullshit jobs that kids aren't as.
They're perceived as bullshit jobs.
Yeah. People aren't exactly.
I mean, people make fun of the plumber. Oh, look at the guy in the plumber's crack.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
no one wants to be
That's
the
a
plumber's
joke,
crack
right?
guy.
But fucking, they make good money, man.
Someone like $50 an hour
Yeah.
if you're a journeyman.
I went fucking.
Who would turn down $50 an hour?
Garbage man? Fucking. I forget what friend I had, but like we were talking about it, and they were talking about just how much money they made. Fucking garbage men make fucking a lot of money, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then plus you have like the benefits and everything that falls around. Like, there's nothing shameful about being a fucking garbage man.
Yeah.
And
Like,
shit.
I'm
considering doing it.
Yeah.
I'm considering jumping ship and go being a fucking garbage man.
Like my job is considered a trade job. I have full benefits, 401k,
Yes.
pension.
Right?
You know, I get paid pretty well. I have a really big amount of responsibility on me,
Mm-hmm.
but no one really thinks about that type of thing.
No.
You know, like they want that high executive job. It's like, yeah, you want to strive for that. Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. But
I don't think they're. It's
you
just,
know, like,
it's a PR thing. They're not as glorified as they could. You don't see people fucking. You don't see plumbers with a plunger and stuff on Instagram posing with her. It's
yeah,
not,
no.
It's not. It's not as glamorized as other things.
No, it's not. But those, you know, like $50 an hour. Like, would you take that right now?
Fucking hey, I'll take that in a second.
Yeah, see, $50 an hour, man. Like, that's what, like, some of these journeymen, like electricians and plumbers and linemen. Like, I try to get in lineman
Plus,
school.
you're not coming out of school fucking crazy in debt.
Plus, a lot of these jobs, man, they pay you while they teach you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're
That's
getting paid
true.
while you're learning.
I mean, it's definitely something to look into. It's something that I would preach to my kids.
Yeah, dude, trade jobs take 4 years. I mean, they're getting the same amount of education,
Yep.
but it's a specific trade, and they're getting paid while they get that education.
It's a PR deal, and I don't know how you correct that. I mean, fucking, we live in a society and stuff where people are choosing to be Instagram influencers over going to school. So it's a different time now.
Well, yeah, and like now there's a shortage of those types of jobs and no one's doing them.
Yeah, I know a lot of struggling rappers out there. Like,
Yeah.
I get it.
There's a lot of struggling rappers. It's not the starving artist anymore. It's the starving college student.
Yes, it is. It's I don't know, man. Things changed. Not necessarily for the better, I feel.
Yeah, I feel like a college degree is almost like, I remember going to, like, when I was in high school and junior high, it's like, oh, you got to have your high school degree.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's going to get you places. Now it's like, oh, you got to have a college degree. Doesn't matter what the fuck it is, just get it. Like, oh, okay, you know, but
I mean, the best advice I would give to anybody like just starting out there is, I think experience is going to outweigh anything else. Get in wherever you can, especially while you're young too. Like, you know, it takes a lot longer for kids to move out of the house these days. Kind of scares me because all the kids I have going around. But like, while you can, dude, fucking take like, you really got to get your name out. Like, I wish I would have done this. I wish I didn't fucking take time to start a family when I was like a young teenager. I wish I would just stayed at home and just fucking start interning at places that I want to do. Free internship, man. Just get that experience under your belt, especially if you're still living like at home with mom and dad. Get that shit in there.
yeah.
I mean, that's going to look better than anything else.
Yeah, dude, it's the experience, man.
And they'll take you as a free internship. I mean, a lot of places, like, you have to compete and stuff like
Well,
that.
yeah, but like a lot of times, if you're good enough at your job, like, they'll hire you, like,
Yeah,
after your
for sure. Oh,
internship's
for sure.
done. You know,
Fuck, you want to do music? Fucking go intern at a record company and fucking go intern at a recording studio.
well,
Like,
the thing
learn
is,
the trade.
it's like, what's crazy about like music producing is, a lot of people like think that you can only do music producing, but they're like that. The sound engineers, there's a way bigger, vast
For sure.
job opportunities, like doing movie scores or, you know, broadcasting. Like, there's so much more to just, you know, mixing and recording. Like, you could be a broadcaster and produce and record, you know, live radio and all this stuff. You know, there's so much more than just like this particular, oh, I want to be a music producer. Well, anyone can technically be a music producer.
You
like,
can go fucking do that out of your garage right now. Shit.
They're
Just like
fucking doing it
now.
right now.
Yeah, we're doing it right now.
You know, and it sounds great, you know, but this is experience. I didn't go to school for this stuff.
No. You just need to, yeah. And fucking, I think it's all just about finding something you're passionate about, something that's going to keep your interest. Probably nothing worse than, I have, I won't name drop him, but I had a friend who went to school for years and years and years and years. and he was finally about to finish. He was like starting to wrap up everything, and at the very end, he realized he didn't want to do this. That he'd been training for this whole time. So I guess make sure. I mean, that's got to be that's a rough. That's a rough.
That is a rough go. It's a rough go. It's like, I don't want to do this
anymore.
And now all of a sudden you're what, $100,000 in debt?
So that's a tough blow, man. So I guess I think it's all about really. I think job one is finding something that you're gonna love to do and not get tired of, probably.
Yeah, I like one of my old friends from Idaho. He was in school for like fucking 13 years, like trying to finish a degree that he wanted to do, and it was like a communications degree. And he didn't even fucking use it.
Yeah.
It took him 13 years to get his degree, and he doesn't even fucking use it.
Yeah, that's tough, man.
Of course, he was probably a little lazy and only taking like one class a week, and you could have fast tracked that shit, But it's still like 13 years of your life to get a degree that you don't even fucking use.
Yeah, that's tough, man.
Like they're like, think I maybe I should try to pull up a statistic, or you can on your phone, like how much college degrees are actually being used in America versus what is like applicable to anything. It's just, I know it's a crazy amount, man. Like student debt in America is fucking insane. And like, even if like we get a president, like let's say like Bernie Sanders was one of those guys, like, oh, let's like make college education free, right? Public college is free. Sure, like we could do that, but everyone's gonna be getting like some maybe shit 2-year degrees. I'm sure a lot of people will benefit from it. But I think the people that would benefit from it are already getting free college anyway.
It's more than 40%.
More than 40% don't use their college degree.
Yeah.
That is fucking insane.
1 in 5 college grads are actually working at a job that actually demands the degree that they've been working for. 1 out of 5, or 1 out of 4.
So 25% of people are actually doing their degree.
What they've been studying for.
That is fucking ridiculous, man. 25%.
I mean, there are fucking people out there right now, literally with degrees, working at McDonald's, man.
Oh yeah, dude. I know plenty of people that are servers in restaurants making more money being a server in a restaurant than they would making their degree.
Servers do make bank.
Yeah, they can. I mean, it's a rough lifestyle.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on where you're working at. I'm sure you're gonna make more
other places
at a downtown restaurant in Seattle or Bellevue than you are at an Applebee's.
Yeah, but shit, man. Fucking.
Plus, you got to put up with a lot of shit though. That's like fucking a rough job. I hate customer service. That's it. Yeah. That's another thing that I would say to any people entering the job market. Try to stay clear of customer service. Anything that puts you like in position with actual customers, it's tough. It's a tough.
But I do think everyone should work customer service.
It does teach you a little bit of humility. Yeah. Do you feel like one of the things that we've lost over the past couple of years, like with this new generation coming up especially, is a lack of humility? Like a little bit? Like freaking just, goes back to like people feeling not really wanting to go for trade jobs, and just maybe just like almost like a lack of respect to, like it doesn't seem like people respect their elders too much anymore. That's always been a big thing that was instilled in me as a young kid, is respecting your elders and stuff.
Yeah. Respect the people that came before you.
Yeah.
That kind of helps set the path, set the way. Yeah, I just think the younger generation expects more with nothing.
Yes. I think
if that makes sense.
Definitely a lot of that. Now, I
don't know if it's humility, because if anything, they have either too much or not enough. Like they have so much humility that they're not willing to take a lower paying job, or have that lower or try to get that experience because it's beneath them. I don't know if that is a form of humility, but I don't know if it is having too much or not enough. Does that make sense?
I think so.
Like, I feel like the younger generation thinks that like everything is beneath them and they should automatically be in their top role. Oh, I went to school for this, so I should obviously be a CEO of whatever company I go to.
There's definitely more. Yeah, I think expectations about being handed things maybe, and not necessarily working for that goal. I mean, out of the gate success. Well, I guess some people are out of the gate successful, but
Well, not. I don't believe that. I think the people that are out of the gate successful like had a lot more backing.
yeah. And like I don't know, you see like freaking like all the successful people that I've kind of read about and stuff. It was a long road to get there.
Yeah.
I think even in that way, I think you kind of appreciate it more probably.
But I mean, yeah, and I think like the younger generation, they only see the road that these people are on now, and not the road they took to get there.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Now, are we just that? Is it that every generation kind of sees like the next generation coming up, and are we just being like those young whippersnapper people?
Well, I don't think so, because like I know like with my personal, like how I am personally, like my personal belief is work your ass off and you'll get whatever you want.
Yeah.
You know, nothing is handed to you.
No.
Like you won't have anything handed to you. Like you work your ass off and you go get and earn what you want.
Mm-hmm.
And like I feel like right now there's a lot of people that just, you know, I want to skip the working my ass off part, and I just want to get what I deserve instead of what I've earned.
And I'm really kind of speaking more towards like I guess rappers really. I don't know. Is it real, like the lifestyle that they portray and stuff? Because it doesn't seem like I grew up like idolizing rock bands and stuff like that, but it didn't seem like they were making really. I mean, obviously in this day and age, like you're making more money from playing shows than you are from like selling albums and stuff like that, for sure. But like you see like rappers all the time with like flossing the chains and mansions. Like they don't own those mansions, dude. Like they're probably renting it and shit like that. Like
I'm sure some of them might, but I think
Instagram lifestyle.
it's the
fake,
persona.
right?
It is a persona, like to get people and young kids to buy into that persona. It's like, oh, if you're like me, you will have these cars and these riches and this type of money.
It's not real, right?
It's not real at all, man. Look how much rappers are fucking bankrupt and have nothing right now.
Right? Yeah.
Well, you can even say that about musicians.
Yeah.
Or other rock star type.
Yeah,
like
this isn't limited to just,
Dave Bautista, he was broke as fuck before he got Guardians of the Galaxy.
Really?
Yeah.
From the just like his WWE days.
Yeah,
he didn't
like
really make much money.
You know. Plus, a lot of these people, if they do make it to that level, they don't know how to manage that money. Like, look at all these football stars that end up having 60, 70, $100 million contracts, and then once their football career is done, they don't have any money left over.
Yeah,
they're broke as fuck. They don't know how to manage that money. If they do have a one-hit single and then makes them a couple $1 million, dude, is a couple $1 million going to last you the rest of your life?
Right,
no. But yet they're buying fucking cars and chains and mansions, and then all of a sudden you have to sell those chains, you have to sell that mansion, you have to sell that car.
I think what it helps too is because I don't think I would have done that really. If we ever made it big and stuff, I'd like to think anyway that I would have been
more modest,
smarter with the money. Yeah, I wouldn't be out there flossing and.
Well, I don't know. I think that like money's. It's almost kind of like that whole sex sells adage. It's like, okay, like being successful, rich, and famous, like this is gonna sell me more records.
I think if I had a bunch of money, I'd probably be more penny pinching. I'd be like Scrooge McFucking Duck, man.
No, yeah, that's how successful people are. They're penny pinch, man. Successful people are the worst tippers.
No,
because they don't want to spend that money. Like you see these people, you know, are like, oh, $1,000 tip. You know, like okay, you could tip your 20%, but you know, if you're spending $1,000 on a $4 cup of coffee, well, you're gonna run out of money.
Yeah.
You know,
fucking idiot.
But I also think it's setting false pretenses out there to younger generations. Like, you know, like this guy did it. You know, like those videos. Of course, it's all fake.
Yeah.
You know, of course, he doesn't have like they might have some cars, but like majority of those rappers or musicians, they don't have like 30 fucking Ferraris in their backyard.
No, that doesn't seem manageable.
You know.
Yeah.
And you know they'll flash like their booze and alcohol and drugs, like, oh, this is what got me here. Yeah. You know, so now everyone thinks like, oh, if I do enough drugs, booze, and make a shitty rap album or a shitty rock album, I'll just fucking make millions. It's false pretenses to like a lot of, because kids are so easily influenced.
It's hurting these kids out here too. I think it's irresponsible. You're setting up a crazy example for them to try to I don't know, this whole keeping up with the
Joneses, yeah.
It's a tough way to live, man.
Well, it's one thing to keep up with your neighbor. It's another thing to keep up with like someone, like a super fake persona.
Yeah.
You know, it's like me trying to be Batman every day.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a billionaire playboy philanthropist. I guess that's Iron Man, but whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like
if you're gonna model your life on anybody, though, why not? Why not?
Yeah,
be
yeah.
Batman, yeah.
Why not be Batman?
Yeah.
But it's that false pretense of like I can be Batman. No, you can't be Batman.
No, you're not fucking Batman. You know who is Batman? Robert Pattinson. That's who's Batman.
That is who is Batman.
How do you feel about that? How do you feel about our new Batman?
You know, honestly, right now maybe change is good.
I would think so. I don't feel bad about it.
No, like honestly, I'm at this point of my Batman fandom and my DCU fandom that, you know, let's change some shit around. Let's just make a good movie.
Take me back to Dark Knight Times for 1 minute. Wow, when was the first moment you heard about Heath Ledger? Do you remember where you were when you first heard that Heath Ledger was going to be the Joker?
Yes, it was the
And
poster, the smile, and the laugh.
That's kind of where I'm going back to. Do you remember the first time where?
So
you had a negative response to Heath Ledger, right?
Okay, so there
was first casted.
When he was first casted, there was a negative response. Yes, it's like, how is this
Were you
guy?
in that boat?
I was in that boat.
I was in that boat too.
Of like, how is this guy? Like, I liked Heath Ledger. Like, I thought he was a great actor, you know, and whatnot. But I was like, how is this guy gonna pull off fucking the Joker?
Right.
And then what sold me was the first fucking teaser trailer of the like the blue flames and the Batman and all of a sudden him laughing. I was like, it's gonna be great. Like, I didn't even see him.
Tonight, people will die. I'm a man of my word. That trailer, that was good.
You know, and then all of a sudden he has like the first trailer is like almost him behind glass, and he has like the blood smile like right where his lips were.
You remember that
why so serious
viral campaign they had too, just like all the different reveals and stuff. Like, I think when they first did the first Joker thing, it was like people had to post their picture online with the Joker makeup, and then like when they got to a certain point, they revealed the first look, I think, of it.
Oh yeah,
it had like a great viral campaign at the time. I remember following that on the internet. First time I realized that it was going to be a good idea was that first Joker picture of him. Where it's like dark with the first smile. I was like, holy fuck, this is gonna be awesome. And it ended up being good. I think that this Robert Pattinson thing is probably gonna be the same type of situation where he's just probably gonna knock it off the park. Like,
I think so too.
That's like, fucking amazing.
That is that is the poster that sold me.
Yeah.
Like right there. That is amazing.
So, I mean, oh god, I feel so mixed about this now too. Because fucking Joaquin looks so great, but like, how do you follow up the Heath Ledger? Like, can you even do the Joker anymore after that? You know, I mean, it's almost. I'm grateful that we had Jared Leto because now we have like the segue, this palate cleanser, if you will.
Yeah, it's almost like the sniffing of the coffee.
Yes, so now we can move on to our next glass.
Like no one's gonna be like, well, a lot of people are gonna. I think it takes less pressure off Joaquin because they're like, oh, well, the last Joker was Jared Leto, so let's compare him to that.
Yeah. I mean, that's if I was Joaquin, I'd be like, this is easier now. I don't think Joaquin probably didn't sign off on being the new Joker until he saw Suicide Squad, and he's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, we could do this.
We could do.
But then again, like, to be honest, like, Heath Ledger had some pretty big shoes to fill with Jack Nicholson.
He did.
I mean, yes, it was, like 15, 20 years later.
Yeah, there was a big time span. Doesn't seem like there's too much worry about that. I mean, fucking, they seem to be like rebooting things every weekend these days.
Well, I think they just need to make a good fucking movie.
Yeah.
You know, like, bring Christopher Nolan back or some shit, because, like, this is...
It's ridiculous.
It is bad.
It's ridiculous. What other things have Matt Reeves done? Let me get fucking look at this. He's the new director of the Joker. I don't know if he's writing it too or whatever. What'd you think about Ben Affleck as Batman? How'd you feel about that?
So before that, is this going to have any affiliation with the DCEU?
No. This is going to be totally different. So that, because from what I understand, I think there's still going to be a Justice League 2 with Ben Affleck as Batman. So we'll have...
Really?
Yeah, we're going to have like a couple of Batman running around. We're going to have a couple of Jokers running around.
There's just like no continuity anywhere, man. I think they're making another Suicide Squad too.
If
Like James Gunn is doing another Suicide Squad.
Oh, is he? Oh, yeah, that's right. I did read about that.
But I don't know if it's gonna have like any affiliation with this Suicide. Like, there's just like you get a
There's
movie,
so
you
much
get a
going
movie,
on
everyone
right
gets a movie. We'll have 4 Joker movies.
Is so do you think that if this, because obviously the new Joker movie is not part of the DCU either,
No,
right?
no, it's not.
So do you feel like if we see a Joker in this the Batman trilogy that's coming out, is it going to be Joaquin, or you think there's going to be a third Joker running around there?
Like, honestly, I don't know what type of movie they're gonna make. Like, I know like there's plenty of stories to tell with Batman.
So Matt Reeves directed The Pallbearer with David Schwimmer and Gwyneth Paltrow back in '96. He directed an episode of Felicity. He did Cloverfield.
Oh.
And then these past 2 movies that he's done have been the Planet of the Apes movies.
Oh, those are really good movies.
Yeah, so he's the guy doing Batman.
Huh, good.
The Batman.
So like my only worry is it gonna be stories we've already seen and heard and been told,
Probably.
like origin stories and this and that. And
How do you feel about Batman in general? Would you want a more of a realistic, like the Nolan take, or do you want more of a world where someone like Mr. Freeze could exist?
I definitely want Nolan take. You know what? I want it to be more. Shit. How do I want Batman?
How would you prefer this Batman? From what I understand, they're gonna do more of a. They're gonna do it like Nolan's Batman Begins and stuff, and kind of start that over of him like starting out, I think.
Yeah.
And I guess it's gonna be more like noirish and like more Batman as the detective, you know.
You know, the only problem is like we've seen that story like every fucking time we see a
Right.
Batman movie.
Right.
We've seen it. Well, let's say go back into the 60s. We've seen that story. Tim Burton did the story. Christopher Nolan did the story. Now
Yeah.
we're getting the story again.
My argument is that we know these characters. We don't need origins anymore. Like,
Yeah.
fucking anybody's gonna go see these movies knows who these characters are, know how they got
Yeah.
to where they are. Why not just drop us into a universe that already exists, like where these characters have already been operating? Batman's been Batman for a while, and fucking you have all these a rogues gallery of villains and stuff that have already been doing their thing. I think throw us in a universe that's already been going on for a while.
That's why I feel like the video games are so great. It's
Yeah.
because like we didn't need that origin. I guess they did have an origin story,
Yeah.
but that was after the fact.
Yeah.
You know, just
I
similar
love
games.
those games. They're great.
You know, like it put us in a
An already established universe where
Yes.
things are happening.
yes, and you were in Arkham Asylum.
Yeah.
And then Arkham City. Like those 2 games were great. I didn't play the third one. Probably.
Arkham Knight.
Yeah.
A lot of people didn't like it. I played it. I liked it. What was cool about it was like a definite. So you played. What are the names? Arkham Asylum, Arkham City.
Yeah.
You play Arkham City?
Yeah.
Dude, did you beat it?
Yeah.
Oh my god, the ending's amazing.
Yeah. Where Joker dies.
Yeah, where
Yeah.
and he's carrying him out
Yeah.
and stuff.
Yeah.
I think those games like establish the dynamic between Batman and the Joker perfectly and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's almost, I think you would like Arkham's Knight too. Is it called Arkham Knight? Yeah. Arkham Asylum, Arkham City, Arkham Knight. Yeah. It's almost, you drop into Batman who's actually mourning the death of the Joker.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I think that's like beautiful.
Wow.
And a certain point, he gets hit with the Scarecrow's fear thing. And then from then on in the game, it's almost like a Fight Club Tyler Durden situation where the Joker shows up and he's like seeing him and
Oh, really?
like and it's like all in his head, but he's like being haunted by the Joker the whole time. And it's like I love it because it's almost like a love story between these 2 characters.
That's
like,
pretty awesome.
Where like they legitimately, Batman needs the Joker and Joker needs Batman.
Dude, I loved the way the Scarecrow was portrayed in the video games.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Fucking awesome.
Who voiced the Joker in the video games? Was it Hamill?
Yes, it was Hamill.
All right.
I think they got most of the characters from most of the voices
the
from the
animated
animated series.
nice.
Yeah. Kevin Conroy is definitely Batman.
That was cool. Yeah, I mean, I should play it.
There's credits on Arkham City where it's like the Joker leaves a message on Batman's phone,
Mhm.
and he's singing "Only You." Oh my god, it's fucking chilling, dude.
Well, and you know what's kind of cool about the Joker? Like some of the teaser trailers we saw, like he's obviously associated and been in like the Arkham Asylum.
Yeah,
which is kind of cool.
yeah. You see like a little clip of that, just doing something there.
I don't know. It's hard like doing the like these I heard the Matt Reeves might be a 3-movie set.
I heard they're gonna go for a trilogy.
So is it gonna be Batman Begins, The Dark Knight, and The Dark Knight Rises? Like what is gonna happen? You know, like
we'll see. It'd be interesting to see what they do with it. I guess. I don't know. I'm kind of like a purist and stuff. Like it's so tough to please people these days because I feel like they do need to do something different, but don't stray too much. I guess.
Well, it's hard.
There's a fine line, I think.
Well, the thing is, like, if I would like to see like a true blue like Killing Joke type, like spinoff, you know.
Mm-hmm. There was a time,
or a TV series, man. Like
I think the TV series is the wise way to go. And obviously not like a Gotham type situation.
Like a true
I
blue
wish
like
I could have
that.
gotten to that. Just never did.
It was all right.
Yeah.
You know?
I think I saw the first couple episodes from the first season. I just couldn't.
I mean, I guess it's cool. I guess like the last season there was like finally a Batman reveal and everything.
Yeah.
And,
I got look at the very end.
you know,
Like,
but that's like a true origin story.
Yeah.
But I also think that they had like changed character names and stuff to kind of like separate itself from like the canon a little bit. You know, just to make it different. Which is, I don't know. I just don't know why these movie companies can't just get their shit together.
Right. Just do it right.
Jesus. You know, obviously one person owns DC, so just fucking make rules. Like this is, you know, okay, you're gonna do a TV show. Okay, you could do a TV show. You could reference Batman, but you have to make sure that it's canon with like what every other Batman has done.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like that's what I love about Star Trek. It has been going on for over 50 fucking years, and everything is canon.
Yeah.
Like everything is the same universe except for the Kelvin timeline. You know, everything is around. Everything's the same.
That's the way to do
You know,
it,
like you could reference Kirk at any time, and any character in that show knows who Kirk is.
Captain Kirk stealing all our fucking water.
Yeah, bastard.
Before Christopher Nolan took over Batman, I heard about. I got really excited because Darren Aronofsky was supposed to do Batman before Christopher Nolan did, and he's like, you know, obviously did like Requiem for a Dream and shit. It's like, yeah, pretty like weird director, and I thought, oh, that's a great idea. And then not too long ago, I kind of read what that story was going to be, and it was going to be more like Bruce Wayne didn't come from a rich family, and he was kind of just like an orphan out on the streets. Alfred was like some mechanic that he met and stuff like that. That's like changing it too much.
Yeah,
like
I heard before Nolan too, there was a Robert Rodriguez
really
type set, like super rated R.
That would have been interesting.
Batman, yeah. I don't know, just sometimes, you know, like in the same sense, like sometimes I just feel you just need to leave things alone.
Yeah.
For a little bit and let the dust settle of like the tragedy that's already been, you know, like just stop for a few, you know, like
relax. You own these characters. Just relax. Take it easy.
Like that's kind of how I fear Star Wars is going to be like the next, you know, the Batman or what DC EU is doing.
Yeah.
You know, like I respect Star Wars for what it's done, but I just feel like it's going in a bad direction.
Also, I don't know if there's enough good movies to even justify. I guess it is kind of like a phenomenon. I don't know why it's as big as it is though. Because like even like I've gone back and watched the first Star Wars, and I'm sorry, my Star Wars fans, like A New Hope, the first one,
Terrible.
It's kind of boring, man. Like it's not really.
That's why I didn't like it. I thought it was terrible. It was like, who the fuck watches this shit?
And then it's like Empire Strikes Back was good. Yes, that's a great film. And then like Return of the Jedi is okay. And it's like this whole fucking this whole like movement grew out of those 3 movies, which I would go on par and say maybe there's only one good one in that movie.
What was crazy is like this big movement,
and then you throw in the prequels,
and then like what like 20 years later, like when was the last movie? 81, 82,
83,
83,
Return of the Jedi,
and then 99 was the.
And those movies, let's be honest, they're all garbage too. All the prequels, they're all garbage. So really, out of those 6 movies, you got maybe one good one.
One good movie. What do you think of the new?
Force Awakens was pretty good. So two good movies out of the series, and then Last Jedi was trash.
Yeah, and then this next
new
one.
Hopefully, we get it finish off strong.
So there'll be 3 good movies out of the 9.
Yeah, we'll see. That's the plan, anyway. We'll see.
Well, I think you know, you could kind of say that about Star Trek. There's probably, I mean, there's 11 movies. There's probably like only like a count on my hand, like how many are actually really good.
Well, there's like that whole thing on the internet and stuff. It's like every other Star Trek movie is good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That still leaves 5 or 6 good movies.
Yeah.
But you also have what we talked about earlier is you have a lot of lore.
Yeah. I mean, the strength of that show is the TV series. Yeah.
And it gives you a lot more detail and a lot more continuity within the series.
Mm-hmm.
Like having those extra stories around.
And it's just alluring too. Like the whole, fucking new planet every time, exploring and stuff like that. That's how I am with my video game. Like I love video games where I can explore.
Yeah. To boldly go to where no Western person has gone before on horseback.
Right. That's right. I've been playing that Red Dead Redemption 2. I beat it. It's very sad. My review of the game is that it's boring as fuck. It is. There's like, but it's a great game. I mean, it looks beautiful. Yesterday, I was literally just like working on my ranch. I was like milking cows and feeding chickens for maybe about 2 hours yesterday. And I guess there is something kind of calming to that. Like fucking, like you like walk to, it's got to be like a lot of different probably than like what the new God of War is. But like this game, you walk up to a hay bale and then you press Y and you pick up the big stack of hay and then you walk it over. It's a lot of stuff. It's just
like a
that.
Farming simulator.
Yes. And then, oh my God, when you have the hay on you, you can't run. So you just got to like walk at a regular distance.
So you think video games are like trying so hard to be big that it takes away from everything else?
Yeah, I would say so. Also, like a sense of realism. Maybe there's such a thing as too much realism. I don't know. I mean, you're dealing with a game here. When it gets cold, your horse's balls shrivel up. So
do they really?
Yeah, that's detail.
Like, do they really?
They'll shrivel up. When it gets hot, they'll hang down.
No shit, huh?
That's detail.
Wow.
But it's cool. Like even sometimes I'll just stop and go fishing. Even like the little fishing simulator thing is fun too.
Like, did you play The Witcher at all?
No, but I heard it's great. I haven't played any yet.
Yeah, I have it and haven't played too much of it.
Mm-hmm.
But with the Red Dead, is there enough to keep you like? Because like on Skyrim, people are still playing Skyrim.
Yeah, to this day.
There's
so much shit to explore in Skyrim.
And so much quests. Is it like that? Like, has Red Dead like kind of gained some of those RPG elements with like a bunch of side quests and like stuff's always, like because why are people playing Skyrim so much right now? Do you know?
No, I don't know why.
Yeah, neither do I. Except for like it's just a huge world and a lot of it's like, is there still stuff that hasn't been explored yet, or is it?
I think so. I think there's still that kind of stuff there.
Yeah.
Like I know there's like a lot of like shit ton of caves and stuff like that to go through. I've only ever played the game once, and I don't know why I haven't done it more. Like I pretty much like own it too. Like I own it on Steam. I think I own it on PlayStation. I own it like on the Xbox.
Just everywhere.
I just haven't played it anywhere. Like really.
Yeah.
I always mean to though, because I heard it's great.
Well, is there like a certain point to where video games is just like too much exploring? Like sometimes maybe I just hand me a nugget.
Yeah.
Like, are you more of like let's play a game, just kind of like a movie? Of course, I want some action, some complexity, or are you just like a straight up like explore and find my own story type?
I think I'm more of an explorer. Like I like to do that stuff more. But no, like I am more into the story. Like I do prefer single player games over multiplayer games.
Yeah.
I want them to have a story. Like I want to go through like an emotional journey when I play a game.
Like Last of Us 1 was great.
Oh my God, so good. That was so good. I need to get a PlayStation before the new one comes out.
Like me and my Metal Gear Solid series.
Yeah. I need something like that, I think, to keep me engaged. I think my issue with Red Dead was probably I did too much exploring up front. So much so that when I actually started playing the game, it got better. Like I was like, when I started doing missions and stuff like that, because like it's such a cinematic game. It is beautiful, and sad. It's very sad.
Yeah.
So like I beat the game. after you beat the game, there's an epilogue, and that's like another probably good 6-8 hours of content after that. That kind of like follows everything that happens after, and it kind of ties back into the first Red Dead Redemption game.
Mm-hmm. Like the very first one or the first one on like PS3? Because there was Red Dead Revolver.
Oh yeah, no. So the first one on PS3.
Okay.
Yeah. So you actually play, not spoil. I guess fuck spoilers. Yeah. You play as the character from
John Marston.
Yeah, John Marston, and it's kind of about him building. And then right now, like what I'm doing right now is building up the farm, Beecher's Hope, that you end up going to in the first game.
Oh, okay.
And it's kind of sad too, because like, and then you're getting like, you know, you meet, you have Uncle there and shit like that.
So you know what's gonna happen, but you're building this farm anyway.
Yeah, and you know how it's gonna end.
Yeah.
And there's like this character there too that he's been through all of Red Dead Redemption 2, and then like you think he might have died, and he shows back up, and he's helping build the farm with you and stuff, and you keep telling him like, yeah, you know, Charles, like this is your home now, but he's not in the first game, so you know something's gonna happen.
Hmm.
So I'm just like waiting for that ball to drop, I guess.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And then his wife and kid left him. So he's kind of building the farm for them to bring him back to have like a safe place. And then they finally came back yesterday while I was playing. I was just like, oh, it's good.
You know, yeah, I'm kind of like more in the agreement with like so the problem with me in like some of these RPG games and like even like Red Deads or like Grand Theft Autos is like I'll explore and I'll get way too powerful for the storyline, and now just the rest of the game is like super easy. Because like I'll be like, oh, I'll just do some exploring, I'll do this side quest, and like
it's probably not how it was intended to be played.
Yeah, I mean, but why put that stuff there if it's not intended, right? And then all of a sudden I'm like a god, and then like I'm only halfway through the story, and like it just one shot everybody, you know.
I got crazy, and I haven't played it in a while, but I've been meaning to get back to it with all these updates that it's had lately. I got crazy into Minecraft for a little while, just because like, and that's nothing but exploring. Yeah,
dude, me and my wife, we have a crazy, huge, like 3 or 4 year long Minecraft world that we've been working on. Yeah,
nice.
We have like the biggest world. We have like trains that go around the whole world. Like we haven't played it this year too much. It's usually like our winter game. You know, it gets dark at fucking 4:30, and
fucking A.
We'll just play some Minecraft and whatever.
That's cool. Like just exploring caves too.
Yeah.
And like
yeah, dude. Like one of these days, I'll have to show you our world. It's
huge,
pretty complex and huge.
Going to the nether world.
Yeah. Like I have like tunnels and like those portals, like that connect to different parts of the world too.
Oh,
so nice. I can go to the nether and like go to a different part of the world and like fast travel and all this shit.
You play on the PlayStation?
Yeah.
Right. I think you can connect there through servers, right? Like,
no, you can't do that yet. PlayStation's been pretty unless
it's happening. I think there's some kind of Xbox PlayStation deal going on.
Oh, is there?
Yeah. For streaming.
Like for realms and stuff, like Minecraft realms where you can buy your own server and shit.
And I think they're like teaming up too for like streaming services. I don't know, but I think pretty soon that we'll be able to play cross-platform. Probably. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Well, you know, I think it's gonna like I think for third-party games you should do that.
Yeah,
you know, like there's no reason that a certain platform should be punished. Like I don't think PC and consoles should play on the same like first-person shooters though, because
that's not fair. You can cheat and.
Well, that and PCs have a big advantage with their, you know, their mouse.
Yeah, that's true.
A lot more accurate.
Mm-hmm. I can feel that.
But you know, like with like those other games, like I don't see why, you know, the PlayStation and Xbox can't talk to each other and play like third-party games together. Like, I know why exclusives are exclusives and they should be exclusives.
Yeah, and they should always be.
But like, why not talk to one another?
I actually prefer a controller over a mouse and keyboard, I would say.
Yeah, me too. It's just more comfortable.
Yeah.
You know, like less strenuous on your hands.
And definitely, I think friggin'
you can sit on the couch.
PlayStation 4 controller is way better than the Xbox controller.
Yeah. That's always been one thing is it's like the controller fight. Like who likes what controller more? So you have an Xbox now, right?
Yeah, I used to have a PlayStation 4. I lost it in the big D.
Yeah.
But I want to get another one because, like, I think that as far as first-party games go, I think Sony has it over Xbox for sure.
I think that's why Sony won this war.
Mm-hmm. They had better exclusives.
Yep. I mean, because like all the other third-party games, you can play it on any platform.
Mm-hmm.
Like whether you have a PC, Xbox, or
Do you have the
PlayStation.
PlayStation or the PlayStation Pro?
I just have the regular PlayStation still.
Okay.
Like I've never
You have a
upgraded.
4K projector though, right?
No.
Is that what it is? No.
No,
How's it look on that thing?
It looks great.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a 1080p projector, but it still looks good. Looks great. I love it.
We have a 4K TV, but we don't have the 4K Xbox. So I'm just wondering what kind of difference it makes to have that 4K model and how upscaled things are, I guess.
It does look pretty good.
It looks pretty good on our thing.
Yeah.
I guess you're not getting the full quality without the 4K feed coming from the Xbox, but I mean,
Mhm.
I don't really, maybe because I haven't seen what it's supposed to look like, but it doesn't.
Well, I know,
difference for
like, if
me.
you wanted to, you could pay more money and you get the 4K
Yeah.
streaming on Netflix.
Yeah. And I honestly don't notice the difference really with
I'm sure your TV upscales though, right?
Yeah, it does upscale. I've done some 4K content off of Amazon Prime.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if I can tell the difference really.
It's about how far away. Like, depending on how far away you're sitting and how big your TV screen is, you won't be able to tell the difference.
It's probably
I mean, it's probably sharper
yeah.
for sure. Like, and colors are probably poppy,
Mhm.
more poppy. But I think, like, from further away, I think the biggest thing you notice is the sharpness
Yeah.
versus, like, the resolution.
And all the settings are not like to where they should be or to where they could be, I guess, because Emily doesn't prefer it that way. She's a big I mean, we have a big fight in our house about smoothing and stuff like that. The,
Smoothing should usually be off.
Yeah.
Do you think it should be on or off?
I think it should be off unless I'm playing a video game. I think
Well,
the smoothing helps for the video game portion.
Well, the smoothing, like, could also slow it down too.
Does it?
Yeah, well, because you're getting
I noticed
added frames in there, so it kind of it slows down their controller response time.
there's a noticeable difference between smoothing on and smoothing off when the camera's moved around. Like especially
Because you'll get a lot more jitters and stuff.
with the stars and stuff. Like
Mhm.
it's a big. Oh my god, this game's so beautiful, Red Dead Redemption. But
Yeah.
like at night and stuff, you're like you're out underneath the stars, and so there's no like drag. If with it on and
Mhm.
off, there's a drag to the stars.
Uh-huh.
But if you have it on, it's like just smooth.
Smooth. Oh, really? So the
So that's
smoothing
what I
actually
like.
helps
Yeah.
the refresh rate a little bit. Interesting. So, and Emily does not like the smoothing.
Well, yeah, like with movies and stuff like that, it makes it look like a soap opera or something.
Yeah.
A soap opera effect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, just like meet in the middle and like turn on like the lowest setting.
Right. Oh, we'll see if that. She can always tell though. She gets all mad.
Yeah.
It's like almost like a novelty though, because I like to turn it on sometimes for older movies.
Yeah.
Because it's like almost like a new way to see them. Kind of.
Uh-huh. I remember watching Christmas Story with like a super high refresh rate, and it was just like it almost kind of bugs you.
Yeah.
Like it's almost distracting, like how things look sometimes.
Because it's like a real life type. It almost looks like real life. Like you're just
Almost,
like,
yeah.
almost.
It's just sometimes things are too fluid.
Yeah. So it takes away the cinematic quality of
Yeah.
things for sure.
It definitely makes CGI look worse.
Yeah. Oh, it does. It's so bad.
Yeah. Like you could definitely tell when you have like the super soap opera effect on, like CGI looks terrible.
People always talk shit about Black Panther, and I didn't notice it at first when I first saw the movie.
Mm-hmm.
But I always see like things about, oh my god, like the effects in Black Panther look so awful. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I thought it looked all right. Like I was not that big of a fan of the film, but I thought it looked all right. And then I went back and watched it. I don't know if it's because it was on the 4K TV or what like that, but it does look like shit.
Does it?
Yeah, like that last fight looks like a fucking video game, and not a compliment video game.
Yeah. You know what's crazy? Like speaking of CGI is, and I always did this, like when I was like calibrating my sound system or my projector on how I think I should look. I always put on like Transformers 3 or Dude, as shitty as those movies are, the CGI and the sound in those movies are fucking fantastic.
Oh, for sure.
Like Michael Bay knows how to do one thing, and that is big sound.
Is there no better feeling in the world too when you get new shit and like you take like an hour to set it up? Like,
Oh, yeah.
you get like nice sound system
Yeah.
and a TV.
Yeah.
You just
I love
spend
it.
like an hour just getting it right. That's so much fun.
Oh, it is so much fun, dude. Like I have 1,500 watts going into my subs, and it's
Yeah.
just like fucking. We were like, fuck yeah, I can feel
It's
everything. I watched John Wick 2, just like full blast, and it's like every single gunshot you felt.
Damn.
And there's a lot of
son.
gunshots in that movie.
Yeah, there are. You have a great sound setup. At least last time I was here. I think you put on the Dark Knight for me, and fucking that shit blew, man. Shit was bumping.
Believe it or not.
That's a good sound for that opening scene to Dark Knight. It's a good way to test your sound right there.
Believe it or not, it's gotten better.
Has it?
Yeah.
Shit. Can't even imagine. Can't even imagine what that sounds like now.
Amazing.
Damn. How do you feel about that, John?
I think it feels pretty good.
Cool. John's been pretty quiet today.
Yeah, sometimes you just want to observe.
If this ends up being our breakout episode, I apologize. That's all I'm saying.
All of a sudden, there's like a million
views. I'm just like, well, we know what it is.
Speaking of which, don't forget to like and subscribe.
Yeah, like to subscribe to our channel, man.
I know
We're harmless. You don't have to watch the videos. Just subscribe.
So do you prefer like, and maybe the viewers could kind of like chime in on this too. Like we're doing both YouTube and the podcast, like apps and stuff. So I've noticed we're getting a lot more podcast listens than we are YouTube views.
It's a lot easier to throw on a podcast than it is for when I listen to podcasts. It's typically audio only.
Yeah.
Than a video, like because you can just do that anywhere. Listen to podcasts anywhere.
Yeah, I've set it up so where it looks great. Like
It's nice that we have the options on the channel. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I definitely don't pay too much attention to the video part. I just make sure the audio is awesome.
I think that's what matters. I think it's more about the audio.
Yeah.
It's almost something, fucking not to like self-filate ourselves, but it was almost like soothing listening to your voices yesterday.
Yeah.
It does sound really good.
Yeah. I mean, there's like the perfect mixture of bass and, I don't think we're bad talkers.
No.
Unless we get really drunk.
Yeah.
And then we're bad talkers.
And slurring and repeating things. Eating. Smart move cutting out all the eating actually from our birthday episode.
Yeah, that was a 6-hour podcast. And you could definitely tell by hour 3 we were getting fucking hammered.
Yeah. It's a lot of fun though. It's my birthday.
Yeah, it was your birthday. But we've calmed stuff down a little bit. Yeah. We're learning from some of our mistakes.
Mm-hmm. I felt like we came back super strong after that episode in the next one. I don't know if we had something to prove or what.
Yeah, I feel like our last 2 episodes were pretty good.
And informative.
I'm actually surprised that the St. Patty's Day episode hasn't got more traction.
No?
I felt like that was a really good episode.
It was. I'll go back and listen to that one. I'll listen to that on our way home.
It was a good one.
Yeah.
It was fun. It was funny.
Mm-hmm.
Like we were taste testing beers. We were talking about a lot of cool stuff.
You are pretty good, I've noticed, over listening to it, because I do listen to us just to kind of critique and kind of learn, I guess, about what we should be doing better. But you're definitely like the data man, like the info man and stuff. You're always coming up with these facts and stuff.
Oh.
It's like, did you know? And
did you know? Reading
off these numbers and stuff. And how does John know this?
When I don't know, you just gotta you gotta keep conversation going.
It's nice because I feel like I'm learning things. Like a good bit last time was over the getting your pilot license and how like in debt you have to get to get to that point. Yeah,
that is crazy, man.
I was listening to it today, and I was like, oh, this is interesting.
Yeah, it's because I talk to a lot of people, man.
Yeah, it's good, man.
It is, and you hear a lot of their stories and whatnot.
Come back here and regurgitate all that information.
It's a lot of information to regurgitate, man. It's like you have to. It's like I have like a trivia mind, but like it's useless facts. Like I have a lot of useless facts in my brain. If I could put all my useless facts into useful tools.
This is your useful tool, man. Fucking ejaculate those facts into this podcast.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Nice.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Yes.
I love ejaculating facts into.
That's right. This guy can ejaculate facts all day.
Yeah. Fun fact. Did you know?
I like our question segment too. Those are fun too.
You know what? Let's do that. You want to do a few random questions?
Sure.
All right, let's do that. We haven't done that this episode, and we're approaching 3 hours. I don't know when you have to leave.
I'm free all day, really. I think the stuff has to come out at 5, so I could probably do another hour.
All right, well, let's do some random questions.
All right,
Let's do that. You need to use the restroom?
I'm gonna use the restroom real quick.
All right, so how I came up with the random question.
Yeah, how did that come up?
It was I wanted to keep a conversation going, and it's hard with like 3 people. We're always talking about movies or video games or media, but the random question like really takes it to a different level and gets you thinking about something spontaneously there on the spot, something we haven't researched. So I think it's just a fun little shindig, and always, like, if you guys have some random questions you want to ask us, ask them on Twitter at the John Sandwich 2, or you could comment on the YouTube video. And I'm sure eventually we'll get like a website and stuff that you could contact our emails and stuff, but we're gonna do some random questions. I'd love to hear your feedback, and I think maybe this week or next week we'll do like a tour of the studio, like a little bit of a behind the scenes, just so you guys know and can see like what we do around here. I mean, there's not a lot to it, but a lot goes into it. We're not producing shows every week. This is always recorded live, unfiltered, and kind of actually not. We have show notes, but it's pretty unproduced. Like we don't produce like every 15 minutes like what we're gonna do.
Really, we just come up with like a broad idea of what we want to go for, and then just what everybody kind of remembers on as we're going. I think the most interesting things we get into is the stuff in between the stuff that we have planned to talk about. I think. Yeah. Where the conversation goes.
I think like in our earlier podcasts, it was really forced to kind of like almost stay in a certain type of direction where we wanted to go.
And I think kind of, I think opening it up to a little bit more freedom has been really helpful, I think. Yeah,
because, sometimes like if you're super scripted, like you either run out of things to talk about, and there's only so much stories you could tell about one subject, and two, it really limits like right now we've talked about 4 or 5 different things.
Yeah.
Which is fine. It keeps the conversation going. And I think that's what, I could be wrong. Like, I like listening to real conversations.
For sure.
Like, I'm not premeditated. If I listen to a podcast, I want it to be real conversation between 2 people.
For sure. And we'll take suggestions too.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think not limiting it. Like some friends from California want to do a podcast, but it was more like on a certain subject. It just felt like we'd run out of material too quick and stuff. So I kind of like that this one's kind of more broad and covering a whole list of topics. Talk about anything. Let us know what you want to hear about, man.
Yeah. We'll definitely hit that up. We like new subjects.
Yeah.
The thing is, we all have different opinions on pretty much anything. So.
Yep. And what we were talking about earlier, this is the only way I'd like to communicate with people from now on, is through a podcast type situation. Nothing else feels right. The sound quality is so poor in real life. This is how I want it from here on out. We actually, for my youngest daughter, we got these feeling cards. They almost look like Crimes Against Humanity cards. And like you pull one up and it has like different types of questions. I almost consider bringing those today.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think maybe next time I'll bring a couple. They have like really good topics and they can go on and talk about. I was tripping when I was hearing this too. I didn't realize that we had background music for this. I was like, where's that coming from?
Oh, really?
When I was listening to the podcast.
So do you like the background music?
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
I think we need like shtick like that.
It's kind of cool. It kind of gives you like a little bit of a little separate break,
Oh, where's my Afrin? Mama needs to sing.
All right. Question number 1. Oh, we actually talked about this last week, so I'm going to skip this one.
Is it just like a random?
Yeah, it's like a random question generator.
Nice, that's cool. I think even we'll probably gravitate. We'll probably try to get some guests in here sometimes too. Do
Yeah, I think so.
Interviews and stuff, and yeah. I don't know if we're gonna have room for them to talk with just how fucking Gabby thirsty is. Like, obviously, from this episode, you can tell he just can't shut the fuck up.
All right, I guess, let's do it. This one might be a short question, but we'll do it first. What will be the future of TV shows?
I hope. I mean, I feel like we're so spoiled nowadays.
It's kind of hard to see a future beyond Netflix.
Yes, exactly.
Instant binge watching, like let's just say, what is the next binge watching, like future television? Like 10 years ago, you would not say binge watching would be a future. Like, oh, well, of course we're not going to get 10 seasons all at once.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. So what would be the future of that?
What is the future of TV shows?
What could that evolve to? Let me see. Obviously, we're in a good path. I agree with releasing whole seasons at once. I love that. I love to be able to just get through it at my own, just, whenever I have time to do it.
Your own pace, yeah.
Yeah, I like that. That's good. How would you improve on that?
It's a hard question.
It is. Nothing worse. I mean, Game of Thrones, perfect example. I didn't get into Game of Thrones till about a year ago, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
When the last season came out. So I pretty much just binge watched everything up into this season.
So me and Mary were.
Yeah. I don't know if that gave me a different insight on, because maybe like I would like to talk to somebody who actually did the show week after week and see if me binge watching, if I have a different opinion of it because I did it that way, as opposed to
because you remember most things better because you just watched it.
Things were fresher in my mind.
Yeah.
So I feel like a lot of more of the complaints I have about the show are stuff that are pretty fresh in my mind that I was figuring were going to happen. But maybe if I didn't have that,
maybe if you waited 2 years between 7 and 8.
Maybe if I didn't recollect it, like if I didn't have everything like at the go ready, like, well, what about this? What about this? What about this? Maybe I would have watched it differently. I don't know. As far as how to make, what's the future of TV? Fuck. The future is in podcasting, obviously.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how to make it better.
The future of TV shows. Well, let's see. I think the future. I think we're kind of at a midpoint. Like right now, they need to figure out the cord cutting strategy.
Yeah.
Of what's going on right now. So maybe the future of TV shows is releasing like the whole series at once.
That would be cool.
I don't think binge watching is going to go away.
No, I think that's definitely the way things are pointing. And maybe you don't have to be so hindered to a fall schedule, really, like where stuff's like released in the fall, like take the summer off and stuff. Maybe it could be more sporadic where you do like maybe 2 seasons a year instead of just one. And yeah.
I think I think the future of TV shows is just more content of that TV show.
Yeah.
Released all at once.
Yes.
Like I wouldn't consider it revolutionary.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's leaning towards of, all right, I think Netflix is even dabbling in this because I think Netflix, like The Ranch, they'll release like 2 parts every year.
Yeah.
Which has 10 episodes apiece. Honestly, I don't know what the future of TV is.
I don't know either. Is there a future?
That is a hard question. Like maybe the future of TV is not having TV at all.
Yeah.
And it's just
like, Jesus, like every fucking company is like releasing their own streaming service.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of tough too because like a lot of these companies that are coming out with stuff, it's not like they have enough content to necessitate a whole streaming service.
I wonder if like the future. Okay, so before like Netflix and all these super popular streaming services came around, it was a weekly episode on your cable networks, and now it's like, oh, save money with cord cutting.
Yeah.
Do you think eventually like these big companies like Netflix or Amazon is just gonna buy every single streaming service and then just like it's gonna cost just as much as cable to access these shows?
Eventually, probably. We'll see what happens.
I mean, because like if you get every single streaming service, you're paying just as much for cable.
Yeah, it's true.
But now you're not getting as much as you would if you had cable.
Yeah. I don't know, like with the streaming services I have right now, it's definitely undercuts the need for cable. We still have it, like, well, we pay for the internet and stuff, and like they threw in the cable as a package, but I rarely actually watch cable. It's mostly,
Yeah, I haven't had cable in years.
yeah, it's mostly just like, you know, Netflix, Amazon.
Well, do you think like, okay, so there's this, all right, so like with Spotify, right? It's free. There's advertising. Is there going to become a point to where every single TV show is free? It's just advertised
That's sweet.
heavily, you know,
I mean,
to where like
it should be that way. I mean, they charge enough for fucking.
they
ads
charge
and
you
shit.
for the service, and then they charge you for the ad, and then you have to watch the ads. So is every single streaming service just going to become a free streaming service, and you just have to watch through advertisers? Because I think that's how advertiser was.
It'd be nice.
I think that's how advertiser would like it. Because right now, I'm pretty sure people would love, advertisers would love to stream on Netflix, but they can't because they don't do advertisement. So maybe just make everything free, and then your cost is like YouTube. You're gonna have to watch four ads per video streamed.
That'd be nice. I mean, I would do that. I guess I'd be down for something like that. I have Hulu. I don't pay for the Hulu without without commercials.
And neither do I. But I still pay for Hulu.
Yeah, still pay for Hulu.
Which I feel like I shouldn't have to pay for Hulu if I'm watching commercials.
Yeah, right.
Which kind of pisses me off.
It does.
But Hulu did do a pretty cool thing. So Netflix raised their prices, and then like that same day or that same week, Hulu lowered their prices.
Totally. And how about that price point for? So here's the future of television right here. In about a couple years, Disney's pretty much going to own everything. That price point that they're releasing Disney Plus for, fucking incredible. That's like, I think it undercuts Netflix, doesn't it?
Does it? Is it only like $6.99 or something?
I think it's like $6.99.
I'm gonna buy it.
It depends on.
Well, Netflix is like $12.99 now, right?
Yeah,
I think they're raising their prices in the European and Asian markets right now too, right?
Just because like of all the original content they're putting out, which is kind of like that's the answer, right?
Yeah.
Like, to fucking get more independent.
That's why Sony's doing so well. Is they're independent. You know, their originals.
Not have to worry about so much of getting other people's content on there because, like, obviously you don't. I mean, pretty much people only. Well, I don't know. There's a lot of good content on Netflix right now. We're watching. God damn it, Christina Applegate and somebody else on the. It's like a Netflix show where her husband died. Have you seen that? God, I don't remember the name. It's pretty good.
Is it the wine one?
No, that was pretty funny though.
I'm watching Designated Survivor, which is like a political drama.
Oh, is it? Have you checked out that Bear Grylls Choose Your Own Adventure thing yet? I haven't either. It's like Netflix has been dabbling. They had what's that called? The Babadook? What the fuck was that called? Jabberwocky? I don't know. They have like a couple shows and stuff where you can like choose your own adventure. Or something.
Oh yeah, like Black Mirror and stuff.
Yeah, so you can like, pick what.
Oh, they have a Man vs. Wild one too now.
Yeah, they have that Bear Grylls Man vs. Wild one. I haven't checked it out yet, but it looks fun.
I didn't really care for the Black Mirror one because I kept like choosing my adventure. They're like, sorry, you can't do that. It's like, well, I'm not really choosing my own adventure then, am I?
Yeah, right. There's a Minecraft one on there too that my kids played. That's pretty interesting.
So, so Designated Survivor. It's have you watched any of 24? It's a Keith Sutherland.
Yeah. Oh yes. Okay.
So Designated Survivor is kind of like the president political drama version of 24.
Okay.
It's not the same concept and not same timeline, but it's just like a drama filled, Keith Sutherland produced high stress type show.
Oh, Kiefer. Did you ever see that that viral video where he got all drunk and he jumped into a Christmas tree?
No, I did not.
It's good.
Is it? It's okay. It's not Game of Thrones. We had to find something other than Game of Thrones,
right?
Which is kind of hard to do.
Yeah. Emily's got me watching The Newsroom with Jeff Daniels. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun. It's tough, yeah, because we're trying to find a brand new show and stuff. I don't know, it's so hard. Nothing better though than a good TV show and a fine woman and a glass of wine.
Yeah,
nothing better in this world.
There really isn't, man.
No.
Some good food.
Good food, yes. I was almost considering bringing this was last night when I was already a little tipsy. I was like, I think I'm gonna bring some wings or something.
Oh, yeah.
to the podcast. But then I wised up that food and podcasting does not mix.
All right, this is not a weird question, but What happens in your country regularly that people in most countries would find strange or bizarre?
On the reg, probably not too many countries have gay pride parades. Probably, I would imagine.
Maybe because, like, it's not that big of a deal.
Good point. Yeah, it's just so to the norm.
It's normal. It's like,
I guess I was probably referring more to like Middle Eastern countries who probably get stoned to death or something like that. I don't know. Something a little bit more broad. I imagine that the amount of food waste.
I was digressing. I don't know. That's, I was trying to undercut your point.
Yes. I would imagine that the amount of food that Americans waste on a daily basis would probably seem horrifying to a lot of countries out there, I would think.
On the same vein, the amount of fast food Americans eat on a daily basis is probably horrifying.
I think.
What is it, like 6 billion burgers served daily or some shit like that at like McDonald's?
I think home cooked meals, I think those are still the norm for most places around the world, other than here.
Which makes sense, man. I love home cooked meals. There's nothing better. What are you having for your home cooked meal, by the way? You said you had something.
Pulled pork. So we have pulled pork up we cook all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's something like we talked about this last podcast too. There's something therapeutic about it in cooking. I prefer home cooked meals. It's so expensive to eat out. I think Emily just came back from LA, and apparently like all her friends out there, they eat out all the time, which I guess is nice that you can do it. I mean, they don't eat out like fast food all the time, but like,
nice restaurants and stuff.
But it's still fucking expensive as shit. I can't afford that shit.
Dude, you know what I bought recently?
What?
I bought a meat grinder.
Did you?
So last week I ground my own cheeseburger meat.
Ooh, I bet that was good.
It was fucking delicious.
Wow, phenomenal.
It was so good, man. I had like the perfect fat to meat ratio. It was just, oh my God.
I know what we're doing next week after our podcast.
Fucking
John Man meat grinded burgers.
Hell yeah, man.
Jesus.
I'll get some of that going. I'll make sure to buy some. It was, dude.
I've been wanting to try every time I go to Costco or Fred Meyer and stuff, they always have that bison option there. It's just sitting there next to the ground beef.
It's really dry.
Is it dry?
It's because it's super lean.
I always want to take the dare and like try it out. But I don't know
super
how it's
lean.
gonna go. Yeah.
It's just really, really lean.
Yeah.
If you ever had like a sirloin steak that's just like, it has no fat on it and it's just like super dry and tough. I mean, of course it's been ground up, so it's a little bit more tender, but it's just dry. It's like eating a turkey burger.
Weird. I always assumed that bison were fucking endangered. So fucking where's their meat everywhere?
Farms.
Farms, yeah.
If it's on a farm, you could cut it up, man.
But yeah, to your question, I would say food. Yeah, I think just food in general.
I honestly have to agree, man, because that seems to be a big thing in America. Like, obesity is connected to food.
Yeah.
And like we have like the biggest obesity rates in the world.
I watched for the first time, and Emily wasn't around, just me, but I watched that ride with Norman Reedus, the guy from Walking Dead. Rides his motorcycle around, just goes to different places. They were in Spain, which I've always wanted to go to. I think that's like the next trip. In the next couple of years, I want to hit up Spain.
Yeah.
But yeah, he went there with the dude that plays Negan. What's his name?
Yeah.
That dude, Jeffrey Dean Morgan.
That guy's from Seattle too.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, that's right. Yeah, I think
actually the last Seahawks game I went to, he rose the 12th man flag.
Mm-hmm. Oh, really? Did he? That's amazing. Yeah. He seems like a really cool dude too. But they go to Spain and stuff, and they stop. They have like this tour buddy that's kind of like guiding them around, and then they go to his parents' house for food, and like his mom just like laid out like a whole spread of home cooked food and stuff, like Spanish food, and like teaching them like how to eat it and stuff. Oh my God, that looks so fucking good.
Dude, I love food, man.
Yeah, I love food too.
I love
definitely a foodie.
Other countries' food. I love to eat fucking food.
Yeah. We went to my neighbor's house the other day, and they kind of just to have a couple of beers and stuff and hang out on Thursday. And this guy, like, he's delivered me oysters a couple times. He has a friend that they have, God, I forget where it was, but they have some kind of beach house and stuff where you can pretty much just go out in the ocean and pick up oysters and shuck them, like just like right there in the ocean. I'm like, oh my God.
Dude, I have
Invite me there. Invite me.
I have this thing with oysters, man.
Do you not like them?
Oh,
It's
I
hard.
do.
Okay.
So check this out though. My favorite type of oysters are the ones you get in the can that are smoked.
Oh, I love those too,
I
dude.
fucking love
those
smoked
too.
oysters, man.
My kid, my youngest, or my middle daughter, Alexa,
I'll just eat
loves
that
those
shit
too.
and drink all the oil
Yeah,
too.
It's so good. It's so good.
Like I don't even know if those are real real oysters. How
I don't
you
know what they are, but
I know they're real oysters, but like
well, they're tinier than actual. Well, I don't know. They're good. Whatever.
so how would you compare like those smoked oysters versus like the shucked oysters you eat? Because you eat them pretty regularly.
Yeah, I would prefer raw oysters over the smoked oysters.
Really?
Yeah, but there's a certain thing to both.
So why is that?
I don't know if it's freshness or what. From when Emily got me this oyster book for my anniversary,
Mm-hmm.
and I think even on my birthday she got me a shucker
Yeah.
and a glove and everything.
Nice.
Yeah, so now I'm just fucking a professional. Well, I thought I was good until the day after our anniversary we went to this brunch place, and they had like all you can eat oysters there.
Uh-huh.
And I was like walking around like giving my plate, and I think like I'm a really good shucker, and then like I crossed this corner over to where they're doing the oysters, and this dude just like way better than me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, apparently I can't even do this right. God damn, this guy is so good.
So explain to me why you like okay, the freshness, like what about like the texture of it and like all this, like what like do you even taste it or do you just like swallow it whole? Like
I taste it.
yeah,
So
do you chew it?
obviously-
Like what goes on?
Yeah, I chew it. I don't just swallow it whole. I mean, obviously it's like some of the ones you get are kind of viscous, and I can get why people find them disgusting. I was actually first introduced to oysters with my dad, who got into them at an older age, but he does like more. He does the raw oysters, but he does more stuff to it. Like he does like the chili, and then like
So he seasons
there's a
them?
process. Yeah, there's a seasoning process. You can also barbecue oysters, which I haven't tried yet. But I kind of just prefer them in the raw with a little bit of lemon, and I prefer the brinier, saltier oysters.
Yeah.
They're really good. I like to taste them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I
So
definitely
like
to savor and taste
are
them.
they when you say brinier, is it because it's just like naturally salted because of the ocean, or do they actually brine them?
I think it's actually salty from the ocean. I
Okay.
think is what it is, because like you get
So
the different
they don't
flavors
brine
are
them,
like from kind of like the different oceans you can get them from.
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah.
okay.
So our big things are like the Walapa Bays and the Miyagi's. Those tend to be more like on the brinier side. I've been reading about. So I went to Taylor Shellfish, which is a place. Well, they have places all over Seattle and Bellevue. They have an oyster there called the Fat Bastard, which is probably the most perfect oyster I've ever had. And I've been kind of reading a little bit more about them. I think they're from like Kyoto, Japan. They're big. They are fat bastards. They're huge. Also, there's such a thing too as too big. I went to there's a Japanese supermarket out here called Waijimaya, Aunt Jemima's, and you can go down there, and then they have like oyster tanks there. You can just pick them right out with some tongs and stuff, and like they're so much a dozen.
Mm-hmm.
I went there one day, and I found ones that were like, I swear to God, they're like the size of a hand, and they were so thick and big, and almost to the point where they're kind of disgusting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we had I bought a dozen.
So those might be some good barbecuing ones. Then.
Oh yeah, so I think those are more for the barbecuing ones. And I think I tried it, but we waited too long, so I had to dump them.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the ones at Taylor Shellfish, the Fat Bastards, if you're ever in town, go check those guys out. I think if you're not an oyster fan and you're thinking of trying one out for the first time, those would probably be your best bet.
So how do you feel about sushi?
I love sushi too. We eat sushi all the time. It's good.
Yeah.
I like it.
I haven't dabbled too much in the raw oyster.
No,
No.
I think you should.
Yeah.
Also, there's like it's a dare too, right? Because fucking you constantly hear about people getting like
Super sick.
super sick, poison, fucking stuff like that. I mean, that shit does happen depending on like even like the way my friend was saying it about going out into the ocean and like shucking them. Like, are you sure that's safe? Like just to do it like that? Like
Yeah.
I imagine there should be more involved than just.
I mean, raw is raw though, and that's why like I do like to eat sushi.
Yeah.
But there's also a risk because it is raw. How long has that fish been dead for?
Yeah. You hear all the time about people getting sick.
Super
Never
sick.
happened to me, but it does happen is the point.
Well, the thing is, it sounds like you eat enough oysters and you're willing to take that risk, and you like them enough to where if you do get sick, you're like, oh well, once I get better, I'm gonna go eat some more fucking oysters.
Hopefully, maybe I've grown a deficiency to it, or it won't affect me that bad.
So I know like one thing right now is that's super popular. Just came in the season, the Copper River salmon.
Oh yes.
Dude, that shit is
Off the hook. I had some salmon at my neighbor's house. It was so fucking good. Oh my god.
Dude, like I love so they were selling them at Costco for like the whole fish.
Yeah.
Copper River salmon, and it was like I didn't get one because they're expensive, but I had some, and it's just so fucking good, man. Like the freshness of Copper River salmon.
We should do like a fishing trip one day and call it a sandwich write-off, where like we'll pod so we can still we can call it that we're working,
Should my beer be a write-off?
It should be. Eventually it will be. That's why I've been name dropping so many beer companies, because I'm sure someone will send us something one day.
One day. And it's good to know what we're drinking. Kilt Lifter.
You have good beer, Pike Place.
Dude, I love good food though. Have you ever had steak tartare?
I would like to try more Pike Place.
Have you ever had steak tartare?
I have.
Do you like it?
I love it. I love fucking just tartare.
Too, man.
Here,
fuck yeah. Like, dude, on a cracker.
On my birthday,
like a perfectly seasoned steak tartare with like a little bit of herbs and some like maybe a little bit of onion on a fucking cracker. Mm-hmm. Nothing better.
We went to Emily took me to this place for my birthday. I got to get better about remembering names. There's a place in Seattle. They serve the best goddamn tartare I've ever had in my life. Like I've only had tartare recently, maybe 5 or 6 years ago. Like it hasn't been my whole life. The nice thing about moving to Seattle is it has broadened my horizons as far as food goes. Like I've tried way more new things.
It's brought you some new luxuries.
Yes, I've had pig ear. I've had rabbit. I've had like different. Yeah, I've tried different things. I'll try anything really. I'm not a picky eater.
Steak tartare.
But steak tartare is so fucking good.
It is, man. I fucking love it. But it's also one of those things that you can get sick from.
Right?
We still do it.
So I don't know how they prepare it. Like I don't know what's done with it, because I at the dinner we were at, I was like, so I guess I can just serve raw meat as tartare when I get home. But then people looked at me weird, like that wasn't the right answer. So
well, I'm
sure maybe something's got to be done more to it.
It's like some of them have a really good marinade. It's also the quality of meat. And the seasoning has to be on point and perfected. Yeah. Like there's, a little bit of soy sauce. It's almost like poke. Have you ever had poke?
Yeah, poke.
It's almost like the same concept.
We had some today, actually.
It's just about the seasonings, man. And a good, high quality meat.
So I can't just go home, open up my Costco ground beef, and with a spoon and just start digging away.
I mean, you can do whatever you want. You'd be like, I eat steak tartare every night, my friend. But usually it's like super high quality meat, and you pay like fucking, $20 for fucking 2 ounces of beef.
Yeah. What is it? Keto? Is that meat?
Oh, Wagyu?
Kobe, yeah. That's good. Kobe beef.
It's American Wagyu. Real Wagyu. Have you ever had real Wagyu?
I don't think I have.
I have.
Is it good?
I had a shit cut of meat of Wagyu, and it was fucking delicious.
Wow.
And I also paid like $40 a pound for it.
Oh, Jesus. It's a lot.
It was delicious, though.
Yeah. It's worth it. I
love good food. Dude.
I'd
good quality
pay
food.
More money for good food than shitty.
All right,
of course, it does improve your quality of life.
So this is my philosophy, and I've heard this said before. I would rather eat one great steak a month than
30 days of shitty meat.
30 days of shitty meat. Yeah. So once a month I will get the highest quality steak or meat I can buy at a store. Once a month.
It's not like you can't taste the difference.
You can.
You can taste the difference.
You can.
Yes.
I'd rather do that once a month than have every single day of shit meat.
Yeah.
Fuck that. I will have my one day of luxury.
I will say this. One thing I've learned about Thurston over here with his beautiful hair, I think he eats too much fast food. I think he needs to...
Dude, that's how we all are in our 20s, though.
Chill out and eat more home-cooked good meals. I think he'd feel a lot better.
You might. But in my 20s, I was eating a lot of fast food.
I was too.
Jack in the Box was my best friend. All
Maybe
right.
that comes with age, or you need to learn how to appreciate the finer things in life. That's what I would say about my girlfriend Emily and stuff, is that she's really introduced me to the finer things and appreciating things more. It's just simple stuff like food. That
Yeah.
does change your quality. I mean,
It does, man. Or a good wine, man.
Yeah, good.
Or a
wine
good
too.
wine. Like, you put that in a decanter and let it fucking breathe for a couple hours, and all of a sudden you just have
We
like,
saw you guys post, by the way, and
Yeah.
Emily was like, "Oh, they brought out the decanter."
Yeah. Well, I let that wine.
times.
I let that wine brew for like 2 hours. It was so good.
Nice.
Had a surf and turf, so like pretty much like a what do you call it? Steak. Steak Oscar,
Mm-hmm.
which is pretty much like steak with the sauce and like crab.
Yeah,
So
that's what we had on our anniversary night. It was, well, not all that, but we did have crab that weekend. Yeah,
I fucking love crab too,
I love
man.
crab.
All right, I got a good question for us. Most people want to be wealthy for one reason or another. Why do you want to be wealthy? What would be the biggest benefit of being wealthy?
I equate being wealthy. I'm not one of these people that say more money, more problems. I think more personality, more problems. Like, I think you can be wise with money. I don't think well, I don't know, because I've never been super wealthy, but I don't think accumulating more money is equal to accumulating more problems, is what I'm saying. I think that, anyway, what's the question? I'm sorry.
If
Where are we
you
going with?
I already skipped past it a couple times, but it says anybody wants to be wealthy for one reason or another. Why would you want to be wealthy, and what are the benefits?
I want to be wealthy to eliminate my problems. I think that wealth would solve a lot of the issues that I have in my life. I think just now in this particular position that I'm in, I think more wealth would help me to eliminate the problem, or at least the worries that I have in my life right now. And I think I could be smart about it. And what was the second part of that question?
How would you benefit?
How would I benefit from it? I would be a happier person.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's kind of like a double-edged sword with me, because I don't really view wealth with money.
Mm-hmm.
I view wealth as like with relationships, and like to me,
Personal, yes.
right now,
Yeah.
like I'm a very very wealthy person because I have great relationships around me.
That's good, man. That's a good way to
You know what I mean? Like so I don't give a shit about money. I hate money. Like money, like of course you have to make it, and me and my wife, we make money together. But to me, money is not wealthy or anything like that. And of course,
value.
I don't know, I hate money, man. Like I only work because I have to, because I can't have this. But the thing is about money is it doesn't buy you happiness, but it helps you maintain, like it's like a little stress free. Like I don't know.
I'm at the point in my life where I just want to travel.
Yeah.
So money would help me to do that. And that would benefit, I think, my happiness.
Dude, I want to start traveling too, man.
Yeah.
We should, one of these times we should do like a podcast abroad.
We should pick a place and go. That'd be amazing.
Podcast abroad would be fun.
We've talked about even like something as simple as just doing like a Disneyland trip. Be great.
I think me and Mary are going to try and do that this year.
Yeah.
We need to, man.
So much fun.
We got to go.
And then you can go to Star Wars Land, and you could fly the Millennium Falcon with me. And then you'll be like, Enterprise who? You'd be like, Enterprise what, Eric? I'm sorry.
What?
I'm sorry. I ever doubted you, Eric. This was so much fun.
No, I
on
have
the
full
Millennium
confidence
Falcon.
that the Star Wars land is amazing.
I'm sure it is. Disney's magical. I gotta get Emily to freaking Disney World so we can go to Avatar Land.
I heard Avatar Land's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's got some good rides. I've seen a couple YouTube videos about it. Looks cool. Fucking James Cameron with that smug fucking look on his face. You're only 100 million away from being dethroned.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough one though. 100 million is a lot of money, man.
Especially how long it's already been out in theaters. It's kind of tough.
All right, this is kind of a funny, cool question. You're about to get into a fight. What song comes on as your soundtrack?
Fucking Rolling Stones, Street Fighting Man, B7. I don't. Let's see. What would be a good one? In terms of pumping me up, like if this is something I don't know, maybe because there's nothing more have you ever seen the movie Varsity Blues?
Yeah.
There's nothing more magical when Foo Fighters' My Hero kicks on. It really
There goes
Yeah.
my.
I think hitting that probably makes you feel like fucking you could do anything, I think. So if there were, let's say I was surrounded, right? Let's say that John Man and I went out somewhere and John Man had to use the bathroom and I was in that mood that I was in the other night when I told the other podcast where I told that story when I started to fight. And I started a fight and John Man wasn't around and I was like surrounded by 4 people that wanted to kick my ass. I think if fucking Foo Fighters' My Hero were to kick on the jukebox while this is happening, I think I could take them.
Yeah. All right.
No. All right, here's my final answer. Here it is. Final answer right here. Song that I want to kick on is fucking the Bane theme song from Dark Knight Rises. That that's the one that I want to turn on.
That's a good one.
And then I'll tell the guys, do you feel in charge?
Did you feel in charge? I don't know what mine would be like. I might go a little bit like this. I am a real American.
Have it build up slowly.
Fight for what's right of every man. As I'm all like fucking surrounded by everybody. I am a real American.
Maybe a little bit of fog comes in.
Fight for what's right. Fight for your life. Dun, 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 dun. When your hurts come around and it hurts inside. Dun, 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 dun. And it'll cut off and be like, everyone's like, what's going on? If you smell. And then after that, be like, dun, 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 dun.
Then you hear the Stone
Glass
Cold
break.
splash
Yep.
up.
Dun, dun, dun. And that, as I'm walking, boy, I'd be like, dun, 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 dun. I'm such a sexy boy.
Sexy boy.
I'm not your boy toy. It'd just be a combination of wrestling
Totally.
theme songs.
Favorite theme song. WWF
Ooh.
theme song.
Well, I know there's 2. Mine would have to be Real American or Rock If You Smell.
That's a good one. Yeah.
If you smell what the Rock is cooking. Dun, dun, dun,
That's a good
dun.
one. Yeah. I also like the DX one. Power to the masters. Break it down. That's a
Yeah,
good one.
that's a
too.
good one. Or that Chris Jericho. Break the walls down, down.
Oh yes, that's a good one too.
That's a good
the
one.
Chris Jericho
Yeah.
one.
Break the walls.
One I always like too is Mankind's, but not his entrance music, the outro music. That creepy piano that used to play after he won.
Yeah.
That used to creep me the fuck out as a kid. I remember when he first, because they had the promos leading up to him like a month before he actually made his debut. And I'm like, oh my God, this guy's going to be awesome. And then on his I was there. I was watching TV when he did his first entrance and he attacked The Undertaker. And I'm like, oh, you done did.
Dude, I just remember him pulling out his hair. Dude, so I love that shit.
I was like, you attacked The Undertaker. I have to hate you now.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jesus. The mandible claw. Have
What's
a nice day.
your favorite intro?
As far as, for some reason, I have an affinity towards Razor Ramon's intro. I don't know why.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's not even just to me, because what is it? It's just dun 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 dun.
Honestly, I can't remember too much of Razor Ramon. I just remember the NWO. Like, that's the only thing I
Used to
associate.
come out of this.
Used
to do that shit when he came out of there.
Yeah. NWO's theme was pretty cool, too.
Maybe Stone Cold. I don't know. That's always exciting. Come out all fucking like a mean bastard. That
Kurt
guy-
Angle.
Kurt Angle was a good one too.
You suck. You suck.
He's still around doing it. Where does he wrestle at?
He retired WWE.
Did he? Okay.
Mhm. Fuck. Yeah, that's another reason why I quit watching WWE.
Lord.
Fucking Baron Corbin retired him.
Really?
Terrible. He didn't even get like. I would love to have John Cena retire. Kurt Angle. First match of John Cena was versus Kurt Angle. Last match of Kurt Angle was versus John Cena. That would have been perfect.
Oh my god.
I'd probably still be watching if they didn't fuck that up.
You remember Ric Flair's last match against fucking Shawn Michaels?
HBK, yeah.
That was a good one.
HBK crying as he's about
Yeah.
ready to do the fucking
Tells
Sweet
him,
Chin
"I'm
music.
sorry."
Yep.
I'm sorry.
That's when wrestling was good, man.
Yeah, it was.
Like storylines that like mattered.
That was respect right there.
Storylines that mattered.
Yeah. What happened? Where do you think they went wrong?
Complacency, man.
Yeah.
So the Undertaker retired Shawn Michaels, right?
Yes. I think that's right.
And like they had a big, huge like, like thing with them too.
Mm-hmm. You feel like that's what it is? That there's no build up towards.
I don't think the storylines matter anymore.
Yeah. Because before, I mean, you'd have shit stretched out maybe like over the course of the year before you actually got to the end game.
Like WrestleMania, the Raw after WrestleMania was setting up next year's WrestleMania.
Yeah.
Now we're setting up next week's Raw.
Yeah.
Like there was storylines that were getting developed in a week before WrestleMania this year. A week before, and you're just barely making this match.
Like, this is why you're supposed to hate this person.
Yeah. Retarded.
Duh.
I guess I'm not supposed to say that anymore. Sorry. Not fun.
Special needs.
Let's see. What's the most interesting documentary you've ever watched?
God, I watch a lot, so this is tough. Let me see. Probably going back to the food thing. I don't know if you've ever seen Food Inked. It's the front cover of it is like a cow with a barcode.
Oh, isn't that from the same guy that did Super Size Me?
I might have been.
No. That's different. That's different. Isn't that one with like all the slaughtered cows and shit?
Yeah, it's pretty fascinating just as far as the food quality in America is and stuff. It is kind of brutal and stuff, the whole food industry and stuff. And, to keep costs down and like, they pretty much just feed fucking animals corn.
Yeah.
So they have a thing with like the cows, right? Because it's cheaper to grow corn. Cheapest thing probably to do is to grow corn. And it grows pretty
And it's
rampant.
filling.
Yeah, and it's filling. So it helps like to bulk these animals up. Like, but you can't digest corn. They have like a scene in there where cows like that are bred for the meat and stuff, they have holes, like a constant hole put in the side of their stomachs, where after they eat the corn and stuff, the farmer has to go in and like literally scoop all the corn out because they can't digest it and shit.
That's weird because
So the
like
quality of
if
our
you
food
can't
is
digest
crazy.
it, like why? How's that cow getting bigger?
Right? I don't get it. Like, but they bulk them up like really fast and stuff. Like with chickens can't even stand. Like chickens actually grown for meat, they can't stand on their own.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like they're just so.
I've noticed that in
big
like
so
supermarkets,
fast.
like the chicken breasts are like the size of fucking turkey breasts.
Yeah, it's crazy. So I guess there is something to more naturally grown, like free range and stuff.
Mhm.
Like instead of ones
Grass
that are
fed, free range. Yeah.
Yes. So I guess there's more things to that. But how can you tell that that's where you're getting it from either too? Like I don't know.
Yeah, like with like marketing, like how honest is that stuff?
But that documentary is pretty eye-opening. It's called Food Inc. I think it's on Netflix and
Yeah, it is on
Amazon. Yeah, check it out if you ever want to get creeped out about what you're putting into your body. Give it a watch. Also, there was that Fire documentary about the music festival. I think we've talked about that before on a podcast.
Is this the Burning Man?
It's
No.
like it's a Burning Man-esque thing. It's like a Ja Rule and some other dude that I don't remember the name of. They pretty much scammed all these people into flying to this island. It ended up being like a complete nightmare, and like the concert never even went on.
Huh.
But the documentary is fascinating. There's one scene in there where one of the managers and stuff that are setting this up was prepared to give was it maybe the mayor of the city, well, I guess of the whatever place they're playing, a blowjob in order to get a deal on water that they're going to serve there. Dude. So it's fascinating.
I watch a lot of conspiracy theory documentaries, like the JFK ones.
Yeah, those are good.
Like those are always like history documentaries. Those are
True crime too are great. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff out there. Emily's telling me about something called Behind the Mansion that she wants to watch. I think it just came out. Check it out one of these days.
Dude, I gotta pee.
Oh, go ahead and go.
All right.
There's a lot of good stuff too. Like a lot of good true crime stuff that took place in Washington. It's like pretty much the murder state of the world. It's fascinating. Let's see. See, the tough part about me is I'm not really good with names. So I have like a lot of stuff I could talk about. Maureen McKay, I forget what her name is. I don't know. Maureen, somebody that went missing up here. A lot of good missing documentaries I find. There's one on Hulu called Child 911, I think it's called. And it's about kids that go missing up in the wilderness. I think maybe it turns out that it's going to be from wild animals that came and kind of pick them off. But it's like this certain area where kids tend to go missing more than others. And like, I'm talking like without a trace. So I don't know. Chalk it up to wild animals. Chalk it up to alien abductions. I don't know. That was a good documentary. I think it's called Child 911. Or Child 411. I'm sorry. Also, there is Mommy Dead and Dearest, which is that Gypsy Rose documentary. That was pretty good. Obviously, they made that act. Became a show on Hulu and stuff, but the actual documentary is pretty good. It's all about like Munchausen by proxy, which I find fascinating. Wrote a song about that one day. It's on SoundCloud if you want to check it out. I'm under there as Between Erik and Eros. Let's see. What else can we talk about? I was actually listening to another podcast on the way over here that was pretty good that my friend recommended. It's called Blank Check. And it's my first time ever listening to it, but apparently they go through like the filmography of directors, which I find like that's a totally great, fascinating idea. And so I'm inaugurating myself as listening to the films of Tim Burton's right now. Of course, I just started on the way over to this house. So we just started on Pee-wee's Big Adventure. It's good. It's fascinating. I have a lot of facts. Other than that, I don't know. Really don't know. Well, let's see. What do we want to talk about here today, right? What do we really want to get accomplished here, people? As a podcast, I think we need some kind of mission statement for what we want to accomplish as the sandwich. Talking about John, and myself. And kind of, I don't know what kind of mark we want to leave on the podcasting world. Obviously, it'd probably be cool to start like elaborating more on subjects. And maybe too, because like obviously, like I think what's big right now too are like true crime podcasts. Like I just listened to the Dirty John one, which is actually a pretty good documentary in itself. It's all about this guy that's been conning these women. Funny enough, yeah, his name was Dirty John, which is probably something I've called John Man a couple times. Dirty John.
Dirty John. Dirty John, I know.
Dirty Gianna. Oh. Biggest regret in a band that we never covered. Because you've always been the big throwing out all these cover songs and stuff like that. John Man has, and we never fell through on it or followed through on it. But what we got to see is a lot of his suggestions that we made were done by other bands.
And they were great.
After we talked about it and never got it done. So what would be your biggest, if we could go back to the band days and do one of the many suggestions that you've given us?
Well, I'd probably do the one that still hasn't been done yet.
Is that Dirty Diana?
Yeah.
Yes, it's good. It's a way to do that.
Yeah.
There is a way to do it.
Yeah, there is. But like, You Don't Care About Us, Bad Company.
You Don't Care About Us too could be fucking pretty metal. Like you can do.
Yeah, have you heard Saliva's version of that?
I haven't.
All right.
Wait, no. Yes, you played that for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fucking amazing.
Yeah. That's right.
No, yeah. I don't know. I guess the band days were what they were, man. I don't think any of
I'm
us.
glad we did them.
Yeah,
For sure.
obviously, the only thing that came out of it was friendships, and that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
We had plenty of experiences.
yeah, we got to do some really cool things, like probably undeservingly so on some
Definitely
in instances.
So, yeah.
We got to experience some cool things though.
I think
Like-
probably the top was going to LA and recording in a multi-million-dollar studio. That was fun.
I think like one of the biggest. I wouldn't call it a regret now, but maybe if you asked me like a few years ago, like the biggest regret was like not following through.
Yeah.
And like there was like at one point in time to where I felt like if we as a collective whole like actually dedicated time to it, we probably could have made something out
Yeah.
of it.
We had all the potential in the world. We had the pieces. Maybe not all the pieces, but we definitely had pieces there.
Because I listen to some of our music now, it's like this is really fucking good.
Yeah, there's definitely something there. Cause and effect. Check that out.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
But you know, I think what came out of it is friendships, a little bit knowledge of different.
Hindsight is 2020. I
Yeah.
can definitely see things that I would do differently now. But I feel like I'm a different person now. So
Yeah, you know, so am I. Like because of the band, I'm a different person. Like I feel like I'm not as, I don't know. To me, like the band was like my everything.
mm-hmm.
I moved up here to be in a band, and I think like if the band would have kept going and like if it made like any sort of headway at all, I probably wouldn't be in the position I'm in right now.
Yeah.
I'd be somewhere else, if that makes sense.
Maybe someplace better though. I don't know.
Yeah, you know, like maybe this, you know, like I like doing what I'm doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
I like working. I like podcasting.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Okay. You tell them. You tell the
Yeah.
people.
Like to me, like this is my new band. Like I love podcasting. I like talking to you guys. I like talking to my buddies over here. It's just it's a less strenuous form of media, but it still gives me the creative outlet that I need to, you know, go on. But you know, it gives me, because I get to mix everything down, I get to produce everything, I get to record everything. It just it works out good. You know, it's before the podcast, it was, you know, I kind of had like a creative void in my life, and this gives me that creative edge that I need to be a little bit more fulfilled. You know, that's what the podcast does for me. So I like it. I'm gonna keep it going. The conversations are great, and so far, you know, we're on like episode 16, 17, 18. It's just doing good.
I think we're getting better.
Yeah, I think we're doing. I think we're doing good. I mean, Thirsty's a little quiet tonight, but you know that's okay.
Yeah, it's all right. It's not feeling very well.
No.
I mean, I think the biggest part that this podcast does for me is just gives me an excuse to hang out with you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. Like, there's this podcast about podcasts that I was listening to. It's how to build your podcast, and like one of the things is like setting your goals and everything. What do you see this podcast doing? Like, what are your goals with this podcast?
I would hope, at the very least, that we can monetize this, not so much to make money, but in a way that we could put more money into the podcast. I think.
So where the
would be my
podcast is just
goal.
paying for itself.
Yes, so we could do more interesting things for you guys. Like, you know, we have plenty of ideas and stuff. Like, you know, we can do like foodie stuff and just different things, just so that it would pay for itself. I would say
Yeah,
would be my ultimate goal. If
not
it gets bigger, well, yeah.
see what happens.
See what happens.
It's kind of like my ultimate, not my ultimate goal, but a goal right now is like to have this podcast pay for a little bit of itself.
Yeah,
You know,
that would be great.
and then you know that way we could do more creative things. Maybe, you know, if we want to do a cooking podcast and or whatever, we could do that type of thing.
My goal, would be totally to make enough money to better the podcast. I would say.
It's a good goal.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
Or we could, I mean, we might be able to have fun along the way if we're like, oh, we're going to go review all the rides at Disneyland. So, like, you guys can pay for us to go do this and stuff like that.
Or let's do a podcast in Ireland or...
Yeah. Oh, my God. That'd be great. So, yeah, that'd be fun. That'd be a fun thing to do.
So, like, what topics do you prefer to talk about in a podcast? Like, we're just getting a little real. So, might as well just, like, talk real. Like when you're talking, like, do you like talking a lot about media, more real stuff? Like,
I like to talk about
or just
media.
bullshit.
I do. I've recently gotten into more of a political headspace, I would say, but I'm like really uncomfortable about bringing that up in the podcast. I don't want to alienate anybody or like I don't consider myself a Democrat or a Republican. Kind of, I feel like I'm like in the more middle way, and like a lot of stuff's going on right now is pissing me off. I don't know if this is necessarily the platform to talk about it at.
Might as well.
Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe one day we'll get on that.
I mean,
maybe one day when Thirsty's feeling more talkative.
Yeah.
I know last time that we got real around here, Thirsty had a little run-in with on the Murphy Minute. So
I know
was that saved or was that cut out?
I definitely like to bloat that we do everything live, unraw, uncensored, unedited, but I did edit that part out.
Yeah, it was a tough day. It was a tough day.
I still have it saved though.
Okay,
if we ever want to archive
for
those.
fun. Yeah.
That was it got a little out of hand. We were all pretty. It was Eric's birthday.
It was my birthday.
And by hour 4 podcast, we all got a little drunk.
I want to talk about more things that you people want to listen to. So just let us know what's out there, what's on people's minds. We can talk about it. I'm down to talk about anything, really.
Yeah. See, I like bullshitting.
Yeah.
You know, like I just like shooting the shit and like, you know, talking about this or that or beer. You know, like everything. Like what we did today. We just pretty much just hung out and talked.
Yeah, and I think that's the best. Because like, what else would we be doing? We'd be not hanging out and not drinking beer
and not talking.
That doesn't sound like fun. Yeah. Jesus.
You know, and that's what I like about this podcast is I think sometimes it goes to it has a little bit of a slow start sometimes. You know, just getting like that first initial conversation going. But once the conversation is going, it doesn't stop.
No. And like, we all live so close together. Why not just come here and do things?
Like we could have stopped the podcast at 20 minutes. Like, oh, our first thing came around. Okay.
Yeah.
But now it's like the conversation is going and we're almost in hour 4, which we probably should wrap up.
Okay.
You know,
maybe we should start cutting these up a little bit so that they're not so long. I don't know. I mean, I'm fine. Like, listen, I throw this on sometimes just to...
No, I think listening to it's fine. I think on the YouTube side, cutting it up a little bit because people don't want to watch 4-hour videos.
Yeah. I just I'm so comfortable here. I just want to keep talking, really.
I know. I mean, it's up to you, man. Like, I know you have dinner on the crock pot, so I don't want to take anything away from your family.
I got some time. I haven't gotten texted yet.
All right. Well, you let me know when it's time to go.
I will. Let's keep. We'll check in again at 5. How about that?
All right. Sounds good.
Unless you got something to do,
dude. I have nothing
you got something
to do.
Keep looking at your watch.
I was just looking at the time.
You got something to do, man?
Yeah. Okay. I do got something to do.
Yeah. Talk to me.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So, what did you think of the Mueller report? I know you said you didn't want to get too political, but
yeah, I don't know what's right. What's the tactful way to take it? But I would say that it sounds like to me, not to everybody, but to me, it sounds like the president did commit a crime. If he wasn't president, he would be in jail. And
but since he's the president, you can't commit him.
Yeah, can't commit it. From what I've read on it, he can be tried at what should have happened is Mueller should have charged him with something.
Yeah.
Even if it didn't stick after he was out of office, it would. Unfortunately, I mean, it all might be moot because if he does get elected again, the statute of limitations would have ran out before he would leave office, and then he would have been fine anyway. But still, it's just like, I just don't understand why people have such a hard-on for Donald Trump. I don't get it.
Yeah.
Like Democrats and Republicans alike, I don't get what the fascination with this person is. Obviously, I don't know if you ever seen that Simpsons episode where all those ads come to. It's a Simpsons Treehouse of Horror. All these ads come to life and stuff, and like the answer to kill these monsters is just don't look. And I think that's what it is. You have a really attention-grabbing president. I think just don't pay this attention, and this monster will go away. Is what it is. But it's tough, right? Because fucking he sends out a tweet, and then all of a sudden everything's fucking about Donald Trump again.
Yeah.
It's tough.
No, it is interesting. That's for sure. Because it's
we're in dark times, though. Can
we
all
are.
agree to that?
We are in dark times. Well, it's like everything is, and everybody is so divisive right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like
everybody is. So
I almost kind of feel like there's no political party at all. It's all. It's just. It is either good or bad or good. You know, what are you on the good side or are you on the bad side?
There's such partisanship going on too right now.
Yeah.
Like to the point, I don't know if it's always been this way or now it's just more prominent. I don't know.
You know, it kind of like I always like bring it back to like the whole social media thing. Like, is this news that we're hearing right now? Has this always happened, or is it new, or is it just that we're now minutes and a post away from actually hearing about it?
I was watching, I was saying about that TV show that I was watching, The Newsroom. Starts Jeff Daniels as a news reporter and stuff, and it kind of just goes through. But it's like it's during the Obama presidency, but a lot of stuff that they cover on there is applicable to what's going on now. So that's like I wonder if this is just I just didn't pay attention before or what. Like things are more news is more in my face now, maybe.
Yeah.
Than it used to be.
Yeah.
But maybe this is just the way it's always been.
It could be like the way it's always been, but right now it's just more publicized.
Yeah.
You know, instead of reading the newspaper on what went on last week, it's every minute to every single day we're getting the news. Like news is instant now.
Yeah.
So everything the president does.
I get alerts on my phone all the time.
Yeah.
And it pisses me off, but like in a strange way, I like it. I don't know. I like being pissed off, maybe. Maybe that's where all America is right now. Like we do have like a reality star president.
We do. Like, yeah. We had a movie star president in the 80s with Reagan, and everyone touts him as a great president.
Yeah.
Not everyone, but a lot of people. You know,
welcome to the Cafe 80s.
You know, it's weird. Like what I want to know, like in people's mind, like what actually makes a good president? Like what would make people happy? Because no one was happy with the Obama era.
No. You can't make all the people happy for sure.
No one's happy now. Like what? Who is a good president? Like what qualities make a good president to where like people would be satisfied? Like okay, Donald Trump did make a pussy joke or a pussy statement. You know, I'm gonna grab her by the pussy.
Grab her by the pussy. Yeah.
You know, grab him by the pussy. Like all right. I've heard way worse things by some of my guy friends, some of my women friends for that matter.
I mean, honestly.
Like, one of my friends was like, you know what? Sometimes I just reach down his pants and see how big his dick is before I go home with him.
Honestly, for
you know, like, I've heard, like, way worse things. Like, and that's coming from a girl, and she's like, yeah, I'm gonna reach down his pants and grab his dick and see how big it is before I take him home.
It's how people talk sometimes. Like it's true. It is. It's like how people talk sometimes.
You know, so there's some controversy, yes. But, like... what makes a good president?
I guess as far as being a president, probably got to hold somebody to a bigger standard than that, maybe. Because obviously your friend that said that has no chance of probably becoming president, right?
Yeah, but we're also looking at like the Bill Clinton administration where he like, you know.
Stuck a cigar in someone's pussy, apparently.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's tough. It's tough, man. I don't know how to make everybody happy. There were a lot of pissed off people when Obama was president, that's for sure.
You know, so I'm just like, I'm not trying to decide like, you know, like, or tell people like who to root for or who to vote for. I'm just like curious, like, I want to know, like, if you hate Donald Trump so much, like, what makes a good president? And if you love Donald Trump, what makes him a good president? Does that make sense?
A statistic that I found fascinating was that a lot of people, while Obama was president, jumped the big thing was that Obama's going to take your guns away. Obama's taking your guns away.
Mm-hmm.
a statistic that was just like announces that he actually put forth more pro-gun laws than George Bush or Donald Trump combined and stuff, that he actually instituted more in his term as president than they did.
So it's just how the media perceives things.
Yeah. So what it is that news bubble that's like dictating people's feelings. I mean, there's your answer right there. Really got to break out of this partisan news bubbles that we have, because there's both. There's like what you can say about Fox News about leaning more towards that side. You can say the same thing about CNN leaning more towards that side too. It's like the way it's all presented.
So like my question is, everyone is, not everyone, but a lot of people dislike Donald Trump right now.
I do. I don't like the man.
So now, is that the same reason why people didn't like Obama?
Probably a little different more. I think Obama was a lot more regal. I would have voted for Obama a third term stuff because things were quiet.
So he said the right things.
Yeah, he said the right things. Things were quiet. Things were safe. Doesn't mean that he didn't do shady shit either. Like he did.
Okay. So,
but things maybe weren't as prevalent, and it didn't seem like these shady dealings that people were doing were more on a global, out in the open scale than they are now. I would say this guy, that's the thing about our president. He'll commit crimes out in the open. Maybe that does make him the most translucent and honest president we've ever had, though. Too.
Like, the thing is, he tells you, all right, maybe like he's blunt and he says stuff.
Blunt, yeah.
And there's no sugarcoating. He's just like, okay, this is what I'm going to do. This is what I think. And I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. And people don't like those answers.
Is it blunt or is it stupidity? What is it? Does he not know any better? Or is this more of like thumbing in the face of,
like sometimes maybe he's just the type that's like going to tell you how it is. Mm-hmm. Like, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put tariffs. Sorry. Oh, bad. Really bad. All right. Tariffs.
But like, even with these tariffs and stuff, like, I'm going to put these tariffs down. Mexico's going to pay for it. China's going to pay for it. That's not true. Like fucking, we're paying for it and shit. Yeah. We're paying more taxes on everything. I mean, that would be transparent to say, we're going to put these tariffs on here. It is going to cost them more money, but in the long run, it's costing you, the taxpayer, more money. For fucking with the automobile stuff that they're putting out right now, it's going to raise up automobile buying by at least $1,700 will be more from these tariffs that are coming out. Mm-hmm. Obviously, it's costing us more money in the long run. Can we present it that if we're going to be the most transparent? But
the tariffs are there in place to pretty much say, hey, we're not going to.
I think it's a bluff, really.
No, it is. It is the president strongholding these countries and saying, hey, we are giving you dirt cheap fucking taxes. You're not paying anything to produce these products. So what we're going to do is we're going to tariff you until you
relinquish, pretty much.
Yeah, we're going to tariff you. The productivity of your country is going to go down because we're not going to buy as much products. Which, yes, in return, we're going to pay more for that. Mm-hmm. But maybe in the long run, we'll get a better deal from Mexico and China. Because right now, our debt with China is astronomical. It's like $6 trillion.
It is.
$6 trillion that we pretty much are debt with China.
I would argue that is,
and everyone always says, we want more American-made goods. Let's cut China out. We need more American-made goods. And yet we have someone that is like, all right, you know what? We need more American-made goods. Let's, raise the prices on China products. So maybe it becomes more economical for these American companies to move back to the United States.
Yeah.
I am speculating.
It's probably about right.
And yes, the American people might hurt because of it, but isn't what American people want is less China made? This engine's China made bullshit. And you always hear, it's made in China. It's crap. If you want American made products, you have to pay for those American made products.
I'm more like, I lean more towards the independent side. I can see the good in both sides and both parties right now. Obviously that Republicans and Democrats, they have like the majority of everything. You'll probably never see an independent president or anything like that.
You won't. And I would consider myself a way more independent than any other side.
I think it really is tough to say because every Democratic president that's come in has entered a big deficit due to the previous Republican president. And I feel pretty confident about saying that. So much so that when we do get a Republic, Bill Clinton inherited some shit when he first got in the office.
Yeah.
And then we had a big boom, like say what you will about his sexual escapades and what happened there. And all
He was a good economy president.
He was a good economy president. He brought shit back up. So much so that when George W. Bush took over, he took over a good situation. Thing on the uprise. Went back down again.
There's also wars.
Yeah,
and
obviously all that stuff and stuff. So much so that when Obama took over, he took over a bad situation again and left Trump into an upswing of things. So I don't feel like it's right with the decisions that were made during the Obama presidency for him to take credit over this upswing of what he did and stuff.
Yeah.
But it's like, I don't know. It's tough to say. I'm not sure. I guess I just don't like the man. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, and that's fine. Like,
I don't like him personally, I guess. I don't know.
Like, I don't really care. Like, honestly, like,
He does seem like like he has, I've had some experience with narcissists in my life and stuff, and you can kind of see like the pattern of what these people do and stuff. And it just, I don't know. For me, I guess it just seems so obvious what's going on. And it does kind of make me angry that other people don't see that way, I guess. I don't know.
no, it's like, I
This
just
is why
try
I don't
to
bring up my opinion so much because
No, it's
very
okay, man.
divisive.
Bring up your opinion, please. Because more people need to hear it. Because I think people are just blindly following or disfollowing people.
I think he's a sick man, is what I'm saying.
And
I don't think he's making, like, obviously a presidency, it's not one person. It's a whole administration. There's a lot of fucking moving cogs in there, and a lot of people making decisions and stuff. So I don't feel as dire as other people do. Like, oh my God, this is like the end all be all. This guy's horrible. There's like obviously other things going on in there. Aside from all that, because like our economy is not doing bad right now.
No, it's doing good. Yeah.
Our job thing, everything's going pretty good. Him as a person, I just feel like he might be a sick man. I don't know.
well, you know, and that's fine. You know, like, have an opinion, please, because I feel like people will hate a president or not, or love a president without opinion, without looking into things. And like, I would rather you say I love Donald Trump to the fullest and have and state reasons why, instead of just blindly telling me why, like, that you love Donald Trump.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? Like, I would rather you love Donald Trump and have like all these reasons why than to say that you hate Donald Trump.
Well, I'm pretty
you know what I
even
mean?
keeled, man. Like freaking, I'll listen to what anybody has to say and stuff, and I will never ever tell you that your opinion's wrong for sure. Except for when it comes to neutering our children at birth.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that I wholeheartely agree that needs to happen. That's but that's my red line. My red line is fucking. I'm willing to die on that hill. That's what I believe.
No, that's fine, man. That is what you believe.
So what should happen is that all our kids should be neutered at birth. Men, just men.
Bisexual men,
Yep. Because it's easier to reverse that for a man.
Mm-hmm.
When you get to a certain point, a certain income, then you can get that reversed. If you can afford to get it reversed, you can afford to take care of a child, is what I'm saying. This is the answer, John Man.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It is the answer.
It is an answer.
It's the answer to overpopulation, because we have too much. We do. I don't feel so. I understand Thanos. We are overpopulated.
Yeah.
We need to cut back on all these fucking people that can't afford to have children having children.
But what's the next step after the vasectomies?
I see how that is a very slippery slope to a potential,
Because we could just say, you know what? We're going to have a 10-year ban, a 10-year ban on women, and every single woman gets killed at birth because they are the only ones that are able to carry a baby.
I get that.
So how far does it go?
Was that real, or is that just an 80-old wives' tale with China where they had to get?
I think that's real, man.
Is that real?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You weren't allowed to have children.
Yeah. Well, women.
Women.
It's crazy.
I mean, so like where, how far does it go? You control.
Where does it end? That's what you're saying.
Yeah. Where does it end?
Ooh, new WWE Champions Tour about to begin. It's my game. Anyway, where does it end? Yes, I get that. I get that this opens up a lot of problems.
And then
because we're talking government regulation. If we're going to make that law, that's a tough sell.
All right, so check this out. And then every single boy gets vasectomies, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which puts a stranglehold in the vasectomy market, which means they have to get it done. Which means no matter the price, they have to get it done.
It also,
and if they ever want a kid, they have to get a reverse vasectomy.
Yeah.
Which means, what is that going to do to the vasectomy market? It's going to jump up the price to a fucking ungodly amount because
it also
you
opens
have
up
to
doors
get it done
for vasectomy doctors and stuff. That's a new fucking. That's going to be.
But you have to get it done.
Yeah.
So now all of a sudden they can charge whatever the fuck they want because you have to get it done.
Because people take advantage of every situation. I get that. I don't think vasectomy is really that much. I don't think it's. But I could see how the market would jump up and stuff. They would overcharge for that kind of stuff. I get that. People take advantage of things. Yeah. This is why we can't have nice things, America. You guys take advantage of everything.
Yeah. You know, I like, I don't know, dude. Like, fucking, I don't have kids.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm 32 years old. I don't have kids. And
you did it. You're living the dream right now.
I am living the dream. You know how much money I got? Because I don't have kids.
Fuck, I wish. I'd be so rich. Wish, man. Fucking kids are expensive, dude.
I bet. I couldn't imagine because I'm spending all my money on fucking Cuban cigars and fucking Goldschlager.
I'm over here hearing, Dad, I need this, Dad, I need that. And John Man's over here and just fucking.
What was that, Eric? Oh, yeah. Making it rain.
That's why I hope this podcast can pay for itself one day. I can enjoy it. This could be like my enjoyable part of my life.
Technically, right now, the podcast is paying for itself because I have so much money.
Yeah. Speaking of which, we need to get like a pool of what we put in. We'll have like a little bowl where we put in money for the next growler and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think it's fair that you're paying for all the beer.
A cake fund?
Yep, cake fund.
Yeah. I like cake funds. 4 hours and 11 minutes. We're doing good.
I don't know. You can cut it up as much as you want. I'm just like enjoying hanging out with you.
Honestly, I'm not going to cut it up at all.
Oh, are you? Just fucking upload it?
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think, John?
That was a solid answer.
I think it's a solid answer. It's good. Yeah.
Right.
Any other topics you want to talk about?
Anything that's like striking your mind lately?
Other than politics? Let me see. I mean, I know how long has this been so far?
We're on 4 hours and 11 minutes.
Feels like I just got here.
I know, right? We're actually keeping it under control. We've only had a couple beers.
Yeah, it's good.
You know?
Because we're getting better at this, man.
We are.
I think we are.
Like, I don't know, like 5 episodes ago, I'd be like fucking pissed drunk right now.
So like, freaking, we upload this. We become rich and famous because just you and I.
Yeah.
Who tells Thurston that he can't join the...
Well, rock,
1, 2, 3,
scissors.
not it.
Best 2 out of 3. That's all you, man. So
you know, I'm gonna text him right now and let him know.
Just let you know.
Just let you know, we got this all figured out.
Yeah. The podcast is in great condition.
Yes.
We like your stunt double.
She's a lot cheaper than you are.
Oh, man. Oh, so you have a full week of work?
I do. And like, I want to thank you for still wanting to, I know Thurston can, freaking fucking truth on my sleeve here. Thurston couldn't make it today because his mom's in town, so he had to go do some stuff.
Yeah, you know, family matters, man.
Family does matter.
I'm glad that He's hanging out with his family right now.
So my family's gonna go. We have some shit cooking in a crock pot. Like it's all ready to go. Just gotta be pulled out. Everything's gonna be good. When I go home, I'm gonna go make some rice. Everybody will eat. Be nice. God damn it! I'm fucking losing my train of thought here. What's I gonna say?
Oh, you're
Something about Thurston. I don't know.
looking at the stunto.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever. Who cares? It's gone.
No. There was thought. And it's gone. Did you mow your lawn this weekend?
I did. Well, last weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was pretty good though. I enjoy it, man. Fucking I'm really gonna look into this whole pressing thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You should. They'll get you the lines you need.
Mm-hmm. Seems like it's gonna be a fun situation. Mm-hmm.
So this is I talk about this every now and again. So you remember when we were at the House of Rock with all of us Arrows guys?
Yeah.
Recording in like a huge ass studio.
House of Rock, yes.
House of Rock. You remember JPP?
Yes, I do.
You remember what his thoughts on Amazon were? Were you there?
Yes, he went off on a rant.
He went off a big rant.
What was it though? What was it?
So it was the rant was, with Amazon coming around, everything will be delivered to your door, whatever. But it eliminates all the other types of shopping that you do. So let's say you were going for a garden hose. So you go to the store, try to search for a garden hose. On the way there, you'd get a candy bar, maybe some lunch, maybe a couple drinks, support some small business, local business. And then you go to the store, you'd get your garden hose, whatever. And then afterward, you'd drive around, maybe do some more shopping,
That's
support all this local business, maybe get some food and whatnot. And with Amazon, spit knowledge. And with Amazon, it's just delivered to your door. So you are automatically losing like all that small business that would have been happening through one person. Like you're pretty much losing establishment. That's like one person, like 5 places that they would have gone, 3 or 4 places, 5 places they would have gone.
Mm-hmm.
And so like, that was like what 5, 6, 7 years ago when Amazon wasn't even that big of a thing. And like, how do you feel about it now? You know,
I think he was right, man.
Like I buy stuff. So there's a couple really cool things about Amazon. Like I love like getting.
This was Jack Joseph Puig, by the way.
Yeah.
Producer of such albums like Lady Gaga's album, came and produced us.
Mm-hmm.
And he had a lot of thoughts on Amazon. That turned out to be right.
Very right. And what's crazy is that it's this double-edged sword. There's a lot of Amazon stuff I could buy that I would have to search hell and high water to find anywhere near me in the store.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Just some weird off topic things, you know, just like a certain type of screw or a certain type of like material or whatever that you can't find everywhere. But on the other hand, like when I buy from Amazon, I am not shopping locally and I'm not eating out, and it's just delivered to my door.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm not spending the whole day looking for this product and with association, like shopping other places through association.
Yeah.
It's kind of a crazy thought.
It is a crazy thought, man. I went to Whole Foods today and they had a whole Amazon Prime line there where like you get a discount if you have an Amazon Prime membership. I think 10% off your thing if you sign up for an Amazon Prime membership from Whole Foods. So
what do you get at Whole Foods?
Whole Foods is
like, what did you get?
It's like a supermarket, but more expensive.
That's why I got it from Whole Foods.
Yeah.
So why do you go there?
So we went to so today we're gonna do the pulled pork. And we're going to do pulled pork tacos.
Uh-huh.
So we went to Fred Meyer first, and we bought like some tortillas and just the regular stuff that we need, guacamole and stuff like that. I also bought some lunch stuff for the kids for the week, like Lunchables and stuff.
Yeah.
Stuff for them to eat. Emily, I guess we went for a specific salsa that you like there.
Yeah?
So we went to the actual place where they actually like, cut it up and stuff. It's like it's not name brand. It's just like
so they actually make it right there.
Yeah, they actually make it right there.
In Whole Foods.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
So we got that salsa, got like a nice big tub of it. We also got poke bowls while we were there because they have like a whole like little eatery section there.
Yeah. Their deli and like the eatery section is pretty awesome.
Yep. One thing that I'm becoming increasingly famous for is my Mexican rice or my Spanish rice.
Uh-huh.
So while I was there, I got some chopped tomatoes and green chili to include into the rice that I'm going to make tonight.
Oh, nice.
So yeah,
Nice.
so I do a wonderful, like I'll next time we have like some kind of eating thing here, I will bring my Mexican rice because it's fucking legit.
How do you make it? I'm curious to see if it differs from mine.
Okay, so what I do with my Spanish rice, let me see how I start out. Put a little bit of oil in the pan, throw the rice in,
So you
and
toast
start
it.
browning it.
Yep.
Yeah, so I start browning the rice. I throw in chopped tomatoes, green chilies, garlic, fucking what else? Cumin. Of course, gotta get that cumin in there. And then I throw in the tomato sauce, and God, what else is in there? I don't add. Well, I top it with green onions too.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, so you put all the ingredients in there, put the top on, let it simmer for about 20 minutes, pull it out, taste it. So good. Oh well. Also, there's also garlic powder, salt, pepper.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I throw a bunch
So
of seasonings
is the tomato sauce enough to hydrate all the rice and stuff?
Yes, it is. Oh, water too. And then chicken stock.
Okay.
Yeah, water and chicken stock is also in there.
Right. Sounds a lot how I make mine.
Yeah.
I'm sure yours is better because you're a little bit more Spanish than I am.
Of course I am. Shit. No, it's not. It's not. Last time I tried to make a arroz con pollo last time. The first time I made arroz con pollo, it came out perfect. I tried it again, didn't come out as well because, the chicken came out great. Arroz con pollo, of course, is chicken and rice.
Mhm.
Yeah, as we all know. But for some reason, the second time I cooked it, the rice was a little bit hard. I guess I just didn't leave it in long enough. Felt pretty bad about that. Hopefully I have a better run this time around.
Yeah, sometimes rice is hard, man.
It is really hard.
Yeah. You know what I love to do, man, is fucking just put some rice on the rice cooker, refrigerate it the next day, or refrigerate it to the next day, and just make fried rice. I fucking love fried rice.
I love fried rice too.
It's the best.
We got a rice cooker. It fucking pretty much changed our lives. Like,
Oh, yeah,
as
dude.
far as doing rice.
Yeah.
It's good. I don't do the Spanish rice with the rice cooker, but like on other, if I need white rice especially for fried rice and stuff.
Yeah.
I'll do it with the rice cooker.
There's actually recipes that you do, like you put all your ingredients in, like you can make Spanish rice with the rice cooker.
Really?
Mm-hmm. You'd have to toast it first if you want that toasted rice. You know, of course you want the toasted, you know.
Of course you do. Got to brown that shit.
Do you, man? It gives it a whole nother element.
Mm-hmm. I like rice. I'm a big rice fan.
Me too, man. Rice is fucking delicious.
Had a poke bowl today with a big old thing of white rice. So good.
How is it seasoned? Like oil, salt, or soy sauce?
I
bit of
felt
sesame
like the
seed?
guy at Holt's Food took at least 25 minutes putting these poke bowls together.
Yeah, was it worth it?
It was good. It was worth it. But it was weird. But he was like it was almost sexual the way that he was cutting up the avocado. It was just like, and he was like taking forever. He was just like, And it was it was an Asian man too.
Yeah.
He's almost like dancing while he's doing that stuff. But there was like a certain art to it. He did it.
Dude.
He did it right. He served us up right. It was good.
I went to this grocery store in Mount Vernon like last year or 2 years ago. It was for one of Mary's cousins, like tennis tournaments that she's traveling with college, right? And like they had like this little sushi bar, and I had some like their supermarket fucking sushi. It was goddamn delicious. You know, you're like, you never think sushi. Oh, I'm gonna buy this, you know, in a supermarket. But I had it at the supermarket. They had like a little sous chef there, and it was like fucking damn good. I was like, man, this is some of the best sushi I ever had. It's just at a supermarket right now. You know, a supermarket I love is fucking Central Market in Seattle.
Good,
dude, it's their deli, like their hot food section.
So good.
It's so good. It's Make me hungry right now.
I think there's one in Bellevue too that we go to. It's
Yeah.
good. Yeah. Damn, so good.
I love Central Market, dude.
God damn.
They're the last thing I had there was their enchilada casserole.
God, I love it here. I think I'm just gonna text Emily and say I'm not coming home at all. Just gonna we're gonna hang out here and eat.
Yeah.
And drink and just podcast for the
Yeah, no kidding. The only problem is we hang out here and drink more. I don't know what we're gonna eat.
Oh, no food here?
Oh, there is food here. I just
Oh,
have to make it.
Never mind.
It's not Central Market.
Oh, it's not Central Market? Damn
No.
it. Fuck.
It's not pulled pork with rice.
Jesus. That's true.
I bet you your pulled pork and rice smells so good right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting hungry now.
Good. It's gonna be good, man.
Yeah. On that note, we've been talking a lot.
We have been talking a lot.
And I think we're both getting hungry.
I think we are, too.
From the sounds of it.
You're more than welcome to come over if you want some pulled pork and fucking some rice.
No, I'm good, man. Thanks for the invite, though.
Driving sucks. I'm like, man.
Yeah. But, let's see, 4 hours, 24 minutes, 35 seconds. That's a good podcast.
Yeah, I think we're pretty good, man. I think fucking, yeah. It's fucking,
Yeah, I'm a little...
that's pretty good friends that we can be able to talk, just the two of us, for 4 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah, no kidding, man. Like,
Filled a lot of time. Filled a lot of time.
Did fill a lot of time. We talked a lot of good stuff today.
I think we did.
We finally got through the Game of Thrones stuff that was kind of holding us back a little bit, and now we could free ourselves up next episode for no more Game of Thrones.
We've already established she's going to talk to Thurston about not being able to podcast anymore. So that's good.
That's
good. I mean, the people want what the people want, Thurston. I'm sorry.
yeah. And look,
Maybe you should have said some more during this podcast.
Those pink lips and that dead stare, it only goes so far.
Your looks are only going to get you so far, Thurston.
Yeah. It was a great time, though, man. I appreciate you coming down and podcasting. Yeah, you get that hair out of his face.
I feel so comfortable, too, leaving you here, knowing that you won't be so lonely with Thurston still here.
Yeah.
Right here.
Thank God for that. I like this song. It's a cool little vibe song.
It is. I like it. Very 60s surfer style.
I mean, I guess we could change it up a little bit. Like, what's this song? I've never heard this song before. Yacht? I don't know if it's the same vein, but, fuck it. I like the other one better.
I do, too. I like the surfer one better.
Yeah, let's get that shit out of here.
That's not
That's a good outro. That's just good outro music, man.
Totally.
All right. Well, so you could ask us your random questions in the comments below, or you could send us a message on Twitter at the John Sandwich 2.
Mm-hmm.
Even gives John a little shit for not talking today. He's a little untalkative.
He's very quiet.
But on a serious note, he's having some fun with his family, so that makes no excuses for not saying a goddamn thing today. But
It's almost like he was at La Push with his mom today.
Yeah.
Le Push.
Le Push. It's almost like a Frenchie. Le Push.
It is.
Le Push.
It's almost offensive.
I'm gonna go.
I'm gonna go Le Push.
Le Push. Great times as always, though, man.
Yes.
Love talking to you guys. Love talking to you, my friend.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for having me on your show. Great.
Once again, we had the Pike Place Kilt Lifter. Next week we might have something else.
Yeah, I think we will. We'll see what's going to go on. Hopefully we can do this domestic taste testing thing. That'll be fun.
Yeah, next week we're going to do, in the next couple of weeks we'll do the domestic taste test.
Yeah.
It's going to be a shit episode.
Crappy, literally. We're going to drink some shit beer for your entertainment.
Yeah, at least we'll be hydrated.
Yeah, it's true.
All right. Any closing remarks, John?
No.
All right. I guess we'll leave it at that.
Right.
Everybody, till the next sandwich.
Yep. Have a sandwich. Yeah, wasn't too bad, man.
That's a good one.